What's up, love? Always abundance. Yep. You can go ahead and talk. I am.
Okay, bet. Um, I got a quick question. So, can ultraviolet radiation can't hit the brain, right?
It can't hit the brain.
No, I was saying it can't, right?
It depends on the species.
All right. So, in the so-called Black people species, the reason why I asked is because the melanin's main property is to protect the skin from, or I guess the complete epidermis system from ultraviolet radiation. So, but I also know that the melanin on the skin is different from the melanin that's in the neurons. So I was just wondering, would that also block out the ultraviolet radiation from towards the brain as well? Or
So we only have one type of melanin. I know they say that there's a difference between neuromelanin and eumelanin, which there is a difference, but only so-called Black people produce neuromelanin, and it spreads out through the entirety of our integumentary system. So that's actually the melanin right there that can actually absorb that ultraviolet light. Now, when it comes down to eumelanin and pheomelanin, biochemically they're both the same substance. So they're both animal-based melanins, and the same way a so-called white person will undergo photodermatitis is the same way a Dravidian can undergo it. It just might take longer for the Dravidian. You feel what I'm saying? But to answer your question, it doesn't affect our brain. It affects our brain in a positive way. I was just reading an article probably like 2 hours ago on that. So when they're actually absorbing that ultraviolet light, it can actually increase brain activity. So I was just reading an article on that.
oh, okay, all right, gotcha.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
we're
that's what I
absorbing that
was.
energy. It doesn't negatively affect our brain, but we're absorbing that energy and using it though.
Okay,
I
all
think
right,
it
cool.
determines on whether you have your RH.
Right. Hold on, I'm gonna get to you. But did that answer your question, though, brother?
Yeah, I was reading a little bit on genetics and then why darkness matter. I haven't like fully got into the book yet. I just popped it open, but yeah,
Oh, most definitely abundance.
yeah. But yeah, that was it.
All right,
I'm
abundance.
about to go back to work real quick. Thank you for answering my question.
No problem, brother.
All right.
All right, Charlene, go ahead.
So, I mean, we're all the same species. It just because we all have, our DNA, and our chromosomes and our markers, and it's just different attributes or mutations between the DNA complex. But we all there's only a certain amount of blood types. There's only the skeletal structure, muscle structure, like that's all like an umbrella of the same structures. So it's like to say we're a different species in terms of like human, I think we are the same. We just have
Okay,
different
so
mutations.
all right, I got you. So for me as a so-called Black person, and for you to be a eukaryotic organism, why isn't our DNA expressing in the same way if we're the same?
Because there's mutations in people's DNAs.
Right, amongst eukaryotic organisms, though.
Well, that would be saying like a tree can grow different leaves, even though it's the same tree. They can grow a different amount, but it's the same. It's the
Right,
same tree.
but phenotypically, that those same trees are going to phenotypically present the same because again they're expressing the same DNA. So if me and you are 99.9% the same, why is our DNA not expressing like in a similar manner?
Well, we absorb it, correct?
Absorb what?
Light.
Light?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Like the sun. You would absorb the sun the same that I would absorb the sun.
Oh,
You could
absolutely
get
not.
sunburnt just like I can get sunburnt.
Nah, nah,
No?
absolutely not. Because again, so-called black people, we produce neuromelanin, and we can actually absorb that ultraviolet light, and we can actually absorb beyond just ultraviolet light.
And white
So
people can't?
no,
Nah, I got
hold on, brother.
sunburnt.
Hold on, brother. We do one at a time. I'm gonna get
I
to
get sunburnt though.
you. I got you, brother. Again, I'm gonna get to you.
But you're saying
So,
that white people can't
right, they
absorb?
don't produce neuromelanin, so they're not absorbing ultraviolet light and turning it into chemical energy like so-called black people. But as far as both of us, absorbing that ultraviolet light, absolutely though. I'm not going that's facts. But our body's not utilizing it in the same way though. That's what I'm saying. And
But I got sunburnt before.
yeah, brother, because you probably eat meat and you don't eat according to your genetic makeup.
So since I eat meat,
Yes,
that's the
brother.
reason I could get sunburnt.
Yes, brother. Again, we are a completely different species, so we have a completely different
We
diet.
what makes you think that we a different species?
Because again, we have different DNA. Our DNA is not expressing in the same way, and the biochemical substance that we're composed of is completely different from everybody else outside of us.
Huh? Like what? Like we
So,
got different DNA. So what that mean? We
right,
got special powers. Who got the special power? We got the special powers, or they got the special powers?
I'm not sure what you mean by special powers, but I kind of just broke it down to you. Again, we have different DNA. So again, our DNA is expressing in different ways, and we're composed of a completely different biochemical substance than everybody else outside of us. That's why we're a different species. I mean,
And so how does this make us different?
I literally just told you it's just you don't understand. So I would suggest you
Yeah,
go.
could you dumb it down for me? Cause I'm
Yeah.
dumb.
Nah, you're not dumb, brother. You just don't remember. So again, I'm gonna suggest you some books. I would get a genetics book. I would also get this book called Why Darkness Matters, and I would also get the Acid Alkaline Diet. I would suggest those three books for you, brother.
Yeah, but having more melanin or less melanin doesn't like mean that it's different. You guys, it's different DNA. Like, I mean, obviously we all
Right.
have different DNA, but it's the same. It's the same structures, so it's the same species. You
Again,
some people have full more melanin than others, but it's not like someone is completely
absolutely.
melaninless,
Everything on this plant,
except
every
for an
living.
albino.
I
I
got
have an
you.
argument.
So hold
Um,
on. We not doing the over talking again. We do one at a time when we come on the panel, respectfully. So again, with the whole melanin thing, y'all y'all actually have a lot of melanin. Y'all actually have an abnormal amount of pheomelanin or eumelanin, which is both animal melanins. So when you get inside of your genetics as a eukaryotic organism, you start to see that you actually have genes from multiple different types of organisms to construct your own organism. And all these different organisms possess pheomelanin, therefore giving you an abnormal amount of pheomelanin. So pheomelanin is completely different than neuromelanin. And we can't hear you if you're off the app, by the way. So you're gonna have to come back so we can have a conversation.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, when you go off the app, we can't hear you. But
Oh, I'm sorry.
no,
Well,
you're
I
good.
was looking up because you said that there's the two different types of melanin, but it's still
No,
a
there's not
type
two.
of
There's
melanin.
five different types, and three pertaining to so-called humans.
Are
But humans,
are
which
Keeblers human?
Hold on, brother. Go ahead, Charlene.
so but in humans there are only two types.
No, the three pertaining to
Which is
so-called
the
humans.
third?
So you have pheomelanin and eumelanin, which those are biochemically the same thing, but eumelanin breaks down into pheomelanin.
Is
And then
Charlene
you
a
have
human?
all right, brother. Like
Yep.
if you interrupt
But
again,
what's the
I'm
third?
gonna have to drop you. But would
Is
you
this
say
some racist shit you kicking?
I got you, brother. All right, go ahead,
No,
Charlene.
so your melanin and pheomelanin, those are the two. But what's the third one?
Neuro.
Neuro. Oh, I'll have to check that. What is that specifically? Neuromelanin.
Condense sunlight and it can't condense sunlight.
Huh. I never heard of that. That's interesting. So that makes so you would subset that into being different species?
Right, because we're biochemically composed of two different substances. Right. And on top of that, so-called black people have no animal DNA, but everybody else outside of us again has animal DNA from multiple organisms to construct their own.
Can you give me an example?
Right. So for an example, y'all share 98% of your DNA with a chimpanzee. So again, you
White
would
people
share
do?
genes. Nah, it's not a white thing. It's everybody outside of so-called black people, and we see this expressed macroly through phenotype.
Hmm. Well, that's interesting. What book did you pull that from?
Again, all my books that I use are on my Instagram,
Oh, okay.
as well as looking up articles and things like that.
Yeah, I've read a lot of scholar reviews and like I get the whole, the whole, monkey subset, but like for like humans are they have the similar attributes in terms of DNA, but when it goes across the board as terms as like species, what they define the species as is the blocks of it's in terms of blood types, like
Mm,
and correct me if I'm wrong, but animals don't have like A B,
absolutely false.
O positive, O negative, stuff like that.
Absolutely false. I'm not gonna
It's
lie. It's
false.
absolutely false. Yes.
Oh, I didn't know
So
that.
the what determines blood types is the presence or absence of certain types of antigens, and these antigens can be traced back to animals. Like for an example, uh, chimps are actually they can be O blood. I believe they can also be A. And then when you get into wolves or dogs or whatever, they actually have B. Pigs also have O. Gorillas have O. I mean, just yeah, blood types can be traced back to those animals.
I guess I'm a gorilla then because I have O. Okay. Well, it was fun and entertaining. Do you have? I'll check your Instagram because I would like to dig into some of the books that you have.
Most definitely abundance.
Thanks. All right. Bye.
All right. My bad. I was not looking at the comments. Said they have wolf and muskrat in their DNA. Absolutely. Humans are all animals, all related. Absolutely. 100% rational animal facts. That's 100% facts. All humans are related to animals. That's 100% a fact. But again, so-called black people are, we are not humans. We're not homo anything. We're not humans. None of that. Because again, we are not related to animals. We're not producers of animal proteins, and we have no animal DNA. Why you drop her? I ain't drop her. She left on her own. You said I'm O plus. Congratulations. I mean, that still goes back into animals. We have 0 animal DNA. Yeah, so-called black people had no animal DNA whatsoever. We was made from the Anunnaki. Anunnaki just means those who came from above, or those who fell from heaven, or those who fell from the sky. It's not talking about a specific group. So anybody can come from the sky. Because, again, we're not the only intelligent life form. Well, then that was easy. I don't know what you mean. People of the sun. Absolutely. So-called black people, we are the solar people. And if you look up the etymology of soul, all that means is sun. That's all it goes back into. So when we deal with a matter of, a lot of people want to come up here, we all have a spirit, we all have a soul. Every living organism has spirit, but not everything has soul, because, again, soul just means sun. And when you get into the properties of neuromelanin, it's just condensed sunlight. You say, yeah, but they was melanated. Nah, I'm not sure what you mean. Who was melanated? You said not everything has a soul. Absolutely, 100% facts. Again, in order to have soul, you have to be producing neuromelanin, because, again, that's what indicates if you're a solar being, a soul person. We was taught that the soul was something, like, don't get me wrong, the soul has an etheric form, don't get me wrong. So it has that light sun form. But when you condense it, it looks just like melanin. That's all it is. Neuromelanin is condensed sunlight. You said the Anunnaki black? Nah. We came from the so-called black woman, and she's just a fragment of the universe. We wasn't created by no extraterrestrial species. Tennessee Mountains here. Yo, Tennessee in the building was good. You said I'm not just there yet, right? I mean, you can tell me about you right. I guess I'm not there. You right. Go ahead, gang.
I just got on here. I don't even know what's going on right now.
Would you request up for?
I'm trying to speak on some shit, but I gotta know what the fuck going on here.
Did you read the topic before you requested up?
Yeah, already.
What?
Go ahead, finish what you guys. I'm gonna chime in.
Nah, this ain't that type of live. You read the question, and then you just give me your frequency, your thoughts
So so what you mean is we the same species? Who is we?
pertaining to the so-called human race.
Alright, so basically, everybody not human. First of all, so we can't. You feel me?
Right.
You got mankind out here. If you know about mankind, then, you see what I'm saying?
I got you. Can
You
you
hear me?
be specific though?
Shit. shit. Let me see. Let me see if I can break this shit down better. Uh, we just be getting on TikTok to see some BS. What we about to talk about? But yeah, you know, it's mankind and it's human color and shit like that. And that, yeah, man, it's I gotta break it down, but I gotta know that, yeah, man, how you coming first. That's why I wanted to listen. See what you, yeah, man.
I'm just a little. Who is? You said humans and mankind. Humans color. So could you clarify though?
Yeah, so you know, melanin give you your color. So you we we judge human off the melanin. You see what I'm saying?
What
We
type?
judge humans off melanin. What type of melanin?
Right.
What you mean? Oh, what type of melanin? Damn, what the fuck is a melanin? I know it's I know the other race. What the fuck is it? Sophie, or some shit like that. You know what I'm talking about, right? Cause I think you know what I'm talking about, bro. Yeah. Hey, bro, send me that picture real quick too. But yeah, you know what I'm talking about, bro. It's like it's like two different type of melanins. It's sulfur. You know what I'm
It's
talking about?
five, but there's three pertaining to so-called humans, but there's five in total.
Hold on, repeat. Say that again.
So in total, there's five different types of melanin, but there's only three pertaining to so-called humans.
Okay, name it though. Just name the three
But I'm just confused.
if you can.
I just want you to, because you said melanin, and I was just which ones are humans, and I'm just confused
Yeah,
right now.
you know what I'm talking about though. So I don't know the names because I damn near forgot it. You feel me? This some shit I studied a minute ago, but it's like sulfur. It's like sulfur or some shit like that or something like that. It's I can Google it if I want, but and there's another John that's black, and this is like black people melanin. So it's two. I only know about two. You said it's three, so I don't know, but I know that animals and all that. I mean, they got their melanin.
Right. So animals have pheomelanin, and that's the sulfur and ammonia-based melanin you're talking about.
Okay, so all right. So when I said sulfur, why you ain't say nothing, bro?
Because, I mean, if you request up, I would expect you to know what you're talking about. Respectfully though.
No, I know you here. I know what I'm talking about. The thing, all right.
I mean, I'm still.
The thing is, no, bro. The thing is, you know what I'm talking about, gang.
I really don't though, because I mean, I knew what you were saying when you said the sulfur, but as far as everything else, I still don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so go ahead. Name the rest of them. Because name the rest of them. All the different melanins. Go ahead. You said it's three.
Right. So I would just suggest you go look that up.
Come on, bro. You acting crazy now, bro. What's wrong with you, gang? You trying to make it at... I'm just asking you to name it, bro. God damn,
Right.
what's up with you?
So the thing is, I want you to spark your own neurons because me and you are reflections. You feel what I'm saying? So to make our species greater, I would rather you actually go look it up instead of taking my word for it. Because
I'm not taking no word, bro. When you said it,
so it would be better.
no. When you said it, I already. No, listen, bro. When you said it, I said, "Oh yeah, that's what I was talking about." You knew what I was talking about, bro. You just sitting back and shit, acting like a crit, acting like you retarded or some shit. You feel me?
Nah, I wasn't. I was just having you spark your own neurons.
No, bro.
Because
If I didn't say the name correctly, if I literally just said I studied this shit back in, you know what I mean, years ago. I studied this shit years ago, bro. I forgot a little bit of this shit. You hear me? It's not no everyday motherfuckers talk about this and this shit right in my face every day. You feel me?
All
So
right.
why
Well,
why
we
should
are the
it be
same
that?
species.
Right, I got you.
What?
So I said I got you, bro. I got you after he done. I just want to make sure my brother done with his point. That's all.
Okay.
So gang, are you done with your point?
Hey, I have something to say.
Now you gotta get off because you just did that weird. I don't play that. That's eukaryotic organism type shit. I don't do that. So
Yeah, bro. I'm done. You can let him go.
all right, most definitely abundance. Go ahead, Bubbles.
All right. Well, we are all the same species. We are 99.99% all the same genetically speaking. And when you're talking about pigment, that's just a physical adaptation to adapt to the sun. So that's not changing the species.
Right.
Nah,
So
bro. You lost,
hold
bro.
up, hold up. I just want him to get his full point out. I don't like, we don't do no over talking. So go ahead, Bubbles.
No, I said all I had to say. Like we are 99.99 the same. We have to reproduce with each other. That's what makes us a species. We all have physical adaptations, even within our own racial class, even though race isn't a real biology term.
Right.
So yeah, we are all the same.
So
Hey, look.
you said we're all 99.9% the same.
99.99% the same.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. 99.99. Okay. So why is our genes not expressing in the same way?
That 0.01 changes a lot.
I mean, but if we're
Because
again, so let me break it down.
like
So
apes, for example, like
hold on,
all
because
right.
I was talking. So let me just give you an example. When we're looking at the genetics of, let's just say, a so-called white person, right? They have pheomelanin, and their hair follicles are similar to that of an animal, right? So when we look at the genes that they share with different types of animals, it starts to make sense because again, these animals have pheomelanin, right? That's a sulfur and ammonia based melanin. And then when you look at the hair of these different animals, again, it starts to make sense. They have different follicles. But when you move on to so called black people, if we're all 99.99% the same and we're all sharing that animal DNA, why is so called black people not expressing these animal genes?
Can I talk? Okay, I'm assuming yes. That like I said, that 0.01% changes a lot.
No,
That's
that's no.
yes,
Oh,
it
that don't
is.
even
I'm
make
literally
sense, bro.
All right, so for example, let me give you another example. Your genealogy is directly connected to your psychological state. So let's use the history of the eukaryotic cell organism. Throughout their entire history, they're extremely violent. They wage WARSs on each other, grape, cannibalism, etc. Right? So when we move on to the chimpanzee that they share again 98.8% of their DNA with, right? We're starting to see the similarities with just that 98% DNA shared. Again, when you look into so-called black people, that's not matching up. So you saying a 0.3% or a 0.03% difference is a big change. Again, if they're sharing 98% of their DNA with those animals or those violent animals, and we see this throughout their history and today, why is it like, again, it doesn't really make any sense to me.
okay. Well, it was 0.01. And second, we are all, like I said, we also share that 98% difference with other apes. So you're saying other races are acting like a beast, whatever, da da da. But we are still like the exact same percentage as white people, black people, Asian people. We are
Right.
quite literally all
Hey, yo, can
that
I ask you
close.
what race is
I'm
you?
black.
What race is you?
Hold on. No over talking.
I'm black. I'm African American.
Oh, all right.
Right. So
But you
again,
know about
why is it not showing through our psychological state nor our phenotype?
Phenotype,
Nah,
like I
listen to
said,
both of the things I said, bro.
wait a second.
I said, why is it not showing through our psychological state nor our base phenotype?
Well, I'm gonna answer the phenotype question first. Phenotype, that's literally just based off your geographical location and sun.
Right.
So, for example, like the less sunlight a certain area has, the lighter skin's tend to gonna be. That's why when you go to East Asia, Europe, and even parts of the Arab world, they have pale skin.
Yeah.
Rather than like South Asia, Black Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, we all have dark skin. Now, to answer your psychological question, that's just your upbringing. So that's not like inherently genetics.
That's false because again, your genealogy is directly connected to your psychological state. That's a biological fact. And to go in with the whole environment thing, your base phenotype doesn't change due to environment. And again, that's a genetic fact. So again, how come our base phenotype never changed? And how come when you look at our psychological state, we're not exhibiting those type of acts as the animal that we so-called share DNA with?
Like I said, we did physically change. Like I'm not sure what do you mean by the physical part, because genetically speaking, we all phenotypically change.
Right. So your phenotype can change, but
Yeah,
not your base phenotype. That's what I'm saying. So how come our base phenotype never changed? It's always stayed the same no matter where we
it
live.
has changed.
Base phenotype cannot change. Again, this is a genetic fact. Your base
No,
phenotype
that's
can never
quite
change.
false. That's why when we go to Africa, we all look
Listen to
different.
what I'm saying, okay?
I did Negro.
Base phenotype.
Hey yo, what you call you? Hey
I
yo.
said
Because you're
Negro
somebody
because
who
he's acting
don't
dumb as
read,
fuck.
bro. I'm dumb as fuck, but you don't
Yes,
read, bro.
like I'm
That's the
sorry, you
thing.
really are.
What is
This is not
base?
even
Okay,
science. This
I
is
got you. I got you.
pseudoscience.
What is base phenotype?
Your base phenotype is literally your phenotypes.
No, what is your base phenotype? There's different phenotypes, and look, now you want to go Google. Now get the fuck off my life. Y'all niggas is weird. You want to
Yeah.
come up here, call me a Negro, and say I'm stupid, but you got to go to Google as soon as you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. See, this is the thing with a lot of indoctrinated so-called black people. Y'all niggas love, see, Stockholm syndrome. That's what a lot of y'all niggas suffer from. Y'all niggas will take up for a eukaryotic cell organism. These niggas don't even belong on the planet. I'm gonna just keep it 100. Like nobody can explain to me how the eukaryotic cell got on the planet, or how come our genes aren't expressing in the same way as these people, but we all 99.99% the same. That don't even make any sense. Like we gotta cut the
Yeah.
bullshit, bro. But because
Get the boy J Cash up here.
nah, bro, I don't want to hear about Yakub, and I don't want to hear about no mystical shit from him. Keep it 100.
Oh, I was about to say he talking crazy on the comments
You
to
have
you.
eukaryotic cells that gives us our nucleus. Nah, we don't. So-called black people are not eukaryotic cell organisms. And again, can you explain to me how the fuck the eukaryotic cell got on the planet? You said I fuck with you, you did. Nigga, I fuck with you too, but when it comes down to that Yakub shit, I don't fuck with that. I don't, or yeah, I don't get into none of that Anunnaki, none of that BS right there, because we not looking at
Sure
the
you going to?
meaning of them words, bro. But again, if anybody wants to answer this question, are we all the same species, and you can actually hold a scientific conversation without having to switch apps and go to Google and come back, please request up. 100%, we can have a conversation.
But yeah, we not the same species. We the only humans on this earth.
All right, go ahead,
Niggas,
Ryan.
niggas understand it.
I'm back in Negro. Like I was saying,
Hey yo.
genetically.
All right, I'm not even finna play the games. Nigga had a whole account. Like, why do you got another account on standby to try to come talk? Nigga, you had to go to Google. If any nigga, I'm gonna make this a rule from now on. If you come up here on that bullshit and you have to switch to Google in order to have a conversation with me, nigga, I'm gonna just block you from my live. It's that simple. I don't even got time for y'all, bro. Y'all niggas is very weird. Something's wrong with y'all. Like, you can't make this shit up, bro. Y'all niggas have to go to Google in order to keep up with me. All I'm doing is reading books. Can y'all niggas read books, please? Like,
What books you be reading, bro?
all my books is on my my Instagram.
No, bro. I'm asking, bro. I'm not going to your Instagram game.
Then I guess you not see why do niggas do that? Like, bro, you not finna control me on my live, bro. Like, I'm confused. If you
I'm
like, if you
asking a
really wanted the
question,
books,
bro.
I got you. And if you really wanted the books, you would go look.
I never said I wanted the book, bro. I just said what books you be reading, bro.
Science books, bro. Go ahead, one new. Yo, one new. I don't think he meant to come up here. Yeah. Somebody did splice these niggas on purpose. Somebody created the eukaryotic cell on purpose. And there's no explanation on how it got on the planet naturally.
Yo, what's the difference between the sulfur melanin and the other melanins?
Different biochemical substance.
Like what it do? Like
No,
it
I'm
got
saying it's a
different.
different biochemical substance.
They say, are we the same
Yeah. So
species?
I'm asking, like, what do it do? Like, what's the effect of that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Are you don't know, bro? That's all.
To the
Well,
host,
I
what do you
do
mean by
know
that?
it's
Are we the
like,
same species?
hold on, brother. I'm finna get straight to you. Hold on. Now, I do know the answer. It's just like, again, I'd rather us practice neuroplasticity. That's all.
Come on, man. Hey, bro, look, you got people on here that's going at you, bro. You gotta,
Right,
like,
and you know what? These are
explain.
all grown ass people asking me. Like, these niggas grown, they can go buy a book. Like, nigga, we could spend, $20 at McDonald's, which is completely unhealthy for us, not doing no good to our body, but we can't go buy a book and read. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I'm not finna sit here and teach grown ass adults. That's insane.
Somebody gotta do it sometimes, you hear me?
If you want to be one of those people to do it, I mean, you can, but that's not me. I teach a child. I don't have no problem with teaching children, but as far as adults, nah.
But you don't know how old niggas is on here, bro.
Right. If we at the age
That's the
where we can
thing.
actually read, then what's the point of me sitting down answering every single question? Kids got questions. That's the thing. A lot of children got questions. They sit down and ask 50 questions, and I don't mind answering them. But when an adult does it, hell no, nigga. You capable enough of going to get that information yourself, just how I did.
But ain't you asking questions right now?
Yeah, I'm asking a question for people who understand speciation, genetics, and biology.
All right, so niggas asking you questions too, bro. You telling niggas to just go read, it's
Right, but
crazy.
again, there's a difference though because you don't got to come on my live. You don't got to request up. That's the thing. I'm not forcing nobody to answer my question.
All right, bro. You be safe, gang. I'm out
Most
there chilling.
definitely, I got you abundant. Sleeping with him will affect you in the long run. Most def, 100%. Red blood cell hemolysis and zoonotic diseases. That's what you're gonna get fucking around with anybody outside of your species. They actually, when you sleep with them, red blood cell hemolysis takes place, zoonotic diseases, and they can add antigens on the outside of your blood cells. As so-called black people, we don't want those antigens on the outside of our blood cells because, again, we're not the producers of those animal proteins. You said hypocritical. That's fine. But are you a teacher? Some adults are still children. Are you so high you can't? Uh, right. That's a knock on the adult. If you a grown ass adult and you still in a childlike mindset, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That's not my fault. You feel what I'm saying? But, go ahead, Miss Panda. But I mean, for people who understand genetics, and you're actually, if I find out that you're actually reading books, and you come up here and you ask a question like my brother was the very first person on this live, and he came up here, he asked a question because he actually bought the books that was on my Instagram because I recommended him a book, and he's actually been reading the books, and he had a genuine question because he's been reading. I don't have no problem with answering the question, but if you're not doing no reading at all and you're just a regurgitator and you come up here trying to just siphon my information, nah, I'm cool off that. Go ahead, Miss Panda. All right. You said I know a little bit. That's good. I don't knock nobody for learning. Like if you genuinely in the books and you really trying to learn, hell yeah, I'm gonna help you. What the fuck? I'm gonna fuck with you, but there's a difference. I can tell between somebody who's actually reading books and the difference between a regurgitator who just wants to siphon your information. Because again, we're not building at that point. It's some brothers and sisters out there, you feel me, recommended books. They've been reading. Now they can hold a conversation with me. You feel what I'm saying? You've been reading on a Kindle? Nah, I do physical books. Ain't nothing wrong with reading on a Kindle though. I mean, if that's your thing, I just rather have the physical copy because I like to take notes. Like when I'm reading, I get my pen and I take notes on what I'm reading on inside of the book. Go ahead, TSO.
What's that word? So look, right? I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I don't think we are the same species. I ain't gonna lie to you. And I say that because you got some people out here doing some wild, crazy things. You got some people living different ways. You got some people that just completely, are diabolical. But yeah, I just feel like, bro, we not all the same species at all.
Absolutely. And who are you referring to? Like, what do you mean people are doing wild things out here?
Shit, you got some people that'll eat another human. You feel me? I feel as if that's like some serious stuff other than mental issues. You feel me? Yeah, mental issues got a part to play with that, but I feel as if it's something deeper on a whole nother level. Maybe spiritual level. You never know. You feel me? But yeah,
Right, that's facts. Again, when this system collapses and the power grid knocked off, it's gonna be a group of people that eat directly from the sun, and it's gonna be another group of people that eat each other. Because again, we have two different sets of genes. We got different DNA, so we not gonna be doing the same things.
most definitely, most definitely. Well, let me ask you a question though. What made you interested in this topic?
I came across the Sumerian text.
Mm.
So when I came across the Sumerian text, it stated that a group of people came from above and created another group of people on this planet, and then
Them,
it made
them
me
the,
want to get into genetics.
yeah, them the tablets, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay, we on the same page. Cause I got into reading you know, different stuff about humans, and I'm like, bro, a lot of stuff don't add up to what they telling us and what's being taught to us.
Yeah, right. So they used to teach us that we all the same. We all evolved from monkeys. They used to say that we all needed that same diet. You feel what I'm saying? They just teach us false history. I mean, they taught us a lot of things, but none of it is true though.
Facts. Yeah, that's facts because certain stuff we like people of our color, as some people would say. Um, I feel as if our diets is different because my lady, my soon to be wife, she can't eat certain stuff. Like she not allergic to it. It's like her body really rejects that type of stuff. You feel me? And I'm like, okay, let me look into certain stuff about, you know, the biology of the human body. So yeah, I for sure feel you what you saying on that.
Absolutely. It's a so-called black people. We're not supposed to be eating meat, cheese. We're not supposed to be eating any dairy, no eggs, no bread, none of that. We got a strict diet. We ain't supposed to be eating none of that BS. And that's why we suffer from, you know, a lot of things, diabetes, high blood pressure,
Mm-hmm.
what else? We get cancer, sickle
Yeah.
cell anemia, leukemia, chronic respiratory disease, heart
Uh-huh.
disease. We suffer from all this shit literally because of what we're eating.
Most definitely. I had a great uncle. He lived until he was 107. He wrote a book about his life, basically like telling people like how he ate, what he did to, you know, treat himself. Cause he beat cancer twice, you feel me? And different things he took to beat cancer. And I read a book. Most diseases and cancers is caused by mucus. So if you able to some way get the mucus out of your body, you know, that'll help. Like I'm not saying like, you know, it'll stop death and all that, but you feel me? Yeah.
That's a fact. All that disease is a made up thing. That's the thing. People suffer from symptomologies because their body's trying to fight off the bullshit that they intake. That's all.
Most definitely. Hey, what is it's called like the placebo effect or some shit like that?
Nah, it's real residual effects. It's just your body trying to cleanse itself. But when you keep filling your body up with BS while it's trying to cleanse itself, eventually it's gonna go into your body. You feel what I'm saying? So it's what it is.
You said wrong, caused by parasites. Yeah, parasites do have a
Right.
play.
And guess what? When you eat meat, as a so-called black person, the hydrochloric acid in your stomach isn't hot enough to break it down. So all of that meat or that dead flesh just sits in there, and guess what happens? It rots. The bacteria within your microbiome actually has to pleomorphosize and turn into parasites to eat out all that BS because all that shit turns into fungus and mold. So the parasite that your body naturally created from the bacteria in there has to eat out all that shit, but it eats off the good shit as well. That's why most parasites come from within the body. A lot of people are not really getting parasites from outside of the body. Not saying that it can't happen, but most of them is created within your body from your bacteria.
Somebody said parasites cause the mucus.
Now,
So you mean to
what
tell
causes
me
mucus is a acidic environment. So all
facts?
mucus is not a bad thing. Everybody want to say, oh, it causes mucus is naturally produced by the body. What mucus does is come in an acidic environment within your body, and it cools down that acid. But overproduction of mucus because you keep eating acidic forming foods is gonna keep concentrating mucus in that one area until guess what? You start getting plaque buildup between your bones. That's arthritis. You start getting
Facts.
plaque buildup on the valves of your heart. Boom, heart disease. That's
Facts.
what's wrong when it comes to mucus.
That's why I got this I got some stuff called melanin that I be taking. I take it in the
Mullen
liquid.
leaf, yeah.
Yeah, I take it in the liquid form and I take like a gummy. But it's certain stuff that I've been taking like that are really heal the body, and I've been really researching because my 12th grade year of no my, not my 12th grade year, my junior year of high school, I tore my Achilles first game of the season of football. I ended up getting on natural teas. I started reading up on Dr. Sabi. I ended up playing the whole season of the next, you feel me, the next year. I wasn't supposed to play at all. You feel me? So I've been trying to teach motherfuckers like, bro, certain stuff that you intake, like, really does affect your health. It really do.
Absolutely. Food can either be your medicine or it can unalive you. Because, see, so called black people, the thing, we are only supposed to eat fruits, vegetables, seeds, and nuts. If we want to be completely honest. Now, I would even go as far as to say we're supposed to be completely raw, but I'm not even 100% raw. I still eat cooked foods, but I don't go against
Yeah.
that diet right there. I always eat fruits, vegetables, seeds, and nuts. Always.
Most definitely.
That's it. That's all. That's all we should be eating.
As so-called black people, I can't speak for everybody else. But
Oh yeah, I'm also black as well, but yeah.
right, that's fine. But I'm just clarifying. I can't recommend that to any other people.
I'm thinking of doing that because like my belly is big and like I'm trying to get it like to go down. I've been going to the gym, but my
Yeah.
diet is not there.
Right.
Yeah.
So when you go to the gym and you still eating BS, you're just sculpting all that toxemia and all that fat, all that mucus. You're just sculpting it. So we like to think that that shit right there is muscle. Nah, that's just sculpted fat. If we're being completely honest. Like all these big ass bodybuilders that eat 5 meals a day, nothing but complex amino acid structures.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's gonna actually unalive them. That's the thing. That's why most of them niggas be having heart failure and all that shit because they're just sculpting that toxemia. You said fruit, seeds, and eggs. Hell no, definitely not eggs. That's a part of dairy. Nah, you're not supposed to
Yeah, I don't even
eat
eat
none of
eggs.
that.
Like I naturally cannot eat eggs. I'm not allergic to it. And, like really no dairy products, like milk, none of that shit. I cannot fuck with it. It just won't. Like my body rejects that shit. I done been tested, all type of stuff, and it's like, bro, I'm 100% healthy, and I just can't. I can't do it.
Right.
So that how you feeling all bad, like I don't know. I can't explain it, but for the people that's on here and they know, if you know, you know.
Nah, you know, Wayne. Go ahead, Mister Sip. Oh, Mister Sippy. Go ahead, Mister Sippy.
Bro, I didn't even know you let me up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man, you can jot me down, bro. I wasn't trying to come up. I don't even know how I
Oh,
got up.
oh,
I'm
you
dealing with my
good?
bad ass sleep.
All right, brother. You good?
You can jot me, bro.
All right.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, hey, to the
Ether.
host though. The host, I'm finna follow you, right? Because I'm finna get off. I'm gonna follow you and hit you in the DM. Shit, if you got any information or any recommended books, shit, tap in with me.
Most definitely, I got you, brother. Abundance.
Most definitely. I just followed you.
Okay, abundance. All right.
Ether.
So
I was just wondering. So basically, you were talking about the Sumerian text or something, and I haven't heard of this before because like I'm a Muslim, right? So I follow like the Quran and like Prophet Muhammad and stuff like that. But yeah, I've heard of like the mystery school system or something, so I'm not sure how that plays into it.
you said the mystery school system.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you mean by that. I haven't heard of it personally, but
Oh, okay. I just heard of that. Like that's where all the religions come from or something like that.
hmm, I haven't heard anything on that personally. But I don't really follow any religion or anything. So
Oh, okay.
always thought you would get unalive if you didn't eat protein like meat or fish. It depends on your species. Again, so-called black people, we're completely different from everybody else outside of us. They have the cells that need those complex amino acid structures. When we eat it, it actually damages us. That's the thing. We not supposed to be eating fish, chicken, lamb, none of that. Anything with a face, hell no. Anything with eyes, no. We're not supposed to be eating that. And even a lot of this vegan shit, they want to push this vegan movement. A lot of this vegan shit is not good either. You feel what I'm saying? Just because a motherfucker says he's vegan or a motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? That don't mean that they healthy. Oreos are vegan, filled with nothing but chemicals. You feel what I'm saying? The purple Doritos, they're vegan, filled with nothing but chemicals. So again, that's why I say we need to eat 100% holistic. We need to eat holistic and only eat fruits, vegetables, seeds, and nuts. That's it, nothing else. Now, we also have to identify which fruits and which vegetables. A lot of people think bell peppers are vegetables. They're fruits. Anything that's the reproductive part of the plant is considered a fruit. They just, when you get into America and all that, they just change it because, when they get shit imported, vegetables are actually cheaper to import. So they wanted to change it. The same shit they did with the cucumber. Cucumber is not no vegetable, it's a fruit. Avocados, that's a fruit. Olives, that's a fruit. Eggplant, that's a fruit. You feel what I'm saying? A lot of this shit out here is actually fruits. But yeah, we're not gonna unalive if we're not gonna unalive if we don't eat complex proteins, because remember, it's a difference between simple amino acid structures and complex amino acid structures. So that's why it's important for us to learn ourselves so we can know what we need. Cause oh yeah, Anthony, my fault. Are we all the same species? I forgot to ask you that when you came up here.
Well, we can all breed with one another, so I'm guessing we are. But
So the thing with that is though, that wasn't always the case though.
I'm on
Like when we look throughout history.
Pardon?
No, I was saying that wasn't always the case.
These people you're talking to.
Oh, okay. Wait, but what are you talking about? Because I'm pretty sure that like even like let's say like an African man can be with like any race of woman and still have a child.
Right. Again, that's after the fact. So I would look into introgression and hybridization. That's the only reason we can actually mix with these people. Because again, when we very first came into contact with these people and they were graping and they were graping our women and children, they was actually unaliving them. Nothing was happening whatsoever. We was actually unaliving. And this is how they wiped out Brazil, Australia. They wiped out so many places that was filled with nothing but so-called black people just through venereal diseases.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there was a lot of graping.
Right, and that's the thing. Even today, we still have problems, procreating with one another. This is why the ROGAM shot is a thing. Now the ROGAM shot came after introgression and hybridization because you don't need it every single time, but still there's complications even amongst each other with the complex cell organism. They fucking some of them even need to get the ROGAM shot when dealing with one another because again, incomplete dominance. They're not even the same amongst each other.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. What's the Rogaine? Rogaine, you said? Or
Get a ROGAM shot.
Rogium shot. What
Yes,
is that?
it's a shot that if a so-called black woman wants to go procreate with, let's just say, a white man, for an example, she would have to get this shot, because if she didn't get this shot, her body would recognize his semen as a foreign substance and wouldn't allow the baby to grow and would actually unalive the child.
Oh, okay, that's crazy. I'm going with a black woman, man, for sure. That's crazy, bro.
Facts. You said false due to blood type, right? And blood types go back into animal DNA. That's the thing. See, that's the thing. Yeah, it goes into the RH factor, but the RH factor comes from the rhesus monkey. That's the thing. All those antigens that cause different blood types, those tie back into animals, literally. And we're not as so-called black people, we are not the producers of animal proteins. So we can actually get rid of these antigens, but we gonna be the way that graping has been taking place with my people for 3,000 years. We gonna be cleansing antigens for the rest of our lives. But we can actually have countermeasures to not add more antigens on the outside of our red blood cells, because we don't need antigens. We don't need none of that. Only one blood type is the shot, right? And again, we're not the producers of animal proteins. Two so-called black people, they don't need no RhoGAM shot. Let's keep it real. Oh shit. Didn't know y'all want to come up. Here we go. You can go ahead, Don, or 4G. Say we are not the same facts. 4G Don Dada, you can go ahead. Yo, 4G Don Dada.
My bad.
All right, you can go ahead. Oh, all right, go ahead, Rizadone.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good.
Good. I actually had some questions because this is the first time I'm hearing this. Would you be okay with that? Me asking some questions?
Right. So, do you think we're all the same species first?
Yeah, that's what I learned in school. Is that incorrect?
Go ahead and explain how we are.
Well, we can all procreate with each other. I would think that has some bearing.
Okay.
What is it that you've learned? I'm curious. Your opinions.
Well, to combat the whole, us creating fertile offspring and whatnot. That's only because of introgression and hybridization. Because there was no mixing before the 12th dynasty, and even when we started to see other species of people grape our women and children, again, like I was saying to the brother Anthony, they were actually unaliving those women and children.
Do
So
you think there's do you think like the YT and the BK are different species? How do you feel about like Asian? Are they a different species too?
everybody outside of so-called black people has animal DNA. Now, again, the percentages of animals that they share genes with can vary because of incomplete dominance, but so-called black people are the only people with no animal DNA.
Can you show me the paper for that?
Again, I can give you books because this
What book are you referencing?
so all my books are on my Instagram, but just one for an example would be Genetics for Dummies by, I'm pretty sure, let me see, Tara Rodden Robertson. I thought it was
I'm sorry, can you say that again, the book title?
Genetics for Dummies by Tara Rodden Robertson, and she has a PhD. So she's a geneticist. And then another one would be by Renee Fester Kratz. She's a biologist, and that would be Biology for Dummies.
Okay.
So
And
again,
these two medical professionals, doctors, are stating that what are they saying, that all other races but the BK are you said unnatural earlier?
right, absolutely not. with their, because again, these are eukaryotic cell organisms. So my understanding comes from me actually reading the book and applying the information. So again, they're not gonna flat out and come and say, well, so-called black people have no animal DNA. You actually have to read and learn genetics and biology to kind of understand that, because again, we see that our genes are not expressing in the same way as everybody else outside of us. And when we learn why genes express the way that they express, we can kind of see how, that the animals that Charles, or I'm not going to say y'all, that the complex cell organism shares DNA with, we actually see their genes, those animal genes expressing themselves, and we can see it on a macro level through phenotype as well.
Okay, so are you talking about like chimerism?
Not necessarily. I would more so say like, I mean, I'm not sure. I would say they were constructed to look the way that they look. For an example, I wouldn't necessarily, because chimeras are kind of like a cross between a human,
Human and an animal, which you
right?
were referencing earlier. Yeah.
Right. Humans are animals. That's the thing. So they are 100% animal DNA. So
Well,
when
that would be integrating a different species with the human, right? That's what that would be.
you said do what?
A different species, like an animal, like a dog, mixing it with a human, that would be chimeric, right?
Right. So even with that, again, they're 100. The eukaryotic cell organism that they refer to as humans, all of them are 100% animal DNA. So they share DNA with or genes with multiple different types of organisms to construct their own organism. So it kind of, as far as saying that they're a chimera, technically, I guess you could say that, but at the same time, it's still, I don't know, it wouldn't make sense. I just know that they have animal DNA.
You're saying everyone but the BK people have animal DNA?
Right. So everybody outside of so-called black people possesses animal DNA from multiple different animals. Yes.
And that is proven in the books you cited for me earlier, correct?
Right. From gaining the understanding of genetics and biology. Yes.
Well, even epigenetics has a direct effect on our genome as well, and that can just be from our environment. Yeah. So I'd have to do some more in-depth studies surrounding this issue. I haven't heard it until I passed it on your live. So I'm gonna look into this and see what this is about. And you said someone said earlier that like we weren't here before or something
Right. So
like that.
right. Yeah. I mean, as far as modern Homo sapiens, because a variant, or I would even say a variant, but a different eukaryotic humanoid species was created. Again, you have the Neanderthals, the Denisovans, the Homo erectus, things like that. They were actually created before y'all. But as far as the modern day, Homo sapien or whatever, yes, y'all are only 6,000 to 8,000 years old. Or I'd say 6,000 to 10,000 years old. I'd give y'all 10,000 years. But before that, y'all didn't exist.
Oh, is that in the book as well that we didn't exist?
Now that's more of looking at articles, because I don't just go off of the books. I kind of just get, the books are mainly for me to understand genetics, biology, neuroscience, psychology, biochemistry, things like that. But as far as getting into the historic aspect, I mainly kind of just focus on those articles submitted by professionals.
Would you by any chance have remember any of those articles stating this?
I don't. I would have to go through my. I would have to go through my screenshots. I got a lot of screenshots, so I have to go through them.
Yeah, I'd love that information for that claim as well.
Right, when I find it, I'll post it on my Instagram.
Okay, so you're under the belief system that we're biologically very different.
Absolutely.
So that would be like that would fall under scientific racism, like
Racism.
the belief that the human species is divided into biologically distinct taxa or other races.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's racism. I
Well,
would
it's
just say
defined here
right. I
as
got you.
such.
Again, I
Hmm.
wouldn't necessarily claim it as racism because when you look at, for an example, flies are unnatural to the planet, and y'all actually share 61% of your genes with that specific animal. Flies don't sit here and get mad at honeybees because honeybees are honeybees. You feel what I'm saying? They just accept that they're both that specific organism. I feel like within the so-called human race, we should accept genetics and biology as well. You feel what I'm saying? Because
So
genetic,
we should accept as a society the biological differences between us, is what you're
right?
saying?
Because that shouldn't cause racism, hatred, anything. That's not the point of me, hosting these lives. It's just to inform our brothers and sisters and even some of the eukaryotic cell organisms that we're not the same. And because we're not the same, we learn differently, we eat differently, and we interact with our environment completely differently. So we shouldn't be trying to infringe or force our ways upon each other because again, it's not going to work because we're genetically and biologically different. We're not the same species. So why are we infringing ways upon one another?
I think we have more in common than you think.
Again, that's after y'all got on the planet, though.
Is there that article to prove that? Do you have something that states that YT people are unnatural to this planet?
Yes, genetics clearly shows that you share DNA with multiple different, and it's again, this is not a black white thing. This is strictly everybody outside of so-called black people. So every person outside of so-called black people possesses animal DNA to construct their organism. Now there are some variants that are closer to us, such as the new kids on the block or the hybrids, like the Somali people, Mexicans, the Samoans, people like that came after y'all. So those people would be more closer to so-called black people. But as far as the Asian, Arab, and white man, y'all three right there were actually created by something with intelligence that was playing God on the planet. And we see this.
Okay, is there something I can reference for that claim?
So what made me come across that would be the Sumerian text and studying genetics, because again, when you look at everybody outside of so-called black people, clearly you see that they tell you that y'all share DNA with multiple different types of animals, and these animals, again, these genes was used to construct your organism, and we see this through a phenotypical level as well as a behavioral level as well.
Okay, so your claim is that it's in a Sumerian text that YT people are
That's what
mixed
sparked
with
it.
animals?
Right, that's what sparked it. No, science says that y'all are mixed with animals, not just the
Oh, science does.
Sumerian text does say that as well, but science also says that you share animal DNA and genes as well.
Yeah, where can I look at that article about that?
You would look it up, humans with animal DNA, and it'll show you all the animals that you share DNA with, and you can go to, again,
And
professional articles under that. You don't just got to go off of the AI overview or whatever. You can scroll down, and there's gonna be plenty of articles that show that.
okay, I'm writing that down. So you're saying that specifically BK people are the only ones who don't have any kind of chimerism within them, correct?
Right. There was no possible way we could have been created because, again, the type of melanin we have, the only way. So let me give you this as well. CRISPR-Cas9. Are you familiar with CRISPR-Cas9?
Yes, actually CRISPR, there's Cas13, there's a whole bunch. There's symbio, synthetic biology. There's a lot of ins and
Right.
outs to that. The RNA, the mRNA people took, that acts just like CRISPR. So anyone that got that, I'm sure they're showing those edits.
Right. So, yeah, when we get in, CRISPR and things like that, it shows that, again, you can in order to splice a cell, you would have to use UV light, right? So with the thing with so-called black people, you can't really splice our cells because again, our cells are coated in neuromelanin, so you can't splice our cells.
So you're saying if someone with who was BK took a CRISPR or gene drives, they wouldn't be genetically edited?
Right, you can't splice into our cells, right?
What article are you reading from to prove that claim?
That's just again, you would have to understand the biochemical substance neuromelanin. Again, like when you try to splice into the cell of a so-called black person, again, you have to use UV light in order to splice into the cell. So you have to absorb. It's going that the melanin or the neuromelanin is going to absorb that UV light every single time, and we see this with our melanin all the time. Even when it comes to the sun, we absorb that UV, the UV light from the sun. And
Well,
even
CRISPR is a system that's created by programming, like a Cas enzyme, which
right
is
from the
involved
plant,
in like cellular apoptosis or cell unaliving and proliferation to bind to a certain DNA or RNA sequence. So it doesn't just have to do with the DNA; it also has to do with the messenger, the ribosome.
right? Again, I don't even think we don't have the same cell type as well.
You don't have
Like
ribosomes?
you're a eukaryotic organism. So-called black people aren't.
Are you
We're
saying BK
prokaryotic
people don't
organisms.
have ribosomes?
Right, we're prokaryotic organisms.
Well, that's quite the claim.
Right, so all of our embryological information stems from. All of our information stems from one embryological origin.
But I've never heard that before, that BK people don't have ribosomes within them.
Right.
And you're saying they don't?
Again, prokaryotic organisms. So that could,
What?
prokaryotic cells, no, they don't have ribosomes. They don't even have a nucleus.
So you don't even have like DNA is what you're saying?
Right, all of our cells are programmed by that biochemical substance because neuromelanin is an intelligence. It's an intelligent substance, so all of our cells are programmed by that.
Yeah, I'd have to look into that. I've never heard that before, that you guys don't have any ribosomes within you. And that's all you're saying, that's only from in other races,
Right,
ribosomes?
it's in all eukaryotic. I wouldn't say, as far as races, I would say it would tie into all eukaryotic cells because again, if we just go off of the basis of evolution, it would be how do we go from haploids to diploids, or how do we go from prokaryotic to eukaryotic? So
Okay. So, but what doesn't make sense to me currently is that like all cells have ribosomes. So that's like to make the proteins necessary for life. So how would you be alive without those things?
again, all of our cells are programmed by that intelligent biochemical substance.
Right, but these are like multi-component molecular machines that build complex proteins by,
Right,
you know,
right. That's because of all the whole thing with the eukaryotic cell is you're not lying. It's complex, and it's only complex because again, all of the different information from different animals. So with so-called black people, again, all of our cells stem from one embryological origin.
but you were saying that you don't have ribosomes, and that doesn't make sense. Then you wouldn't even be alive right now if you didn't have those.
No, you wouldn't be alive if you didn't have it because again, we're not the same. That's what I'm saying. Again, everything that your cell
But that claim is wrong because
hold on. So again,
yeah.
you have all your organelles that's what's within the eukaryotic cell, right? All of those have to communicate with each other in order to carry out the function of the cell. We don't have that because again, neuromelanin programs all of our cells, so we don't have all these different things inside of our cells that have to communicate with each other just so we can perform an act. You feel what I'm saying? This is why y'all are very delayed.
Oh,
With
because from what I'm reading currently, it says that all cells need ribosomes.
Right, all eukaryotic cells, yes.
So when you say BK people don't have ribosomes, that makes me question where you're getting this other information from.
Again, understanding different cellular functions. So you have unicellular function and multicellular function. You're referring to the multicellular function, and I was referring to the unicellular function. So go ahead.
No, you can finish if you'd like.
No, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but that's why it's not making sense to me, because all cells need that.
Right,
They all need ribosomes. You catch what I'm saying, or is this you just believe something completely different?
No, I'm just saying you're referring to the eukaryotic cell. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, you need ribosomes to make proteins necessary for life. So if you're saying that BK people don't have them, that's where I'm just like, where are you getting your information that backs up what you're stating?
All right. I mean, I don't know how to break it down for you. I'm saying, again, you're talking about a eukaryotic cell, and from my research, so-called black people are not eukaryotic organisms. That's what I'm just a little, I don't know how to break it down to
Do you have like a paper that explains this so I can get it from there?
No, this, again, you would have to look at my books and understand the prokaryotic cell versus the eukaryotic cell.
Can you tell me the difference?
Again, I mean, the basic difference is prokaryotic cells lack organelles and they don't have a nucleus. They split through binary fission. They lack introns. So again, because they lack introns, they can't be spliced. Their DNA is circular. Their chromosomes are circular. And then when you get over to the eukaryotic cell, it's a multicellular organism, which eukaryotic just means true-seeded. So true-seeded nucleus, that's all eukaryotic means. So again, their DNA is linear. They're actually diploids. I mean,
so you're saying BK people don't have like a nucleus to their cell?
Right.
Okay.
Because all of it's programmed by neuromelanin.
Neuromelanin. So that acts like your DNA?
In a sense, yes.
Is this proven in scientific circles? What your theories are here?
I wouldn't say scientists came out and just said it. Again, this comes from my independent research of understanding the biochemical substance itself and different cellular functions.
Yeah, that's why I came up, because I wanted to understand what you were saying more about this this theory. But you're telling me I should just go do my own research about it?
Right, because a lot of people, instead of doing their own research, and not saying you, because you in it, you already know about CRISPR and all that. It's just, a lot of people kind of just go off of, instead of like trying to understand things for themselves or getting the full picture, they kind of go off of somebody else's picture. And again, I'm not just reading from one scientist, I'm reading from multiple different scientists, so I can actually kind of just come up with my own conclusion off of the understandings. Like, again, when you said you don't know how so-called black people don't have animal DNA, but everybody else does, from my understanding of understanding, genotype, phenotype, and, DNA and genes, again, they claim, I'm just going off of their claims because they claim that we're all 99.9% the same, right? If we was all 99.9% the same and we all had that animal DNA, why is it that when you look at the phenotype or the base phenotype of so-called black people, you don't see any type of animal traits? But when you go with, everybody else outside of us, you can start to see that animal DNA express itself through, hair, the type of melanin, behavior, things like that. But again, when you go to so-called black people, you don't see that.
Oh, what kind of behavior do other races display that you call animal?
For an example, a lot of, other races, bestiality has skyrocketed. You feel what I'm saying? That's becoming a big issue amongst the eukaryotic cell organism. So-called black people, we're not into that, like respectfully. Or
Are you saying that there's never been any BK that's done that before?
absolutely, I'm not going to say that nobody's ever did it before. Again, we have chemically imbalanced brothers and sisters, but when it comes down to collectiveness, nah. As a collective, no, we not into that. See,
Are
a lot
you
of people have considered their dogs as a part of their family, even if y'all not into the bestiality. That's a part of y'all. Y'all look at that like that's an actual family member. So-called black people are looking at dogs completely different. That's not these niggas. We not tongue kissing our dogs. None of that shit. And I'm just saying that respectfully. We're not into none of that stuff right there. So again, even when we get into phenotype, right? Hypertrichosis, vestigial tails, the SLOS phenotypes, 1p36 chromosome deletion, things like that. That comes from having animal DNA as well, or being a most.
actually, that was listed on the side effects for the recent inoculation most people took. 1p36 deletion syndrome. That was on that 9-page list.
Right, I wouldn't doubt it, but it's also caused by UVC radiation as well. So people who didn't, you know what I'm saying, they're actually going through that as well. So that's not the only cause of it, but I do agree with you there.
Yeah. I was surprised you knew about CRISPR too. Do you see other races as like animalistic?
I mean, they have animal DNA, but again,
Do you think that BK people can act like animalistic ever?
absolutely chemically imbalanced brothers and sisters. This is why I kind of say it's a detriment for us to be infringing ways upon one another, because before we were
like procreating with one another?
That's also a detriment, but not even just procreation, just the simple fact so-called black people eating like the eukaryotic cell organism chemically imbalances them. So now we're acting out of line because a lot of these foods affect us very negatively. You feel what I'm saying?
I agree with you on that. Our food is mostly not classified as even food.
Right. So, man, so if we go in our natural state, us eating according to our genetic makeup, we're not going to be, exhibiting all these different acts that we're doing today.
Yeah, I agree with you there. We should be cleaning up our food, definitely. So yeah, thanks for answering my questions. I'll definitely take a look into those books, who wrote them, things like that. And then you also said the Sumerian text stated that YT people are not natural, right? I think that's it.
Humanity. Not even. See, again, I don't like just trying to say just white people. It's everybody outside of so-called black people.
So it's everybody but the BK people, right?
Right.
That's what you're saying. So you're saying that like your race is like it's like the true race?
Absolutely not. No. I'm saying that we're just genetically and biologically different. See, we came here. See, we're the only ones who evolved with Earth's natural evolution. Everybody else came through, electrofusion, electroporation, genetic engineering.
Well, electroporation has more to do with like MATRA, which is magnetic assisted transfection.
Right. But again, you can still, when it comes into electroporation, you can still use that to go inside of a cell.
To electroporate the cell to make a small hole. Let's say with Wi-Fi, that electroporates our cells and allows like endogenous DNA to enter and integrate.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that BK people don't have DNA within their cells to integrate with?
Nah, we have that. Again, we have that neuromelanin that programs our cells, so we don't necessarily. We have what you would call DNA, but it's not found within a nucleus, though.
So something like Matra would not affect BK people. Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't necessarily say it wouldn't affect us, but it wouldn't affect us in the same manner, I would say. Beansy, hey, oh, I didn't even know Beansy was up here. If Beansy, come up
Yeah,
here.
but how would it not affect you? That's what I'm not grasping.
Different cellular functions again. So,
But if you have like a
look at that.
cell and this can electroporate your cell and allow this stuff to come
All right, so
through,
melanin is a
what's the
good.
study that states that BK people have a blockade to this type of thing? What I'm asking for,
When
like,
you look
where
in,
I can read about that.
I got you. So, are you familiar that a melanin is a very good conductor of electricity? Or
Yeah, can you tell me where I can read about this subject?
again, you would have to look it up and then go to an article. Don't go off of that. I mean, the AI overview is going to tell you the truth, but it's better to get in depth and look at the article.
Well, AI is allowed to lie
Melanin,
to us too, so I'm wary of
absolutely.
that.
Right. That's why I'm saying, go straight to that article. But
Do you have an article offhand I can look up?
right. Yeah, it would be in my screenshots, but again, I have a lot of screenshots. So I would have to specifically go look for it.
Yeah,
But
Beansy,
again, I could.
it's classified, Wi-Fi is classified as a 2B carcinogen according to the WHO. That's been known for years now.
Yeah, Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I'll definitely look into it. I was just hoping for something to go off of to start looking into that subject. But I guess I'll go blind on that. But thank you for allowing me on the panel and to have a discussion. I appreciate it.
Abundance. I actually enjoyed this conversation. Definitely.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you have a wonderful day.
You too. Oh, I didn't even see these people right here. Now that was a good convo, though. I most definitely appreciated that conversation. Go ahead, Jeffrey. Yeah, Jeffrey. Go ahead. I don't think Jeffrey here. Frank. Frank, you back? Let me see what he's saying. Don't start no BS. Go ahead, Frank.
The ones with extra melanin, not the same species, that's for sure.
Nah, it's not about extra melanin because again, everything has melanin, but when we get to the multicellular organism, they actually have a abnormal amount of melanin. So it's not that y'all don't have y'all have less melanin.
Why is the average IQ in Africa
Hold on.
lower than anywhere else?
Look, see, you want to get straight to BS. If you're gonna ask me a question, at least allow me to fully, answer.
You interrupted me.
Nah, because you said something about melanin and then you stopped, so I started talking. So again, do you want me
I
to?
haven't finished.
But you went straight to IQ after talking about melanin. So what do you want to talk about?
You were just speaking for a very long time, was all.
You just not making no sense. You said something about melanin. I tried to dispute that, and then you started talking about IQ.
Well, here we go. I'll bring up the point.
Melanin. Which one do you like? I'm confused.
I'll bring up the point.
All right, go ahead.
Why is the continent of Africa consisting of the lowest average IQ? Why is that?
So by whose standards? Go ahead.
Well, let's not act stupid now. I mean,
Now,
I
by
know
whose
you come
Wait,
from
hold
the
on.
continent.
Is black people evaluating IQ, or is that a complex cell organism? Come on,
Why don't you just answer the question?
Right. So instead of it, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you want me to answer the question, is because they're being evaluated by a complex cell organism. So again, who is evaluating IQ? Is that a complex cell organism or is that so-called black people?
Do you understand what IQ is?
Again, who's evaluating that?
You obviously lack it because you can't
Again, who is
solve this
evaluating
problem we're
that?
currently faced
Right.
with.
So somebody had to evaluate Africa to say that, right? So I'm gonna just go off of what you said. You said Africa they have the lowest IQ over there, right? So somebody had to evaluate that, and guess what? It wasn't so-called black people who did that. It was like, again, a complex cell organism that evaluated them. So
Okay, so are you saying a
that's how y'all.
superior,
Hold on,
a
hold on, hold on. I
superior
wasn't done. I got you. I
race?
wasn't done. So just how y'all niggas said that Christopher Columbus discovered America, the same way y'all niggas going over there saying people have low IQs and shit. That's the thing. Like, again, it doesn't really matter who's natural to the planet. Can I ask you that? Who's actually natural to the planet and naturally conducive?
Why do you need to
Who's
run
naturally conducive?
circles? Why does everything need to be complicated for you?
I got
Is
you.
it
Well, who's
is it just
naturally
because
I answered your question. Hold on, I answered your question respectfully, even though you trying to use trigger words. But again, so I'm gonna ask you a simple
I haven't used
question:
trigger
who
words?
is naturally conducive to the planet?
Homo sapiens.
Who's naturally conducive to the planet?
I just answered your question.
No, y'all are not naturally conducive. Obviously, if UVC radiation is removing y'all from the planet, so again, who is naturally conducive?
Do you understand geography and the weather?
Again, who is absolutely? So again, can you answer my question? Who is naturally conducive to the planet? Because we clearly see that there's a group of people being removed by UVC radiation.
So why in a cold climate would you need additional melanin?
Why would a group of people who thrive within the sun go to a colder climate? Like, what? We can ask these dumbass questions all day. So let's just get straight to it. Why is it that your genes are expressing animal?
Because it's better for farming. You
So
can
your
farm much higher
I got you.
yields
So
with colder weather than you can in the
your
desert.
genes are expressing animal DNA because of farming. Gotcha. Not a problem. Not a problem.
Well, can you not comprehend that?
Again, I'm trying to still figure out how to use. Matter of fact, I'm gonna just go straight to the money because you couldn't answer this the last time I talked to you. How did we go from prokaryotic to eukaryotic?
We already had this discussion.
Absolutely, you couldn't answer it. So how do we go from prokaryotic to eukaryotic? Why am I hearing crickets, Mr. High IQ?
We've already had this discussion.
Right, and you couldn't answer it the last time. So again, how do we go from prokaryotic to eukaryotic? You want to bring up all this adaptation?
Yeah,
I got you.
your
Not a problem.
stance,
How did it happen?
your entire stance isn't based on anything.
Right, not a problem. So
Your ideology.
Hold on. Remember, Africa has the lowest IQ, right? So can you break it down to? Hold on, break it down. There's a lot of so-called black people in here. Hold on. There's a lot of so-called black people in my chat right now. And remember, you said we had the lowest IQ. So can you explain to us low IQ people how we went from prokaryotic to eukaryotic, please?
Yeah, so IQ is based on problem solving.
You see what I'm saying, bro? You see what I'm saying? Like, you can't make
You
this
want
shit
me
up.
to finish? Because it seems to me like you're scared you're going to look stupid if I finish my sentence, and that's why you need to
Listen,
mute
you
me.
said we have low IQs and you wanted to, hooray, you got a high IQ.
Why don't you let me
So,
finish my sentence?
again, because you're not answering my question. You want to dodge the
How
fucking
will
question,
you know
bro.
if I'm answering your question if you let me speak
We're
3
not
words?
dodging the question. All right, I'm going to allow you to talk, but It has to be concerning to how we went from
Well, I'll
prokaryotic to
say what I want
eukaryotic.
to
Go ahead.
say.
How do we go from prokaryotic to eukaryotic? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so like I said last time, your stance isn't based upon anything other than a conspiracy theory.
So you don't know. All right, how to get you up out of here, nigga? You don't know, and that's completely Beansy. You come up here. I enjoy talking to Beansy. You feel what I'm saying? You want to say endosymbiosis? Completely false. I already told you last time. Prokaryotic cells split through binary fissions, creating exact copies of one another. They're programmed with everything that they'll need, and they lack introns. I told you that the three big ones last time, and you still saying endosymbiosis. We don't see endosymbiosis taking place with any of the prokaryotic cells today. So we don't see that with natural prokaryotic cells. We actually still see them splitting through binary fission. That's the thing, Beansy.
Man, I'm gonna die on that hill.
Whoa,
I'm gonna die on the endosymbiosis hill.
whoa. Why you coming here like that, man? You already know. Come on now.
I wasn't coming at you strong. That wasn't my intent. I was just joking with you.
Go ahead, man.
How Wi-Fi is blasting your cells apart. Could be worse.
Nah, I mean Wi-Fi does affect you negatively though.
I mean, you can make that argument, I guess, but I'm not gonna sit here and listen to somebody say that EMF at that frequency is blasting your DNA apart. Anyway, but yeah, man, I'm gonna die on that endosymbiosis hill, man. I'm living with it.
You still gonna go with it?
Yeah, man, I'm gonna die on that hill. I'm gonna sit here and die on that hill. You know, they just identified a new one in plants, right? It's kind of cool. It's called nitroplasts. And they fix nitrogen. That's pretty cool.
I got you, man.
I can get behind that.
Again,
What do you think about what do you think about neuromelanin's protection against Wi-Fi?
again, she was referring to electroporation. So again, our type of melanin is a great conductor for electricity. So I don't believe it affects us. Not saying that it can affect so-called black people, but I don't believe that it affects us in the same way as a eukaryotic cell.
Yeah, but I don't think I could be wrong on this, but like the EMF is like generated from the movement electricity, right? So it's actually like the electromagnetic field, the magnetic field that's being produced from the movement of electricity. So you guys, is neuromelanin protective against magnets as well? I'm just gearing you up to argue with her next
The
time.
thing, neuromelanin is it's electromagnetic itself. That's what the soul is. The soul, or aka the sun, is electromagnetic itself. So,
Well, it puts off EMF, right? Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on that.
all right,
The
so
sun is like
so-called black
energy,
people are
right?
the same as the sun.
Oh, that's kind of sick. I got to give you that. That's actually really cool. So are you guys like endosymbiotic to the sun or just symbiotic to the sun?
Oh, here we go with the endosyn. Nah, bro, we the sun. We the soul or the sun walking in the flesh, man. We're directly connected to the sun.
Damn. Have you seen that movie Cocoon when they open up those cocoons and those people, it looks like the sun's shining at them
Nah, I haven't
with
watched it.
Wilford Brimley? You should give it a watch. It's a ton of white people, though. I got to be honest with you.
What's
Old
it
white
called?
people. Cocoon.
Cocoon. All right.
Kind of depressing.
But you already know I gotta you know what I'm saying, Beansy. You already know I gotta. Oh, what's up, Skywatcher? Oh shit, she come. Hey, Beansy, you already know I
Man,
gotta
she's
ask
going to
you
tell
this
me to
question.
shut up if you bring her up. She always mutes the
Nah,
hell out of me.
she respects you, bro. She respects you.
I'm just glad you had me up, man. It's always fun. I got to be honest with you.
Most definitely.
All right.
You know I gotta ask you some questions though.
You going to grill me now? Don't ask me the types
Nah,
of melanin. I don't want to talk about that. I'm not good with it.
I'm not. I got
Freaking
you. I
feel
got you.
melanin, man. You roast my ass on that all the time. And Skywatcher's gonna crush me.
Bro. Now I just want to ask you a few questions because you know what I'm saying? Again, you believe that we're the same species, right?
I hope so, man. I like you. I gotta be honest.
I fuck with you too, bro. You know what I'm saying? You could hold a conversation. But
I think that depends on who it's with. I gotta be honest with you on that one. Let's hear it. Do I think we're the same species?
yeah, like
Yes. If you need proof from prokaryotic, eukaryotic, endosymbiosis.
I mean, you know that endosymbiosis shit is BS. Already then said it, and you said you gonna
Yeah.
unalive about it. That's what you said.
Yeah,
You
I
unalive.
am. I'm gonna unalive on that hill. I'm mounted, propped up. I'm on that hill.
Now, Beans.
Oh
Now
God, here we go. I'm gonna get cooked again.
we talked about the endosymbiosis now.
I
So
know.
I'm not gonna go for the endosymbiosis. We're gonna start here. Where did the eukaryotic cell come from? If the prokaryotic cell engulfed the eukaryotic cell, where did that information come from?
They both had their own information, right?
Do
That's
they
why we.
consider that the
Yeah,
eukaryotic cell is complex, meaning that there is multiple genetic material that is within that genome? So all of that genetic material does not stem from one embryological origin. It comes from multiple different places. So this is what I'm saying. If we're going to talk about the eukaryotic cell, we have to go cell like DNA for DNA, like every single animal, plant, insect, everything that is involved. So that's what I'm saying. Like, does your theory actually make sense here? Like, is it plausible? Because then we have to go back to how do we go from haploids to diploids?
Wait, I think those are two things. You mean going haploid to diploid? I mean, that's just a genome duplication of that, right?
We're referring to autotroph to being heterotroph or beings.
Yeah.
We're talking about the ideology of evolution, which endosymbiosis is explaining the same thing because it's saying that the eukaryotic cell is engulfed by the prokaryotic cell. So if there are two different cellular functions, where does the next one, if prokaryotic organisms were the only organisms here, where did the other one come from?
Well, I think when they merged, right? So the one hijacked the like the mitochondria hijacks the translational properties of the eukaryotic cell, right? So mitochondria came from a prokaryotic cell. It has its own genome, circular genome, and it hijacks the eukaryotic cell properties to express its genes.
Right, but what I'm asking you is, I can tell you how the prokaryotic cell got here, why it's still here, and I can explain to you how it's still expanding with the universe. Zell just asked you a question before I went on mute. He said, why don't we see that still happening today? What is the true origin of the eukaryotic cell? That's what we're asking. Like, you're telling...
Oh, we do see that today. Sorry, I
We
didn't
want to
mean.
see...
Sorry,
Somebody
I
had called me.
apologize.
We want to know. No, you're good. We want to know the cause, not the effect. Like, we can look at eukaryotic cells today and see that they exist, but how?
Yeah,
Yeah, so science
no
won't answer
single.
that. Unfortunately, I
Yeah,
agree. The science won't answer that.
no eukaryotic organism on this planet has ever came from a prokaryotic cell. So endosymbiosis is just a theory. So let's start focusing on where y'all came from and
No,
how quick y'all leaving the planet.
no, I just said though. We got. I mean, I'm probably leaving the planet soon. To be honest with you, if my significant other keeps getting mad at me.
Wait, I didn't hear you. What
But
you say?
we have endosymbiosis occurring in nature right now, right? So, like I just brought up the new organelle that was identified, the nitroblast, which is a new root nodule that's fixing nitrogen for different plants. So it's occurring right now. We see it.
No prokaryotic cell is engulfing another cell to become a eukaryotic. No, you don't. It's not happening. And all that you said, that doesn't make a prokaryotic cell a eukaryotic cell.
That doesn't make sense considering that prokaryotic cells lack introns. Why would it need to engulf a cell with an intron That
Wait,
doesn't like it
no.
doesn't
It's
make
okay. Just answer one question for me, and then I want to ask you another question. What are the like the primary function of introns? Do we know?
it's. Did he say introns? What's the function
Yeah,
of introns?
yeah, yeah.
It's yeah, that's the nucleoid. That's the nucleoid region.
That's the inner region
Yeah,
of
the
the
innermost region. My bad,
the
baby.
inner regions of the genes.
Yeah.
So you're saying how does it function? All you got to know is how neuromelanin function. How does the sun function? That's how our inner region moves. That's how our inner region operates. Down to the
Is
biomolecule of the cell, it operates like the sun.
that
When we
yep.
look at the inner region of y'all, which have your introns that can get moved and spliced, yeah, we can see that yours is animal based. You see what I'm saying? Yours is animal based. Your
Y'all have
introns are animals.
spliceosomes.
The thing is, they can only say that our introns are solar based. They don't really know what's really in there because they can't splice into in there.
Can't
You see
splice
what I'm
light
saying?
with light.
You can't splice light with light. So you saying what intron? That makes no sense because we lack introns.
That's the point that I was making. Why
We
would
don't
we
have
need
any.
to engulf a cell that has all this other genetic material when the prokaryotic organism doesn't need it? Why are we encompassing another cell? And again, answer my question first. How did the eukaryotic cell get here? You said science doesn't have that explanation. Yes, it does. Science is saying that the eukaryotic cell got here through electroporation, introgression, which is done through hybridization. So the top geneticists are saying that the top geneticists in the world are saying that. The top biologists in the world are saying that as well.
Yeah, he
You
left.
can look at the entire pedigree of a man and you can get that breakdown. He left. Beansy left. Beansy.
But
I've
he's
been
still
bragging
in
on
here
you for
though.
like 2 weeks. You the only white boy I can talk to. What the hell?
Yeah, I don't know why he left. He's still up in here. I'm gonna invite you back. Maybe it closed by mistake. I don't know. I'm gonna invite you back. But until then, go ahead, Rico. What's up, brother?
What's up, y'all? Abundance of gratitude, man. You already know we not the same species, man. I don't got too much to say. If it get too crowded up here, you can drop me to the chat, bro. But yeah, they already know what's up.
Oh, that abundance, brother. Beansy, you up in here? I don't know what happened to you, but if anybody wants to answer this question, are we all the same species? Anybody can request up and share your thoughts on that. But did you want to say something, Jay?
I was just gonna say because you were talking about how are we all the same species? I just want to talk about the top scientists in the world. Like who's actually splicing? Because we need to lock in on that. You know what I'm saying? Because even last live it got cut off. We weren't even able to finish what we were saying. So just picking up from that, a lot of people in there still think Yaqub, right? Somebody was in here asking about Yaqub. So while the brothers and sisters are in here, we have to start understanding that when we look on a macrocosm level, we are not seeing our people splice each other, right? And if you understand our genetics and what it would take to actually make these people, you don't take a prokaryotic cell to make a eukaryotic one. That's the whole base premise of the discussion that we're having about genetics. So if we actually understand genetics is debunking the Yaqub story, right? So we just have to pay attention. Now, what I do want to lock in on, because somebody was in my DMs about this, somebody said that Yaqub can mean different things depending on the language or the culture. All of these religions, right? All of these different stories are explaining the same thing. Like we can even drop the semantics with Yaqub, right? We can look at Greek mythology, we can look at religion, we can look at several different, things, and we can actually see that splicing is taking place. That's the main thing. Let's just understand that splicing is so-called inhumane, it's taking place. Now let's lock on who's actually doing it, why, and to who. That's what's going to help us get our children back. That's what's going to help us understand what the system was built for and why, is actually understanding genetics. I just wanted to say that because somebody had DM'd me about that.
Most definitely abundance. Man, that's a question I got too. Who all thinks that so-called black people or Yakub created the eukaryotic cell organism? Because I did see a couple Yakub comments up in here as well. Because everybody we ask, how can you splice in the neuromelanin or anything like that? Y'all can never give a explanation. And again, yeah, y'all say Anunnaki all the time, but Anunnaki just means those who fell from above or those who just came from above. See, I feel like a lot of people are just regurgitating. Are we actually reading, understanding the meaning of the words that we keep saying?
It's okay. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it takes another brother or sister, you know what I'm saying, asserting their piece to the puzzle to help you make sense of your own. That's the whole point of us coming together. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm not knocking I just don't be responding to every DM on TikTok. I barely be on here now. Like now I didn't switch ship to Instagram. So I seen that I meant to answer that in my live, forgot, and then meant to say it in your live and forgot, and then I just remembered it just now. So it's important for us to commune, but we have to make sure that we're doing the research so that we can have something to commune about, right? Somebody said, can someone tell me what Yakub is? I think we just did. My bad, like the big head scientists. They were animals when we first got here, and they still are. See what I'm saying?
Y'all don't realize a lot of people think just because they look so-called humanoid, y'all think that they're spliced with our DNA. They was constructed to look that way. That's the thing. Splicing they didn't just go from, they didn't start by creating that white, Asian, and Arab man. They was creating other organisms, other life forms before they even thought to get to the, so-called white, Asian, and Arab man. So this has been taking place for quite some time. They was constructed to look humanoid.
Facts. I was ready to say whatever entity that did create these people, they just how can I say it? They just pretty much mimicked the way that we look, if you want to say it like that. But they didn't use any of us, but they used us for like a blueprint in their brains. Like, oh, we got to create this cell to look like these people, to throw the whole system off. You feel what I'm saying?
In fact, again, if they could splice so-called black people, or if they could, take genetic information from ourselves, there wouldn't be no need for no white, Asian, or Arab man. They would have just took us and just altered us. They were made in our image. I wouldn't say that. Again, we can just look on a phenotypical level and see that we're completely different from these people. And with us understanding genetics, like if we really get in, lock in and start reading, that would just tell you that we're just not the same right there, because our genes aren't expressing in the same way. That's probably the next stage of evolution. What?
Look, y'all, it's people in here, and it's a question on the board, but it's a lot of people in here asking questions in the comments. Can y'all come up, or y'all busy, or what? You know what I'm saying? Because that way we can understand each other better. You know what I'm saying? Because evolution never happened, right? Or else we would see it still happening today. So sometimes I wonder if cells can be copied, and could that be copied, and could that copy be cut into? Yeah, it just depends on the cell. The eukaryotic cell can be spliced. Their cells naturally undergo splicing. It's called
Spliceosome.
spliceosomes.
Spliceosome protein.
Spliceosomes protein, yeah. So their cells naturally undergo splicing because it is multiple different genetic material that's within that genome. So the best way I can explain it in layman's terms is like, let's say you're let's take the ideology of build a nigga, right? So you got different qualities or traits or characteristics that you want within a so-called human. So when we look at YT people, we see that their skin is porcelain based, right? Sulfur and ammonia based beings, right? So that comes from animals like chickens, dogs, cats, fish. You're taking different animal proteins, different parts of the animal's DNA, and you're creating a DNA sequence. So let's say if you take the bird's retina, for example, and then you splice it with protein 9 to now add the cow's neurological wiring. I'm just throwing shit out there, right? These different parts that you take and add it to the DNA sequence is built using CRISPR-Cas9, which is a tech that's been tampered with for centuries. I can prove it that it's been around since the 9 and 1000s, but I know it's been around longer than that. That's just what I can prove. So that's what creates this DNA sequence or chain for them, which is the reason why their synapses are fired slower, their neurons are sparked slower. They're not as fast because all of that different genetic material is trying to speak through one nucleus. So it's going to be slower than ours because we're moving at the speed of light. That's what neuromelanin is condensed sunlight. So all of our cells are coated in neuromelanin. And so we are literally light beings. So they have animal genetics from not just animals, but let's just start saying eukaryotic genetics, because these niggas so complex that it's not even just animals. It's insects, it's vegetables, that's also included. Hybrid trees, yeah, orbital hybrid,
Microorganisms, they made up of all of these different genetics. That's why if you look up all the human chromosomes, especially the 22 autosomal chromosomes, they have, just that alone has over 20,000 genes from different animals.
Right.
Different birds, different trees, different insects, all of these microorganisms that you see, everything. You know what I'm saying? Even the hybrid mushrooms, the yeast, all of that.
Yeah, celery. And that's why I think that it was very important for them to talk about the mustard seed in their religion. Why they make it important to say to have faith the size of a mustard seed, because mustard has like 17 to 20,000 genes, and this is where the whole cruciferous family comes from. So if it was never for mustard, them having that faith, because they don't know. Remember, they don't they don't know anything, right? So they literally had faith the size of a mustard seed to do all that they have done, current to this date. That's why we always, mention that it's not just animals. Before they got to animals, they had to start with small plants, then insects, then small animals, and now, larger animals, to where now we're sitting here arguing if we're the same or not. Like, nigga, we can look at our... Go ahead.
Can white people be light beings?
No. Can y'all biosynthesize the sun?
Can you scientifically prove this?
Yes. The reason why y'all cannot be light beings is because y'all do not produce neuromelanin in the third ventricle of y'all. How are you going to ask me a question, sir, and not allow me to answer? This is gene expression. Please don't do it in here. All right. So what did you ask me? Because you just threw my whole train of thought off.
He said
maybe
light beings. Are white people light beings? Can they? No. Y'all. Yeah, we can't y'all can't biosynthesize the sun. So that's the first scientific explanation. Y'all undergo acute body radiation under the sun, while we literally undergo black body radiation. So we're able to biosynthesize the sun through our skin and through our hair. This is the reason why y'all turn red and get sunburnt, because y'all have inflammation, y'all become inflamed, y'all undergo acute body radiation, and because there's so much mucus, those mucus membranes that are found all throughout your anatomy, This is the reason why everybody outside of our species struggles and has issues with being under the
All
sun.
right. And
So when it go ahead, baby.
I was just gonna say we could also tell that y'all are not natural on this planet because of the chromosomal mutation that y'all undergo under the sun.
Okay, so besides being on the sun, I'm talking.
Hold on, every chromosome that y'all possess is linked to a disease.
Okay,
That's just for science, but you don't want us to give it to you.
Yeah.
We can keep going. So again, we see that y'all don't actually produce neuromelanin in the third ventricle of your brain, which is literal condensed sunlight. So no, you can't be a light being if you're not even producing light, and then you can't even biosynthesize natural light, something as natural as the sun that's literally trying to heal all things here. It's just that when those rays, when that UVC radiation hits your integumentary system, it becomes confused. Your skin, your DNA becomes confused and it begins to break down. So this is the reason why we see the neurological issues. We see the gene mutations amp up within your species, and we're seeing them amp up globally all over the planet, only within y'all species. So everybody outside of my people is going through 1p36 deletion syndrome, SLOS phenotype, the Q2,
It's called the 2Q.
Can I answer now?
37 microdeletion syndrome. The
When can I answer?
39 microdeletion syndrome.
Right.
And it keeps going for every single chromosome that y'all have.
When can I answer?
Being deleted under the sun. So how is that an organism that is natural to a planet? Why is its organs, chromosomes are all deleting under the sun?
All right, can I answer for the first time?
Yes, because
Go
we're
ahead.
finally done, and that's how you have a conversation. Go ahead, please.
Okay, and not really, but okay. So I'm talking about light beings. You guys are getting into DNA and genetics. You claim that white people, that black people are the only people who can be light beings, and that is very false.
Bro, they just explained it to you, bro.
Yeah, I can explain it.
Quick
I
to have
can
this kind.
explain
They
why.
just explained your question to you
I
in
could
a
explain
scientific
why.
fact that they just explained it to you. What are you talking about? That's your animal genetics. You can't pay attention, bro.
Animal
They just
genetics
answered your
is
question perfectly.
No. We are beyond animal genetics. We are not the body.
All right, hold on. Let me just address this nigga, because it doesn't make any type of sense how you're gonna come up here and say explain it scientifically and then go ahead and say that don't make sense because we ain't the body. Nigga, what are you talking about, bro? Like, I'm very confused.
You talking about explaining scientifically? We bring up DNA. Oh, you're bringing up DNA. What the fuck?
That was crazy.
That's
That's
how I know
crazy, bro.
Like, you come up here, you don't know what you're talking about. So we're gonna move on to the next guest, if that's okay with the host, because
Yeah,
that's
because I already talked to him before. He still, yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, I don't even know
Look
that
weird.
name.
I just want to get my little 2 cents real quick. I'm gonna put it in a theory. Look at it like this. Say the cosmos is all about keeping things together in order for everything going on. White people ask, can they be light beings? The simple answer is no, because y'all main focus is to destroy. Why would you get access to the cosmos when most of y'all only want knowledge to figure out how to take over everything? Hell no, you're not going to get access to that. That's just basically what it comes down to. Because look at white people and what they do on the earth. They literally could figure out ways to do mass genocide. Why would you be allowed into space?
I could answer that.
You need to talk to y'all ancestors.
There's
Y'all
good
ancestors
there's good
literally
white
destroyed
people,
it for
bad
y'all.
white people.
Y'all need to go
and
talk
every
to y'all
single-
ancestors at this point, because we can't do nothing for y'all.
All right, well,
we
you're
can't save y'all.
generalizing. All right, hold up. You're saying all white people are want mass genocide and wants all that stuff.
We can't say that.
I didn't say that.
That's what exactly you just.
But
said.
at the same time, it's the truth, though. Like,
Yeah, so
I
what if
say
I
that,
told
but you
you
get
if I believe
offended
that-
because I'm telling the truth.
Let me.
I can't. There's no other way for me to sugarcoat that. If I go around that, I would be lying. I will be trying to cover for you. But if we really go down to it and we really look at history, let's not sit here and make it seem like y'all historically have been doing things to help the earth. Y'all literally have been doing everything to destroy everybody around y'all and then blame us.
I don't think
At the same
I don't
time,
think you
y'all trying to figure out
understand.
what we know. It ain't about do you think we are the same species or not. You trying to figure out what we know so you can shut it down because you don't understand.
I don't think you understand that. Like, skin color does not define.
It has a lot to do with it
It
because
does
let me
not
tell you
define
something
the
about
soul,
melanin. It's
spirit,
deep.
or anything.
It goes all the way into your hair strands. It settles
No,
into
no,
your
no, no, no. You're not
organs.
understanding.
It's a
So
building block. It builds strength.
the body, the
Literally, when
soul.
you take melanin out of hair, it makes the hair strand weak.
You keep talking about the human body, but look, the soul, the spirit does not have a color. God does not have a color.
But you have to understand what God is in the first place. Y'all two, the thing is, you're still looking for a soul God when you don't realize the gods that created
Is
this is
within
talking
us.
to you right now.
Yeah, I understand.
So when you
Trust me,
say
you do
God,
not
you're
know,
actually talking to us and our ancestors.
and me as well.
We're not talking about skin color in here, but a lot of y'all like to come in here and make it about skin. You asked
No,
us to
every time I
let me
come in
finish
here,
and stop
y'all,
over talking the mother of life that's in here. Stop talking over talking women. Okay, that's bitch behavior. So that's genetics, all right? Please don't piss me off today with the over talking. When you ask someone a question, let them fucking finish so that way you can no longer be ignorant. But we understand how the lower brain in your species is bigger than the upper brain, so there's issues with comprehension, okay? So we're not talking about skin. We're talking about what makes up the skin. So when we're talking, thank you, genetic composition, skin composition. We're talking about what makes up the structure. When we're talking about melanin, it's not one type of melanin. Now is it? Or else we would phenotypically present the same. So there's 5 different types of melanin, 3 that pertain to so-called humans. So I have a question for you now. If we're the same fucking species, right, and we're both light beings, why can't you biosynthesize light? And why don't we see the same similarities throughout our integumentary system? Please answer that.
because I inhabit the body, but I am also simultaneously living in different realms of different places that does not require needing to accept like the sun for me to be one with the sun. We're
That's just mysticism.
But
multidimensional.
those are
This
lower
is the
realms.
specific
Those realms
realm
are
that my
nothing
skin
to do with
color is not able to handle the sun, but I am not the body. I'm the one inside of it. And we both inhabit, all of us inhabit different realms, inhabit in different dimensions in a different vessel.
Nah,
So
it's not your hold on. It's not your skin that can't handle the sun. It's actually your
it's the
DNA.
genetics.
Do
It's
you
the
know what
body I
a
inhabit.
do you know what a double strand break is, bro? That's what happens when UVC radiation comes into or UVA, UVB, and UVC radiation comes into contact with your DNA. Double strand breaks happen, and that's where you get all these chromosome issues from and all that shit. So that wouldn't happen if you were natural to the planet. You realize that, right?
No, I just told you I am not my body. My DNA is not.
Okay, not a problem.
Why do I get cut
Hold
off?
on, hold on. One at a time. The host was talking to the
No, I
guest,
get
so let
cut
him
off
finish.
every time I talk, and then y'all
Yeah,
get
but
me.
the host though. Is the host live, so let him finish.
Right. So again, we want to act like the body and the metaphysical doesn't go hand in hand. The metaphysical created the physical, bro. That's the thing. Why would you sit here and inhabit a body that has trouble with biosynthesizing the sun? You have problems with living on this planet. So why would you inhabit a body that has problems living on the planet? That don't even make any sense. A light being is intelligent. So why would intelligence inhabit a body that is not even fit to be on the planet?
Why are y'all born with your body? Wait, I have a question. If in order for you to tap into your esoteric body, your etheric body, right? That is accessed through the pineal gland. Y'all are born with y'all's calcified. So at what point, can you scientifically explain to me at what point throughout your lifespan do y'all actually, when does y'all's pineal gland become open or decalcified?
To produce neuromelanin, because
Right, to become a
neuromelanin
light
is the
being.
soul.
Right.
Neuromelanin is the soul. So if you don't produce that, you aren't that. So we want to know.
Yeah.
So you guys, your mistake is that you think that the body is anything of what we are.
I want to give you an example. Slavery. Do you think a regular person can stand out in the sun for 8, 10 hours a day and still survive? Them had to be some superhumans with the
I
type
mean,
of stuff that they endured to still survive and be able to develop
are
this
waffling
country
a lot.
into what it is now.
Chatting so much
That's not
rubbish on
something a regular person can survive.
all right. Well,
Now, if they would have did that to white people, do you think white people can survive out in the sun for 8 to 10 hours straight?
I never brought up slavery, and that had nothing
We're
to do
talking
with it.
about skin when it comes to skin and coming in
And
contact
what
with
does
the
that
sun.
have to do with?
Do you think non-melanated skin can last for 8 to 10 hours in the sun?
That had nothing to do with it.
That has everything to do with it.
Do I think white people could last out in the sun as?
It's a simple question. You cannot go around it. Quit going
I mean,
around it.
I
Simple. Can you
definitely.
stand out in the sun for 8 to 10 hours and walk away without your health being severely at risk?
I'm not sure. I mean, I go surfing for around that
We
time.
had generations of people survive that.
Can-
Do you understand that part?
Yeah, but
To the point where they tried to knock us all the way off, but we still here. So that lets you know how much
and
our
you are
skin
power,
can
and
survive in the
you
sun.
guys, and you guys are powerful for that. No one's taking anything away from that.
But when
But
you
that
all
had
eating
nothing to
around the
do with it.
bush, you're failing to recognize that. That's the part
No,
you're
all
not
right. Well, that just had
understanding.
nothing to do with it. But I respect it. I respect what you said, of course. But I think white
I
people.
think you only respect it because she brought up slavery, and that's something that y'all like to respect. You
You
know.
don't know who
But
I
the
am.
whole, I said I think. I didn't say that you were. I'm just sharing my
I'm all
thoughts.
for love and
But
positivity.
what I was gonna say to the comment that you had made earlier, and to what somebody has said in the comment, it doesn't actually matter that y'all can be in the sun. We're not denying that y'all can be in the sun. The sun is shining right now, and it's niggas outside. What we're talking about is, can you biosynthesize the sun?
Yep.
We're talking about biosynthesis because we're talking about genetics. We're
Yeah,
not
but
talking about.
all I was trying to get at was that does not define whether we are the same species or not.
Oh, but except for we're not just talking about one thing though. We're talking about our entire anatomy from head to toe. We're
Yeah.
talking about our DNA, which is what makes things the same species.
That's how you yes, because in this particular realm, the
And then you do it with
DNA.
the naked eye through phenotype. Go ahead.
Because in this particular realm, the DNA, you guys are correct about that, but I'm telling you, we are beyond the DNA and beyond the bodies and beyond this realm, and we inhabit many different ones simultaneously together.
Well, they just found the same watermark molecule that's on this planet in a different realm. And the water that's in actual black people is older than the planet.
Yep.
So we are the only people that are connected to the whole universe, solar system, planets, stars, everything. Y'all have no biological connection, no quantum entanglement connection, because y'all was sparked on this planet with animal genetics. Y'all wasn't sparked from that photon with the other celestial beings up there.
I was just
So how is it that?
Excuse me.
How is it that
lot
you are now telling me that you're able to be living on this planet with no problems when majority of your people, as I'm talking to you right now, are undergoing neurological issues, cardiovascular issues, reproductive issues, and more than 500,000 of your people are unaliving due to sun-related issues under the sun each year. How is that happening to a species that's organic? It's not happening. It's not happening to lions. It's not happening to the organic solar species. We're only unaliving based off the antigens and the parasites and the diseases that you put upon us and the environment that you built for us, so we can stay in this shit and be docile while your people that share your genetic makeup steal our children, women, and men for their stem cells, neuromelanin, and basically their whole life force. And that's what you need to sustain life on this planet. So how is it that you're natural to the planet with all that I said? Because you can't ignore DNA.
Right.
Every DNA is universal. Even a planet got DNA.
Even the sun got its own
Can I
DNA, which
explain
is
now?
nitrogen, helium, carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen. All of these different
Okay.
elements make up the sun. That's the sun's genetic information that constructs the sun, that makes the sun function how it functions. So
Okay.
that same molecular compound and structures that is in the sun is in our genetics and what makes us run every fucking day.
And the sun had nothing to do with what that
so
was.
light is making us run.
You're just
Making
talking,
my
dude.
body run. Light is making my body run. What is making your body run?
All right, that just had nothing to do with it.
Thank you for the
Okay,
conversation.
next,
Thank you
please,
for the
bro.
conversation.
Next.
Yeah, I have a question actually.
1 second, please.
Sure.
Hold on, I want to get to my brother at the, wait, did my nah, he left. Never mind. Go ahead. You good, Riz? Go ahead. All right.
Okay, thanks. Y- Do YT people and other races have neuromelanin in them?
Absolutely not.
Well, it's actually that's in the brains of all of us.
Nah,
Neuromelanin.
y'all aren't producers because again, y'all are born with y'all's pineal gland decalcified. I mean, not decalcified, calcified. My fault. So
What
y'all aren't
what are the
producers.
things that calcifies the third eye?
Again, they could.
Or I see what he mean. Oh, my bad, brother. I just jumped the G in. Go ahead.
Now I was just finna say again, y'all are mucous membrane. So again, when you hear something being calcified, because your mucous membrane, that mucus is literally solidifying. So I don't understand how y'all are saying y'all are decalcifying y'all pineal gland when your body literally produces mucous membranes. So it's
So
kind of
the
confusing.
things that really affect the pineal specifically are things like wireless, like frequency, also glyphosate and aluminum.
So that's what can affect an active pineal gland. Microplastics, eating against your genetic makeup is what will affect the production of neuromelanin for producers. What the fuck is saying is that y'all are not producers. So now we have to ask you the same question that we asked your counterpart. Since it is a genetic, a biological, and an anatomical fact that y'all are born with y'all pineal gland closed, right? At what point in your lifespan, and that means I would have to know for you, your Dravidian counterparts, your so-called Mexican counterparts,
Asian.
everybody throughout your entire species, because now we're getting into incomplete dominance because y'all are not even the same amongst yourselves. So at what point throughout each and every one of y'all's anatomy and lifespan do y'all actually begin producing neuromelanin? At what point does the pineal gland open for you to have those traces of neuromelanin that you're claiming to have?
Is your claim that people that aren't BK, they can't achieve enlightenment at all?
No, what I asked you is at what point during your lifespan and everybody outside of our species, at what point do y'all begin to produce neuromelanin with y'all's pineal gland? I'm not making a claim.
That's sure. That's produced in the greatest quantities in the human brain. It's not specifically one race or another. That would encompass everyone.
So again, oh my gosh, I wish I could put the sources up, but I'm actually on my backup. My main page has let me see, baby, can I use my camera on here? Like, can I put the source on here? Because I can just show her.
Sorry. Hold on, go back. Yeah, so
And while she's doing that, right? If you use your common sense, the pineal gland secretes melanin. So with the sun hitting your brain and body, that would mean you would be producing melanin in your skin, and you're not doing that. So your pineal glands are always calcified. They don't open up ever. They can't.
Isn't that why we tan?
But you tan
Production of
with
melanin,
melanoma. When you
right?
tan, you don't
Butthole,
get
fart,
melanated skin. You see
Come
what
again? Can you say that again real quick?
when you tan, you don't get melanin skin. It's only temporary. You're actually giving yourself a skin cancer like melanoma and things of that nature. You see
Well,
what
I
I'm
was
saying?
through my research. I've noticed that it's more the seed oils that
Nah,
cause
this ain't
more
got nothing to
of
do with
those
no seed
cancers.
oils or nothing, baby. We talking about
Can I
penile gland,
Now your
can I
your
just
melatonin,
body
and shit
can
that
be
we
please?
cooked. Like again,
Well, for
so
for
hold on,
enlightenment, don't you
hold
have
on.
to produce from the pituitary and the pineal, the milk and honey?
Well, can I explain something real
so
quick?
hold on.
Like we talk about the science side, but it's something that's important that needs to be explained when talking about this. When we're talking about this, most people just like to stick to the enlightenment part. But people have to understand you have to have an ancestral connection. That's why your spirit and your makeup and your DNA is important because it's your ancestors that connect you to that. And I'm gonna be honest with you, Black people, what we go through, it's not just enlightenment. It's not just walking around here talking about I'm enlightened. We literally feel the pain of our ancestors. Now, if white people were truly enlightened, y'all would be suffering right now. That's how we know y'all are not enlightened because y'all would change stuff totally because y'all ancestry is horrible. And y'all would literally have y'all ancestors screaming at y'all right now to either fix things or something else. They would be screaming at y'all to help them. And that's kind of, I got a question right now. Do white people help their ancestors or do they just kind of move along and act like everything good? Do y'all actually listen to your ancestors' cries?
See, no, and no offense, sister, because I know exactly what you're trying to highlight, and I respect it. But this is the reason why we highlight genetics because they don't have ancestors; they have forefathers. There is no
Thank you. That's what
embryological
I needed to
origin.
understand.
Yeah, they don't have an embryological like one embryological organ. Their forefathers is literally animals. Female animals is their origin, and plants and other insects. So they don't have ancestors. They don't have ancestry. They don't have anything to connect to. What
Okay, well, let
people
me
connected
ask this. You with them, what you saying they got connection like that. In a way, wouldn't they have connection to these certain things? And if they tapped into it the right way, they can go about things the right way? So at least help out what it is they're connected to that affects us all?
the animals that they're connected to are not connected to this planet. That's what I'm explaining. They don't have any ancestry.
Well, shit.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying a lot of people run from genetics, but genetics is what we need to be because the base word of genetics is gene, which means origin. You're gonna keep thinking that these people are the same as you or have some type of entitlement to the cosmos or traveling dimensions. These niggas is not doing that because they don't have
biological ties to this planet or the universe.
Okay, it makes sense.
Your physical
That
body
makes
is
sense.
connected to your spirit body. So people be trying to like say, "Oh, let's leave the physical." You can't. You can't because you have an aura around that physical physical body, right? And that energy did not come from source. It came from electroporation and introgression.
That
So
sounds like space travel to me.
just because it's light doesn't mean that it comes from the same source of light or the same source as us, right? Just because you see a bipedal man doesn't mean that he came from the same origin. He used to be on all fours with hypertrichosis, unable to speak and reproduce. So I just want to, that just reminds me to the elders, I really encourage the elders to really connect with genetics and for that torch to be passed down through generations because right now, history didn't get us there. We still believe in his narrative, his story, his records, his document, and that's the reason why we can't move past patriarchy. Literally because we don't know genetics. We think that the father's genetics will, when science has been saying since the beginning of so-called time that it's the mother's genetics, mitochondria, DNA. So it's very important for us to understand our origin. There's no way you're going to know your origin through his story. That's all I wanted to say.
What causes the electroporation?
Do you know what electroporation is?
Yeah, that's where you drill small holes into a cell so other things can enter.
So what do you mean what causes it?
Yeah, what's the catalyst for it? Because through what I've studied personally, it's through Wi-Fi that can electroporate the cell.
When we're talking about electroporation, we mean electrical fusion, which is done through hybridization. And then there's several different types of avenues of hybridization, like orbital hybridization, sonoperations, racemization, transfection. I
Right, but
can't.
what causes the small holes to happen for the other things to enter?
Progression.
The electrons that is being used for the electricity to actually fuse
Penetrate the cell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at it like a cleanse, and that's what's left over.
So in intro, go
And
ahead.
you can't do nothing else with it. So it's just like trash. That's what the true junk DNA is. What's left over, you can't do nothing with it. It's like excrement. It's all the stuff that you don't need. It's extra. You really can't do shit with it.
So with introgression, just that we're talking about genetic material from species A and species B being introgressed. That can only be done through light.
So like, would it be coming from the sun, for example?
No,
No, it's like
it's artificial light, like a laser in a lab. I wish I could show y'all these pictures because I just ran a 7-hour live earlier this week with all of this information. I'm waiting
Because I've read into like Matra.
to drill them holes in them cells, they need electrons. That's what electricity is, and that's what electrifies everything.
Right.
So they need that. So that's what you're saying. What's the catalyst? It's the electron, which is also known as miniature black women. That's
miniature
what it is.
black holes, dark matter energy.
Would that be something that would make
So you asking what's sparking all of these scientific experiments to make your people? It's our people.
Yep.
It's our genetics.
Black
It's our
body
organ
radiators.
energy. It's our plasma energy. It's our blood. It's our red blood cells. It's our emotor cells. We are the catalyst. Y'all are not natural to this planet, and y'all have been using us to sustain life on the planet. Let me say it again. Y'all have been using us and abusing us to sustain life on the planet. Y'all are a virus that need a host, and we are the host. And the only reason why we don't know that we're the host is because we don't know who we are down to our genetic makeup.
Thank you. We think that we're the same as y'all. So again, he said orgon energy. I'm gonna go ahead and throw in the black body radiators as well. Black body radiators, the orgon energy accumulators founded in the 40s, right, by Richard Wellham. What is orgon energy? Who is the true holder of pure orgon energy? It can't be the species that didn't evolve with the planet and that scientists are saying is not expanding with the universe. There's no way y'all could be tapped into that energy. So who's actually sparking these experiments? Because truth be told, y'all are being snatched and we're being snatched, but for two completely different reasons, because we have two completely different cellular functions. That's the difference between prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells.
Do you guys have VGCCs, for example?
No.
So you don't have voltage-gated calcium channels?
No.
Well, I thought all humans had that.
Right, all humans.
We not humans. That's the whole point. We keep telling y'all we not humans, but it's like y'all don't want to accept it.
Can I have
we
the
look like y'all?
paper for that so I can look into that?
Oh, trust me. Even if we gave y'all the paper for it, y'all would still.
Oh no,
find
I
a way to
definitely
say
look
it's
at
wrong.
it.
So a lot of times we
Absolutely.
don't even go that far.
All right, hold up, Riz. I kind of, when we had that conversation earlier, again, I was kind of telling you that we have two different cell types. Again, you're referring to things that are eukaryotic organisms. And again, I'm telling you, so-called black people, we're prokaryotic organisms. And all of our cells are programmed by
Y'all got some niggers for
kinda-
sale? I'm looking for some
Right,
niggers.
Yep, I sure do.
That's what I'm trying to
Animals
tell
for
you.
sale. What the fuck you talking about?
But
Do you
sure
have
can pull up
anything
where you
like
live.
from like the NIH or PubMed that I could reference?
again, like I was telling you earlier, you would have to have an understanding of genetics. See, a lot of people think the information is just gonna specifically be there in these books. No, you have to have an understanding and just use your discernment. You
What
feel
are
what
my bad. What are you asking a source for? Because I got plenty of them. We're sitting right next to all of our books, and I have several of them. What do you want a source for?
A source for how you say BK people don't have VGCCs.
And what?
Yeah, and what he's explaining is understanding the function of prokaryotic cells and eukaryotic cells and how they expanded with life.
Can you explain
let
that?
me finish, because I'm explaining. Let me finish.
Sorry, go ahead.
Give me a second, all right? So when you actually understand the difference between the two cellular functions, all there is needed to know about the cell is there. Unicellular cells, prokaryotic cells, all of their genetic information is stemming from one embryological origin. So this cell lacks an intron. This cell lacks a nucleus because it's programmed by the neuromelanin or whatever that biochemical substance is for that prokaryotic cell. Ours is coded in neuromelanin. So when you're asking the different parts of the cell, that's a simple Google search. That's why I'm saying you don't need PubMed or a peer-reviewed essay to understand. I mean, you could go to Google and click images and it'll tell you all the different parts of the cell. From there, based off of the function of the cell, you would be able to know what types of proteins, enzymes are naturally produced by that cell, the antigens that affect it, if any, if you're looking at different ethnic groups and so-called races, and how, like he said, all-encompassing research. Dr. Layla Africa, Delbert Blair, Dr. Melanie Anderson, Richard Queen, Edward Bruce Bynum. These are David Wilcock, Giorgio Salukis. I mean, it's a mixture of neuromelanated scientists and you and pheomelanated scientists.
And I wanted to add that VGCCs, those proteins are made up by cells with membranes, internal membranes. So-called black people, we don't have no eukaryotic cells inside of our body, which means we don't have internal membranes, internal organelles, microtubes, any other specialized compartments that you want to associate with prokaryotic cells. So-called black people, we don't have that. And it's already proven that the so-called black woman vaginal canal exhibits a high micro portfolio of prokaryotic cells.
In our genetics, as the neuromelanated woman is the only person on this planet whose genes, whose DNA is connected to an entire species outside of this planet.
Yep, her cells are older than the planet. Yep. Only her cells.
Because that single photon, you can go to my YouTube right now and see an example of a photon through a quantum loop and how there's life within life within life within life. When we look at those quantum loops, y'all don't share biology with that shit. So y'all are not natural if y'all are not natural to Earth, y'all are not natural to anywhere in the cosmos, because everything in the cosmos came from the same origin.
And when we look at cymatics, the quantum loop that we see in a photon, it happens when you play certain frequencies for our bodies. But when they play frequency for your bodies, it doesn't, the water inside of y'all, that mucous membrane water that's inside of y'all, it doesn't change into that specific pattern. But ours does. It changes to every pattern that's seen within a photon.
And I want to give an example.
So I want to know why that y'all don't do that. If y'all natural to the planet, why the quantum doesn't know you, the sun doesn't know you, the earth doesn't know you, the solar system doesn't know you. So what type of enlightenment are y'all gonna get when y'all can't even get enlightened in your mental? You feel what I'm saying?
Like I said, with the ancestral thing, if they had connection, they would know their background. They keep asking because, like I said, they want to know what we know. If they were connected to the cosmos, they would know. We know because we know by spirit, and we get confirmation through books. Y'all get all y'all knowledge through a third party. When you're connected to the cosmos, you get knowledge straight from the cosmos, and you wouldn't have to ask us about enlightenment, honestly. You wouldn't have to ask us where you come from or where we come from or if we the same species or not, because the cosmos would tell you.
I think it was Jay. You said that you guys don't have the cellular membrane. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So then, what if you don't have cells? Then how do you function?
But that's my whole point. You trying to break down stuff to try to be funny. We not gonna do that. Don't do that.
Because you didn't even ask us that. You said cell membranes. You didn't say
what is electroporated?
You didn't say cells.
So the cell membrane is just the fluid or the substance that coats the cell. So we don't have cell membranes. We have neuromelanin, which is our DNA, and it is what coats the cell. This is why you're not able to change so-called black people's genetics through CRISPR, Stitcher, or any gene editing tools that your people have from their creator and from y'all. Y'all can't do that. So our cells are all programmed
and coded by neuromelanin. All of our muscle cells are all innervated by neuromelanin. So we don't want to hear, oh, neuromelanin is just in the brain, because all of my mechanoreceptors, my neuroreceptors are all over my body, and they all share the same genetic makeup and all come from the same embryological origin, which is the neuromelanated totiponym stem cell that the so-called black woman carries only.
Yep, cell potency.
So we are the only people of genetics that you cannot cut into.
Cell potency,
So-
totipotency, multipotency, and pluripotency.
So
Which
we-
one
That's
which
what you
one do
call
the
true
women outside of our
evolution.
species have?
So let's move past the cell membrane, because that's just the fluid that coats the cell, and we already explained that. The fluid that coats your cells is pheomelanin and eumelanin, and y'all have abnormal amounts of that. So it's easier to cut into that because y'all having mutations under a solar-based planet. You see what I'm saying? Food with neutrino beams that is coming to the planet, and neutrino beams are gene mutating, gene detoxifying, germ unaliving,
And detoxifying
wavelength. No, that's what these wavelengths, these protons are coming in the planet. These protons and electrons, they're coming with the planet with that type of energy and wavelength.
To
it's
kill, steal, and
disrupting
destroy, right?
the process of your cell division.
Yeah, and that's why we're seeing weather anomalies. That's why we're seeing your species become sterile. Now, it was Elon Musk, and it was the so-called Asians that have been non-sterile for the past 5 to 10 years. But now, even Elon Musk, who is last, according to the genus, right? Because according to y'all's genus, the Asian man would be first, the Dravidian man would be second, the Caucasian comes last. How the hell is the Caucasian man, so-called Elon Musk, telling the first man within the genus, y'all are no longer having children, y'all are sterile? Why is he talking about them being sterile? Doesn't that mean that he's up next, considering that we're seeing it with the Asians and the Dravidians? Their counterparts in Europe have been under martial law for pushing 3 years. Most of China's, or Asia, excuse me, most of their population, they're not even having newborn children like that. Most of their population is teenagers. That's why they're pushing as early as age of 6, why they're trying to teach AI, because they know who the real intelligence is built off of and what the coronal mass ejections is doing to the DNA. So now, just to land the plane, now Trump, because we went live the whole year last year telling people that this was going to happen. So let's lock in on that. People didn't think it was true because it wasn't happening in America. But guess what Trump said the other day? Y'all are not reproducing. We need y'all to have children. But why did we also see that for the first in U.S. history, we're seeing our women, baby boom in late 40s, 50s, 60s. Women are having twins, quadruplets, 70, 82 years old. Why are we seeing it happen within our species, but we're not seeing it happen within y'all's? Due to UVC and terrestrial radiation.
Like when I was pregnant, I had a YT nurse tell me, like, I like breaking stuff down in layman's terms, so I'm just a layman person for y'all. But she said in the NICU, black boys have the highest survival rate, and YT little girls have the lowest survival rate. Like YT babies do the worst in the NICU. But black little boys and black little girls have the highest survival rate of the NICU. But you would look at statistics and think something different. But if you actually go deep into the statistics and look at the health, like premature babies, like a little black baby born premature versus a YT baby, they have a higher chance of surviving when it comes to their body being able to fight it.
Right. Somebody had asked about, I seen somebody said something about negative blood. I'm not sure if they meant RH negative, again, incomplete dominance would be the answer for that. Y'all aren't the same amongst yourselves. So this is the reason why y'all need blood tests before y'all even have children. Because that fetus, that mother, will look at that fetus as a foreign object and begin to attack it. And this is the reason why the ROGAM shot was created in the 60s. Before that, even when we came in contact with y'all wiped out 2 continents plus every country that you see on the map is a byproduct of grape. global grape. We can read when grape was legal, how your people used to write fucking love stories about graping our children as early as 3 hours old, 3 days old, 3 weeks old, 3 seconds old. We the same species. Why the fuck do we see in phenotype, which a part of pheno? Pheno means to show, which includes your behavior. Why have we only seen that throughout your entire species? And why, whenever we see things to the same extent, or what I mean by is like if you see a white man unalive a group of people or a black man, so-called black man, it's two different reasons for why we see that happening because it's two different cellular functions, two different neurological wirings. So my people are literally just chemically imbalanced because we came in contact with y'all. When we see y'all act, it's literal gene expression because your neurological wiring is what's connected to your genetics.
So this is this group here doesn't like YT people?
We never said
Nah,
nothing
nobody
about
said
life.
that.
We're discussing the genetic differences. Why are we bringing emotions into this?
Yeah, we never said.
Well,
We
the
mentioned
way
grape.
that
Hold on,
YT people are talked about in
run it
here.
back for a second, please.
Yeah, go
We
ahead.
mentioned grape. That your people graped our children as early as 3 hours old. The very next thing you say is, "Oh, you don't like white people."
Well, I've been listening.
Get our ass out of here, bro.
With a history
You're
like
worried
that,
about
no,
us
I
liking
don't.
you.
What do
You're
you
worried.
mean? No, I
Is
don't.
it
If you
So
didn't rape my
hold on,
ancestral
Ridge.
babies, no, I
Hold on,
don't.
the host
Like
wanted
so,
to say
Ridge.
something.
Hold on,
I've
mother. Let
already
her
sat
speak.
here and I've already tried to, I've already explained this to you. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like the fact that you came back up here and try to say that it's racist again after I explained that again, we don't have lives to sit here and down white people or anything like that. Again, you're trying to make it a black and white thing. We're referring to everybody outside of so-called black people because again, it wasn't just the white man that raped our women and children. You feel what I'm saying? It was the Asian and Arab people as well.
Well,
So
isn't it
my
all
thing
people
is
do that?
no.
We're talking
What
about
Hell
what
no.
race doesn't do that?
we're talking about the particular thing in history, ma'am. We're talking about particular events. We're not talking about some shit that happened yesterday. That's why I explained the difference between gene expression, genetic material expressing itself on a phenotypical level versus being chemically imbalanced. So I'm gonna come clean because when y'all start to really express y'all genes, then that's when I start to really express my emotions, and I'm trying to work on that because y'all are not. You see what I'm saying? You don't belong to the planet.
Girl, don't hold your tongue. We done held our tongues in here long enough. If they want to act funny with them. This your life.
Your people unalived 509 million of our people with venereal diseases, graping. You see what I'm saying? So that y'all only did that because we're not the same. You see what I'm saying? I want you to
Well,
understand.
I don't
Y'all
see
wanted
us
to
as
mix the
different.
DNA any way y'all
hold
could.
on. I'm not done. Y'all only did that because we're not the same. You see what I'm saying? And it was to affect our women genetically, so it can affect the children that they produce in the future. So
Right, it would be transgenic.
Y'all toxic semen affected more than half of the planet. So how can you just sit there and say that you're natural or that we don't like you when your people have
Well,
done
you're
things
referring to us
historically?
as an
It's a fact that your
infection,
people did
so
that.
Look at your
Black people,
history. Quit
black
denying your
people.
history.
Hold
You
on,
won't have to
sister.
feel
Hold
so
on.
offended.
Hold on,
So,
mother.
so,
Please
so
let them cook, mother. Please let them cook.
so-called black people, before we came into contact with y'all, we never raped our women. We never did anything that y'all were doing now, that we're doing now. We never did none of that shit. Only when we came into contact with y'all, then we started to exhibit and behave like y'all because of the antigens that we've been consuming. That's
can
it.
you show me the source for that?
I put it in the chat for you. You can just study the ideology, blood-brain barrier.
You can look up
You
when
can
grape
look-
was
Right.
legal.
I-
Your
Yeah,
people
I
legalized
the
grape.
BBB.
I told you that already.
Your people legalized grape, and they were doing that especially to y'all. Y'all, they were doing it to us, but they were doing it to y'all too.
Wait, but
Y'all made
we
a
all
whole
have a
island
blood-brain
to run
barrier,
away from
though.
your own men. That's the thing. You know why? Because you're not even the same amongst yourselves.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Dimorphism.
The percentages of animals that is inside of y'all varies. So y'all can never even become one with yourselves. So stop trying to
How
become one with
can
us.
You're not
How
our
can
species.
CRISPR not affect
It's not
someone
that we don't like you.
with
Genetics
melanin?
don't like you. The sun don't like you. Biology don't like you. It's saying you came here through electroporation from a mixture of different animals. Science was never racist until y'all
What do you
touched
mean
it.
through
You see what I'm saying?
electroporation?
Riz,
We're
Y'all
not
got
trying
here
to.
my
through
brother just
spontaneous
was nice as shit to
generation.
you earlier
Yeah,
too.
she's playing
Like we
around
already
now.
explained it
No,
to
I'm
you.
really
Like
trying to
you,
understand, but you're using
no,
this
you're not.
term and I
No,
don't
you're
think you
not.
know what it means.
No, you're
No,
not,
we
because my
do, and
brother
that's why
just
we're using
explained
it.
this to you before everybody got up
What's
here.
causing the
How neuromelanin
electroporation
cannot be
though is
Your
my
spliced.
question.
behavior, you acting ignorant while everyone is sitting here explaining stuff to you, so you get offended and then you start to acting funny. If you're not going to come to this conversation with true wisdom and knowledge and not get offense, then don't have a conversation. That's just how it goes. I'm sorry, but your ancestors paved this road for y'all, and now that someone is saying something about it, y'all can't take it. Oh well. Oh well, because I'm not one of the ones that's holding my tongue. Y'all need to stop beating around the bush and accept the fact of what y'all ancestors did. And maybe once y'all accept that, y'all can actually get on the road of knowledge and y'all won't have to debate with us all the time. And y'all can gain the knowledge on your own.
Well,
Facts.
I'm
And according to
wondering
that
what caused
neurological
the
wiring.
electroporation because
So let
in
me tell you for the third
sure.
time. Let me tell you, because electroporation, introgression, right, can only be done manually. It's nothing that can occur naturally because we're talking about fusing unnatural genetics together to form an entire DNA sequence to create an entire organism, right? So I don't know if this is the angle that you're asking the question at, but it was done by other intelligent life forms that are also on this planet. And we can take genetic, like splicing, we can look at genetic splicing based off of all the animals, the entities, the insects that are on this planet. This is something that's been going on for 300 to 400,000 years.
Okay,
So,
but through my study, what I'm saying is through my study of electroporation, MATRA, which is magnetic assisted transfection, right? And that's all under magnetism. They use Wi-Fi to electroporate cells. So I'm wondering what's causing the electroporation? What form
so
is
this
it?
is what I'm explaining to you is
Uh-huh.
electroporation is all encompassing of many things. Electroporation is a type of hybridization. There are other types that you can hybridize a cell.
Okay, so what are the
So what
other
I'm
types?
so when you're talking,
Nah, we said it before, bro.
we already so this is our I'm not she playing, and then at the same
Yeah,
time she not because it's that wiring
it's that
of her
brain.
brain. We do this all the time so we know how y'all are. The thing is, there's transfection. There's one that actually starts with mag something where it uses the magnetism, which is why I don't understand what you're saying because transfection, sonoporation, racemization, um, fuck, I can't think of all of them off the top of my head, but those three right there are types of introgression. So you're saying electroporation, but electroporation is a type of hybridization. Hybridization is how you do introgression. So it's like you're going to the effect, but not the cause, and then asking me the cause of an effect.
What's
Right, because
You don't
usually there's
understand
something that
because
causes the
you don't
effect of
understand it though.
electroporation.
Because you don't understand it, or else like Beansy that was in here earlier, we would have been able to have a conversation with him about it because he understands introgression. You just don't. And I'm not saying that to be disrespectful, but we can tell by the questions that you're asking that you're probably sitting at a computer or another device, typing in the words that we're saying, and then I'm noticing that you're coming back with a comeback later. Okay, so I'm
No,
not saying that you
I've
are.
looked into this
I'm not.
for a few years
I'm not
now.
saying that you are, but I'm saying the vibes based off of how you're asking, it seems as if you are asking the question having no knowledge at all, really, or like a slight background, and then trying to use basic semantics to try to debunk, which is very dumb and ignorant. You should just
Oh, I
like,
was just trying to
hold on.
understand how
I
the
understand.
method
That's what
worked.
I'm. Can we mute her mic, please? God damn, I try not to fight with these niggas, bro. We just want to speak because y'all ask us
Energy
questions,
vampire.
bro, and we do this shit every day, so it gets very annoying, bro. You
That's
see
the
what I'm saying?
reason why you got to
Almost
be
every
careful with
day.
having
So
conversations with
this
them,
is what
because
I'm
that's
trying to.
where they.
So this is what I'm trying to say. Okay, I don't even know. Just fuck it. I forgot what I was saying. You have to do your own research before you come to a discussion about speciation. That's what I was about to say.
Yeah,
You
I've
can't
done a
just,
lot of research in this.
the
Bro.
thing that we're saying is we can't tell because you're asking us for denotations, basically. That means that
Would
you
you
don't
guys
even know
like me
what
to
RG
drop?
is. Would you like to drop?
Well, if I'm causing you stress, I can
You're just
leave the
doing it on
live.
purpose, though.
It's
We're
not
just
even that.
asking you to
You
let
keep
us
over
speak.
talking.
You're asking us a question while we're speaking. That shit is annoying. It doesn't matter if you're black, white, or purple. It's called respect. You see what I'm saying? You're saying stress, but you're skipping over respect. The fuck? Genetics.
I didn't mean to
Can we
disrespect
move
you.
on? Yeah, it's okay.
All right. So again,
You skipped over Drake. Fuck, we don't even want to fucking talk to you no more, actually. Not even
Would
because you
you
stressed
like
out
me
or
to drop
nothing.
down?
Do whatever you want to. We're just saying we don't really want to talk to you. We just sat here and told you about everything that your species
Host,
is
would you
doing.
like me to drop?
You see this? Get this bitch out of here, bro.
I mean, I already discussed it with you. You feel
They
what I'm
never
saying?
do that shit on
Yeah.
purpose. You know you're wrong. You basically never minded the fact that your people great babies, newborn babies.
Just
Get out of here, bro.
to have the land that y'all on right now, just to have the phone that y'all on right now, y'all had to do that to us. And you just passed that. You just blinked and then had a whole new job.
Disgusting, bro.
And your brains activity cannot undergo to the higher parts of the brain, like the prefrontal cortex, the frontal cortex. The highest part your brain activity can go is the frontal cortex. Your lawyers, your scientists, this is the highest your intelligence can go. So
Yeah,
we
bro.
know why y'all behave the way y'all behave.
Would you like for me to
So-
leave? We want you off the planet. You, your whole species, all of them. The animals too. And that's real shit. We've been living with y'all, but we haven't been living harmoniously. And we never will because of the way that you are genetically wired. This is not about hate. This is not about emotions. We gave that shit up a long time ago. That you don't need that when you're talking about genetics, right? So when y'all come in here and y'all say, oh, would you like for me to leave? Or, oh, would you this? And you deflect, you're just expressing your genetics. You were created to do that shit. That's why I be having to tell myself, remember that they pawns on a chessboard. The fuck? Y'all were created just to literally, like, annoy us, to destroy shit, to get under niggas' skin, to be the pawn on the chessboard. Y'all don't even understand. Y'all reporting to a whole nother nigga and are being puppetized right now. You think you on this live talking to us. Them genetics is not even real. So you're not even speaking for yourself. It's a cow, a cat, a dog, a pig, a wombat, fucking celery that's talking for you. The fuck? And we allow you to so-called police us on a planet you don't share biology with. Nigga, I look at fucking police in his face every single time I see him. Nigga, what's your biological? Don't ask me for my ID.
Yeah,
What is wrong with you?
before we get to my ID, what is your biological identification?
Every time that niggas
And
approach me.
once you tell us that, then we will pull it out. And
Every
we
single
would never
time.
pull it out because y'all would never tell us. So get the fuck off our face.
Niggas rather call the police on you. He red. Like, nigga, you're red and I'm not. Let's talk about that. Why is it 71 degrees outside and you're red? With shades on and a hat and pants, but you red. Half of your body is covered, but you're red? You calling the police, aka we call them police department now, but not that long ago they was called slave patrol. The PD used to be SP. Fuck you mean? So he wanted to see his half black child. He wanted his half black child to see a neuromelanated woman go to prison, jail. We don't do that when we know thyself. That's every single time. That's not just a one situation, nigga. That's every single time. I be trying to tell my people genetics, bro, because that make you vibe different. That puts you in a whole nother energy of embodying you actually knowing thyself. We're not just talking about being 9 ether beings. We can explain it and can pass it down to our children. Can't nobody tell you what you can and can't do. that's not your, you know what I'm saying? That, especially when you have the opposite species, bro.
Yep, you
That's
got
that's the type of confidence and empowerment we should be passing down to children, nigga. My father, my uncles, my aunt, they passed down fear to me. And I had to sit with myself for years to undo fear from an animal. Like, nigga,
Right.
what the hell?
Girl, let's not start on that conversation. Lord. Living a life full of fear because you think you're going to die every second because they tell you everything you do is a sin.
Facts. And it's all psychological programming to keep you functioning in the amygdala part of your brain because that's as high as they can go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these niggas, their frontal lobe is literally underdeveloped. Their brain is never gonna fully formulate into anything. This is when you can break that down to a motherfucker that don't belong on the planet. See, a lot of our brothers and sisters, I keep seeing people that want to go and fight these people physically. We don't got to do nothing physical to these people. The sun is literally removing them from the planet. And when you can break it down and explain it, what can they do to you?
Try to take you out and we just come back. Ain't that what they tried to do? Take us out and we just came back?
And that's what I was saying. Like, it depends on what y'all have to really be aware of. What are you guys doing on a daily basis? You see what I'm saying? Is it helping the advancement of your species and the perseverance of your species? Are you being creative in that aspect? Or are you being creative to keep the eukaryotic system afloat? That's the mental battle you have to be within yourself every day. Am I helping my species or am I helping the eukaryotic? That's how you shift the reality. And then when you go out, you embody that nature.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know they're not there. They only talk about enlightened. When you enlighten, that's just kind of where you figure out your own personal power. But we know once you get on the other side, you got to do work. You got to help. You're not just sitting around talking about you enlightened.
Man, what are we really passing down to children? Are we passing down? I was just on what was I on? I was on Clubhouse and I joined this room with this brother. Tell me why they're discussing so-called black people need to become doctors. So I go in there and I question them. You feel what I'm saying? Do you know how the medical industry came to be about? How many of your brothers and sisters had to unalive by an unnatural species on the planet in order for their medical system to actually thrive today? Like, I don't get it.
And we just going into the system just to follow their system. Like I seen something where a girl, she was in the science field and ended up leaving because she worked in the lab. She ended up leaving because she realized all the science they were doing was for the other species while using us. So she basically was just helping them work against us. So you want black people to join so they can learn how to go against black people? Because that's all that's going to happen in the system.
Mm-hmm. Every single job, so-called black people, that we should not be working for this species at all. Every single job goes against our genetics. I want to let y'all know that. I don't care what you do, it's going against your genetics. And we should not be working for a species that can't even biologically explain its existence. These niggas can't tell you how the fuck they got on the planet, but they're telling you that you need to work and pay to live on the planet that provides everything for you. That don't even make any sense. So why can't we all come together collectively and separate from these people?
Because people not wanting to separate. We want to talk about like, oh, they're a problem or oh, this or we needed it. Who is doing it? Me and Zell doing it every single day. We find a new way every single day to disconnect from this system. Every single day. Who is actually standing on that though? Because I remember when I think it was last summer, when like rent began to skyrocket and people was on TikTok talking about, oh, we should like not pay rent on the first. Just for this first? What's gonna happen the next month after that? And what's gonna happen when your children get here and their children? Like at some point when it comes to any habit, you have to just stop. Nobody's gonna stop for you. Nobody's coming to save you. Nobody else is gonna do it but us. So the thing is, like I always mention, 40 to 60% of your IQ. I was arguing with niggas on Threads about this today. 40 to 60% of your IQ comes from your mother. The rest is your environment.
Yep.
Right. So the thing is, we have to make sure that our environment is the way that it should be for our children. We sit here passing down indoctrination to each other and then saying, oh, the system fucked up. Nigga, quit passing it to me then. And we have to really start doing that. I don't want to talk to no more people. If you work for them, if your child is in their school, don't talk to me. In this part of discussion, we got to just hush. Because this is where I got to hold another brother or a sister accountable. If you say that you're a so-called god or goddess, right? Drop that title because it's rooted in dogma. But if you
look,
say
that's
that
why I
you
don't call myself that.
Facts. If you saying that you that, what's the point of needing to rely on him? We go through the whole thing of, oh, we need a black Wall Street, we need black businesses, we need black this, black that. Well, aren't the businesses registered with him?
Yeah, we gotta go underground.
Didn't the ideology of business come from him because we were great barters?
Yeah.
So what's wrong with bartering? What's wrong with just saying, I can do this for you, or we can come together and we can do this.
Right, like food stamps for a sew-in. That's
I'm
bartering.
not talking about food stamps for a sew-in because that's still their system. What I'm talking about
I'm
is,
being childish. Don't listen to me.
I know what you mean, but because it's children that listen to me when I speak. So I want to make sure that it's clear and concise to them. There's nothing wrong with 5 to 10 brothers coming together and building their own community for the women and children. There's nothing wrong with the women and children coming together. We see all these terrible chemical-filled products. What's wrong with you creating, first of all, planting a fucking seed for a change, growing something, understanding how the food is already cooked whenever the UVC radiation hits the seed, right? What's in it? What's wrong with passing that down to children? Because the blackberries look like the medulla, right? The butterfly pea looks like the clitoris. That's the real teacher. It's the stuff that you see in nature. So again, we going outside of our genetics by even subscribing to this shit when we already know that the math and science is a lie. You still sitting in the
You gotta go back to
We gotta
homeschool.
stop that shit.
That's why I don't care about the Department of Education being dismantled. I'm like, do y'all know how horrible that system was? That was the worst system our kids could have, and y'all want it to still be up. At this point, America's at a point where everything needs to be tore down.
Everything is being torn down, my sister.
Everything is
And we're
being torn
seeing
down.
it. And this is the reason why weather anomalies are amping up. More wildfires. There's two new wildfires in 2 new states. Them same states that was flooded last year, I'm gonna go ahead and let you in on the fact they have never recovered. The mayors have stepped down. They haven't said nothing. That money that Oprah asked for hasn't been used. Yeah, these places are already in the dark ages. That's what I'm
my
saying.
God.
Trying to tell people last year that the system was done and niggas didn't want to believe it.
Yep, Puerto Rico.
I was keeping
just-
up with it too, and I kind of like took
Puerto
a break
Rico
from
just
the
2 months
internet.
ago, 19 million of them was out of power. You
Chile.
think, and Puerto
19
Rico
million?
and Puerto Rico too. So how they didn't all just get their power back, and they haven't given us a story about them.
So it's a bunch of displaced
about
people.
them being without power. 19 million without power, and this is why I'm saying, my brothers, man, especially my brothers, if y'all around nature, y'all gotta get familiar with the tools and get familiar with architecture. Start building energy towers. Start building pyramid-like structures. Start building homes. You see what I'm saying? Spaces so where our women and children can be safe. And when we start coming together, imagine what we'll build. You know, I'm gonna start saying that every live because this is what we need to start doing. You see what I'm saying?
Start with our personal families at home.
What wood is best for the house? Or what brother knows about plumbing? What brother knows about water? What brother,
found
you see
out
what I'm saying? We
about
all
some
need-
lights that's ran by propane gas you could put in your house so you don't have to use electricity for lights. They on Amazon.
I hear you, sister. I hear you.
I'm just suggesting something if anybody else wanted to pick that up.
No, abundance for that mother, abundance. But I was just trying to let the brothers know that we need to get back to building, man, because that's what we were doing. That if you look throughout so-called history, that's what we're doing. All these mountain builders that built big structures,
that work with not having earthquakes and work with erosions and all of that work. And these structures specifically work with the planet, not like these houses that actually fuck up the planet and shit. These buildings actually work with the planet, so we need to get back into that.
The sister said, "What about lights?" Me and Zell watched our bill go from $300 to $50 in 1 month because we switched to solar lights.
Okay, yeah, because I need help.
So our house is mainly ran off of solar energy, literally.
How y'all get the hook up on that? Because where I'm at, the light company just screwed the whole city. They raised
Amazon, you can go on there and you can get the lights. You can get lanterns. You need to make sure you have walkie-talkies. The lights on the walkie-talkies, the ones we got, is better than the fucking lanterns, the solar lanterns. But you can get ceiling fan solar lights. Like I'll have to post. I'm actually gonna start on my Instagram a blackout prep tab. So I'm gonna post all the stuff that we got, or like thermal blankets, the miswak, what we use for our teeth, our toothpaste that we use, how we'll be taking showers. The light shower. We'll post all of that so I can show you the type of lights I'm talking about, because these are portable. You can take them with you, but it's enough to light up our entire apartment. We're talking about a 90-square apartment. So.
And the thing is, if you can also use candles too. If you grow cassava, if you get cassava seeds right now, you can grow those. And then if you cut those in half and actually shave around the outer part and the outside of the white part in the middle, you will have a rope-like structure, and you can put that on the cord. And you can put that on fire and let it sit, and that will bring you light.
That can also be used as a candle. The outside part of the cassava is wax. That's wax. You know what I'm saying? We're not really supposed to be eating oranges, so stop. But if you got them, that's a candle. You see what I'm saying? Switch to pomelo.
What's wrong with oranges? Put me on game.
Hybridized.
I know they've been trash, but let me know.
Yeah, they man-made. They're here through orbital hybridization. The ones that we know. Like, I'm talking about the actual, like, navel orange, the mandarins, you know what I'm saying? Those are here through orbital hybridization. But the pomelo is, like, the parent.
You talking about them real big oranges?
Yeah, the pomelo is natural.
Don't it got like I don't know if I can say this word. Ain't them the ones that got the nipple on them?
Kind of.
Because I know all of them don't.
The pomelo, mother, the pomelo is like green, like just green. It's gonna be like more towards a grapefruit. This is where the grapefruit comes from.
Yes, because I'm gonna tell you something. The fruit has been bad lately, and people have been like, be vegetarian. But I don't know if it's because of how we are. It's like the fruit has been reacting bad to my body. Like it makes my stomach hurt, and I'm like, do I need to go towards more exotic fruit or something?
You need to plant your own, mother.
At this point, yeah, I need to.
Because that's what we did. Now we got watermelons, our flowers is coming. We got agave, we got basil, cilantro.
Y'all be cooking good over there.
Yeah, we good.
Beets, we just planted beets. And then we bought trees, already started, cultivated them a little bit. So we have a plum tree we put in nature. Yeah, palm.
I'm gonna need some videos because I do a little planting too. I'm just not. It's like with the bushes and the trees. I don't think I either put them in the ground too deep or too shallow. And it's the getting them to root in the ground part. Do you root it before you put it in the ground? Like that's the part I need help with.
He digs a hole for the circumference of it. And then what he does is, it depends on how big it is, because he'll put basically the mound that we take out of the potting and put it in the hole and mesh it to where it's a mound. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That's how we do ours. But I have pictures and videos on my Instagram. Let me put my name down here.
Yeah, and also too deep because they still have to connect their roots to the roots that is naturally there in nature. So if you put them like halfway and then you cover it up and do like a mound type of dirt, that will help the tree, you know what I'm saying, flourish.
Yeah.
And actually connect root with the other trees through the mycelium network.
We have cooking stuff on there too. We've been on a raw fast. We end our raw fast for 30 days tomorrow. We cannot wait to cook. That's what we were like when we seen he was live. We was coming from the store and we got exotic fruits. Like we got cacao beans, we got pepino melons, These are all natural fruits, right? I'm not telling you
Yeah,
that
that's
you
why I'm
have
saying, do I need to go towards the exotic? Because when you get exotic, you guaranteed to get the natural fruit.
Yeah, you can if you have a store. Like I go to HEB. I'm in the South, so I have an HEB where I can get exotic fruits for a good price. I can get yellow and red dragon fruit. I can get Thai guavas and the other guavas. Seeded grapes that's the only place I can
Yes,
get.
because these grapes I need seeds. They getting bigger and bigger with no seeds. How do that make sense?
And us as so-called solar beings, we have a strict diet. So we like, I forgot I was gonna say. I was gonna say something.
We should be eating fruits and H3O2.
Yeah, but I was gonna say my fault. Y'all can go ahead. I'm gonna add on after. I was gonna say something.
Because I've been trying to figure my diet out. I had to change up a lot because I've been trying to figure out where to get some good stuff. But I'm gonna just go back to growing because I was growing for a minute, then I stopped, and I'm just gonna go back because that's the best route at this point.
Yeah, I was going to add that you got to look up every fruit that you put in your body. Since we don't we have a strict diet. Every food that you put in your body, you got to look up if it was man-made. Don't just put it in your body if you don't know.
I'm done with apples and oranges and bananas and all that stuff.
Apples is not man-made, but there is some apples that are eukaryotic, but not all apples are man-made. You see what I'm saying? There's some natural apple food. But you just got to look up which ones are hybridized. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, like the pink lady is hybridized, but you can look at the different red and green apples and find like Honeycrisp are natural, but pink ladies are not. But yeah, so mainly fruits. So bell pepper, squash, zucchini, all of those are fruits. You should be eating the reproductive part of the plant. That's what makes it a fruit. So cashews have a fruit that they also give out. We also started a mulberry bush too. So that's good because I noticed in nature not too far from the house, there's a berry bush or tree that grows, but it's poisonous. Like it can be eaten, but it's not good and it can be poisonous in certain amounts. So my thing is I want to make sure that I plant things where children can identify. Like my people can identify something in nature, like where they know that they can eat. Cause I'm not just thinking about me, right? But Justin, somebody said Granny Smith. Did you answer that? Yeah. Justin James.
And the thing is, I was gonna
Justin
say,
James, you're on mute.
yeah, if you're not answering, I was gonna say about the like you gotta be comfortable with eating the sun as well. You gotta be comfortable with eating that. Like when you breathe. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we
brother.
can hear you.
I'm gonna add on later to that. Go ahead.
I said Justin James. I was on mute.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
got unmuted, so
You can go ahead and speak. Go ahead.
Oh no, what I would say was, there's not enough people on this planet to pretty much eat all the whatever you want to call it, like fruits and vegetables. So
what do you
how
mean?
do you guys figure we're literally being able to do that?
What do you mean?
What you mean?
I mean, like, how many people are here? How many people are eating all this shit? So
I mean, 5.6 to 5.8 billion people are not supposed to be on this planet, which is
every day.
so-called black race. And y'all are eating eukaryotic plants, and y'all eating our plants. So why?
Exactly.
You questioning why are you on the planet and how did you get here?
Exactly.
That's what the topic is about.
Right. So, Justin, do you want to add to? Are we all the same species?
Oh, we are. We're all humans. I mean, we're all men and women, whatever you want to call it. But
we're composed of different things, though. So, how are we the same?
As far as what do you mean?
For an example, everybody outside of so-called black people has animal DNA.
Outside of black people has animal DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, I'm white,
Before
I
requesting
guess,
up,
but
are you trying to talk about when we were talking about the diet, or what made you request up?
who me?
Yeah, why'd you request up?
I don't know. I was just trying to conversate. I don't fucking know. I mean, I guess I'm not.
No, that's not a problem. I'm
Whatever.
saying, what did you want to conversate about?
Oh damn, the population as far as it ain't gonna make it.
Right, we could talk about the population. The eukaryotic cell organism is being removed from the planet, which would be your people,
Why
because I
you
heard you
keep
say
trying
that
to
you was white.
prolong the eukaryotic cell
Nah.
population? What is that?
So you're white, Asian, Arabs, Mexicans, Italians, anybody who's not so-called black, you're a eukaryotic cell organism and you're being removed from the planet by UVC radiation and terrestrial radiation. So
What the hell? What the hell? What the hell, Yossi? What are you talking about?
right, you said you wanted to talk about the population. Let's talk about the population. Like my brother
Okay.
said earlier, there's 5.6 to 5.8 billion of your people on the planet that don't belong here, and y'all are
Your
being
people.
removed.
What is my people?
Right, because you said you're white. That would mean that you're a part of the
Yes, sir.
eukaryotic organisms. That's a whole species, the eukaryotic species, and y'all are being removed from the planet.
But do you realize it's like the opposite of what you're trying to say?
Nah, it's not the opposite at all. Y'all are being removed.
Because what do you mean?
Again, UVC radiation is being emitted by the sun, and it's
But
removing
do you
your people
realize
from
you
the
guys
planet.
are literally 95% of the black population of men are literally choosing white women. So it's literally
Yeah,
like the
because
same thing.
we've been pushed. The lie has been pushed down that we're all the same. That's why.
That's false. Ain't no 95% of no black men, nothing. Absolutely not. Absolutely
Because
not.
globally 90% of us is with our women.
You guys are trying
Only
to
only
over.
10% of us is that shit that you see on TV that's in America that you see that
Not
you
on
see
TV.
that you see
Real
that's
life.
the only
Real
thing
life.
that you're talking about.
You came up with a Hollywood statistic.
Yeah, you came up with a
like-
Disney Channel statistic. That's not gonna work here. That you
Nigga
came
pulled
up with
that
a
out his ass.
Nickelodeon Cartoon Network ass statistic, PBS Kids ass statistic. We not with that shit. We know who we're with. So our
I
people
know
may not
who
know the
you're with.
genetic
So
differences between y'all, but they know that y'all are Neanderthals. They know that we not the same. So
okay,
that 10%.
okay, whatever you want to say.
Right. So again, you wanted a request up to talk about population. So we're discussing population. So can you explain to me your biological identification?
I didn't have to. I just did.
Nah,
I
you
mean, it
do
didn't
have
matter.
to, because you're on a planet that you don't even, that being on this planet unalives you. You can't even naturally take the sun. So we have to discuss this.
Sir, are you trying to sound statistical
Don't call
or
him sir.
what?
Don't call
Right.
him
I ain't
sir.
no
You're the
slave.
only sir in here, sir.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying, like
You
you're
just
trying to
said
sound. I don't know. Just answer the question.
No,
God
I'm
damn.
not trying to sound anything. I'm just trying to speak truth. So
Yeah,
again, what
bro.
is your biological identification?
Yeah, have you had something to drink
You're
today?
intoxicated on mucus, bro. Like really.
Yes, sir.
I don't understand what you're not understanding. We're saying that we are two biological and genetic different species. The genetics is
Species.
genetics is
We're
literally
both
the
humans.
DNA that you possess.
Bro, why are you talking at the same
Oh my
time?
God.
Okay.
Right. So again, we are not the same species. You have organelles, and these organelles aren't even communicating with each other anymore because of UVC radiation. That's probably why you sluggish with your words right now, and you don't even know it. So maybe you should go worry about that.
Them synapses is sparking slow. The
Mhm.
neurons is firing them. Wait, them synapses is fired slow, and the neurons is sparked slow as hell too. Anthony, you
Yeah,
go
go.
ahead.
Yeah, you can go ahead, brother. Go ahead, Anthony.
What's up, guys? I was just listening to you guys talking about what's it called, the different foods and stuff, and I was like interested because I wanted to change my diet because I feel like I'm I'm not like as healthy as I could be. Like I go to the gym, but I'm just looking for some diet help.
Are
That'd
you
be
so-called
good.
black? Find yourself.
Yeah, my mom's from Jamaica, my dad's from Barbados.
Right, but are you neuromelanated? Like, are you so-called, like,
Yeah,
minus
I'm
the
so-called
title?
black. I'm so-called black, melanated.
Well, if you're so-called black, again, they already said we supposed to be eating, fruits, vegetables, seeds, and nuts. You feel me? So,
Uh-huh.
and it has to be, again, study the fruits that you're eating as well. And
Okay.
really, most of the vegetables, we really not even supposed to be fucking with them.
Yeah, so when you say that, like it becomes like kind of restricted, like what you can eat. If like you can't really eat a lot of the vegetables and
Right, but you could be
fruits.
creative with it as well. Like,
Get his
again,
ass, Anthony. This motherfucker false. Goddamn, he just
now you
talking.
gotta go, because I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. See,
What's wrong with this guy?
yeah, I don't know what he's. Yeah, that's crazy. But
What the
yeah,
heck?
you're not supposed to be eating meat, cheese, dairy, bread, artificial sugar. We ain't supposed to be eating none of that BS. None of these, these foods with all these
What?
different
Okay, so
fucking.
I'll just ask a couple questions. Sorry to interrupt.
Are you good?
Uh, I'm just like so. For example, like lettuce is not good.
What type of lettuce though?
Uh, I guess like romaine lettuce.
Yeah, organic romaine is cool. I wouldn't fuck with the iceberg lettuce though.
Yeah, not the iceberg. That's
Yeah.
not good. Yeah.
You can do green leaf lettuce, you can do Boston lettuce, you can do red leaf lettuce, and you can do romaine.
And the only way of finding
Okay.
out these answers is to not look for the best next diet. It's to look for yourself, bro. Every species know what they're supposed to eat based off their genetic makeup. So you studying your genetic makeup or your bio or who you are down to the atom molecule or the biomolecule of who you are, all the way to the macrocosm. Now you know what you need to put in your body. So that's what you need to. That's my advice to you, is that you need to study more about your genetics. Don't just do this for the food. Are you putting nutrition in your body for the next generation?
Mm-hmm.
That don't just do it because it tastes good or it feels good or you want an emotional attachment to the food. So this is why it's important to really look at what is going inside of my body. So it's not that something's restricting me. It's just that this whole time I had a strict diet. You know what I'm saying? I didn't eat all of this. I was less dense. You see what I'm saying? I was more crystalline. You see what I'm saying? So that's what you got to start looking at your genetics.
Right, and it's important because when he says eat for the next generation, remember, brothers, motility. You see what I'm saying? For the sisters, fertility, that ovum that we come here with all of our ovum. So we have to be careful even how we speak to ourselves, because number one, all 150 trillion of your cells are listening to your thoughts. We also come here with all of our eggs. So all of them are living, right? Waiting to be sparked by the sperm, right? So it's not even just us. We have to really think for the next generation, because the next generation is within us, especially the women, because through the grandmother, the mother, and the daughter, we see the mitochondrial DNA. If there are any sisters in here that are pregnant with the starseed, if you're having a daughter, a feminine starseed, she literally has her grandmother's womb within her. So we have to start understanding science to start understanding how deep we actually go. Because when we say the ancestors, I used to say that all the time last year, because we used to have sisters that came in there all the time saying the ancestors, but we had to explain the scientific explanation behind how you are the literal ancestor, how prokaryotic beings literally made replicas of themselves through You see what I'm saying? Passing the information down through the embryological origin, which is her, right? So binary fusion and fission, that splitting of the
cell.
Of the cell, thank you, is our origin, right? So it's important what we feed our body because our children are consuming it. Right? If you got pregnant at 25, right? Those children have been with you since before you were born. So you have been eating and feeding civilizations within you your entire life. Right? So this is why it's important.
Facts. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And one more thing I wanted to ask, like when you talk about like ancestors and stuff, like Jay the Dawn or Jay the Dawn, um, are you guys like what do you follow in your spiritual or
Thyself. That's what he was saying. Knowing thyself. It's not a religion or nothing.
And we understand that we are literally the byproduct of the first walking so-called black women and men that were ever first created. Like we are that. You know what I'm saying? So we are our ancestors walking in the flesh. And that's why we say we never unalive. Because when your genetics is gonna go to the child, and when you're unalive, it's going to the child. So it just keeps getting recycled back. So we are our ancestors. We just follow ourselves. Know thyself. That's why I said don't follow a diet. Know thyself. So you will know what you put in you will know how to make calculus decisions for yourself and for your species.
Oh, okay.
Abundance though, brother.
Definitely abundance. So again, I don't even know what your name is, but what was you talking about? Like you a different species and you can eat like meat and cheese.
That's a very deep hush, child. That's a different kind of conversation because all black people are not from the same planet, and depending on what planet and star and solar system you are from and how many places you have been over lifetimes and light years, your diet will change. And according to your work, because I might be eating a lot of meat now and then I might stop and then I might have a different type of diet. It all depends on what type of work I have going on at the moment.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
That's cat.
Right. Yeah. So what planet what's the name of the planet where so-called black people are eating meat?
That's not something that I can necessarily answer. I can only answer for myself. I can't answer for
what planet
every
are
single
you
black
from?
person. Huh?
What planet are you from where so-called black people are
I
eating
have
meat?
ancestral history from Pluto.
So they eat meat on Pluto?
It's a whole history about Pluto.
Absolutely not. That's cat.
Can't make this shit up.
I mean, that's your opinion, but I don't live off of that.
No, it's not it. So again,
no planet.
I go off. See, even though you have your opinions, I'm still going off of my ancestry. Even though you don't understand my ancestry, that's okay. But that still does not mean that you have a say-so over what I should be eating, because I know what my body can take and what I can't take. Like I said earlier, the way my body works, I can tell instantly if the fruit is fake, and I can literally tell all the fruit is fake. And then that's why I said with growing, and then even then with growing, you got to be careful with the soil.
So when
But that's a whole nother conversation. But I still grow.
I got a question.
The meat is fake. The meat is 3D. The animal is fake. Non-conducive.
Everything is fake. It just all depends
Pluto
on.
and Earth. So these same animals that you eating on Earth don't share no biology with Pluto. So what ancestry, my sister? Because when we do our ancestry,
You
and you
cannot
do yours, hold
determine
on,
what
one more
my
thing, sister, one more thing. I'm not arguing with you. I'm on the same side. When I put my family tree, because I just explained you the genetics less than 5 minutes ago. If I take my family tree and do my so-called ancestry, Zell do his, you do yours. Everybody in this live is neuromelanated, do our ancestry. We gonna get the tree of life. And it's gonna take us back to the same photon. So I'm not denying that you have ancestry, so-called ancestry on that planet. My sister, you are the mother of life. You got ancestry throughout the entire cosmos on every single planet. Every single planet turns into a star. Earth herself will go back into her star form. So I understand what you're saying, but that does not give you an excuse to eat meat. Just because the soil is fucked up, speak to the soil. That's you in another form, right? So understand that the meat you have no connection or ties to, how long it stays in your body, how detrimental it is to your body, your cells, your neuromelanin, everything about you from head to toe. So it can't be from them animals not on them planets, sister. So ain't no way in hell it ain't no carnivorous planet.
No, I
Because
will
guess what?
determine
What are the
that for
planets made
myself.
of?
Thank you for this.
How did the life evolve on those planets? That'll tell you that it wouldn't have led you to a eukaryotic animal.
I wanted to say, when you look at quantum entanglement, which is all organisms that were sparked from the same event, or all objects that were sparked from the same event, we can clearly see that Black people are quantumly connected to every planet that exists throughout the entire universe. We naturally evolve with that. So we're not specifically from a planet or any other or a solar system. We are from the entire universe, because the entire universe is you, mother. You got to understand that you are the entire universe. You're not just Pluto. You're not just Earth.
Absolutely.
You're the entire universe. You're that invisible matter that these scientists talk about.
Absolutely.
You're the dark matter energy that expands every day. You see what I'm saying?
You got to understand that.
So
that
if you
the
know
dark
that,
matter energy, sister, we don't
talk about she don't.
we don't need no meat. Dark matter energy is supposed to
And
be
if you really want to go there, I just described to you what I eat and what you say. But if you really want to go there, I can go without eating at all. You don't understand me. This is my life, my path, and what I do according to what I need to do. I hear your advice, but at the end of the day, you do not determine the way my diet goes, because my diet changes constantly.
Yeah, because you're changing it, my sister. Of course, you're the creator
And
of your
that's
own
my
reality.
choice, my path. Just
Absolutely.
because
But
me and
guess
you are
what?
Black does not mean I have to listen to you when it comes to my diet. That's
I didn't say
something you
anything
have
about
to
it
do.
being black or about a
That's
skin
for
color or
me
not.
to understand on my own. But like I said, I'm very respectful and I accept your advice. But you have to also accept that I don't have to follow your advice just because you give it to me.
It's
Oh,
your
I know.
genetics.
I've given my advice,
That's
the
the
same
animals
advice
and
to
berry
people in here that don't take
That's
it.
all
You know
understandable.
what I'm saying? I don't. The thing is,
You
it's
have
not
to let
about
me have a
what I'm
choice.
just
Let me
trying to
do it
say
on my
is
own. Don't
the
force
only
me.
thing that I'm just trying to say. I'm not trying to force anything on you. What
But
I'm
that's
doing
what you're
is
doing
giving.
right
No,
now
I'm not.
because
Let
I
me
feel
explain
in
myself and
defense
allow me to
because
speak, please. Allow me to speak and respond to you. That's what's fair. All right, because I'm not against you, and I understand that. In less than about a year ago, I was right where you were. So I'm not knocking it. What I'm expressing is that based off of your anatomy, right? And I'm just giving you the fact. There are children within you. So you are also making that decision for them. So, and not to mention that energy is not created nor destroyed. So the animals that you're eating, that energy is passed to you, which is then affecting the way that you think and perceive life. So I tell my people all the time, if it's vitamins that you lack, minerals that you lack, you're gonna get them. You're gonna get them. A better source of that is plant-based, because you're gonna get, like, for instance, sweet potatoes is gonna give you 400% of your daily value of
Vitamin A, K, and C.
Absolutely, right? 400%. You can eat 4 rambutans and get 50% of daily value of copper from just 4 little grape-sized fruits, right? So my dad and my mom, they went vegan in like 2017. They watched a documentary and went vegan the very next day. But if you look at them today, they're as big as a house because they weren't consistent. So now both of them, they blow my phone up asking for herbs. What can I do? How do I break the craving? Da-da-da this, da-da-da that. I've seen my mom be the biggest I've ever seen her in my life because of cravings. Something as simple as parasites. You want to know why? Because she loves shrimp, fish, and seafood. 95% of venereal diseases come from seafood. So she can't even leave. She feels like she can't even leave sugar alone because guess what? Parasites lay eggs. Now they want to feed their children. Now they having civilizations. So now it's not just your ovum anymore. It's this other foreign entity, this other foreign species that's communicating and sending neurotransmitters and sending receptors to your brain, making you think that you want that sugar, making you think you want the meat, making you think that you're deficient in this. Whole time, it's a whole civilization within you.
Mhm.
So I don't deny the fact that people don't take my advice. I see it. People post all day long about eating fruits. I can look at your integumentary system and tell you're not eating them fucking fruits. That's why I say authenticity over everything. I don't care if you decide to lock in or not, but it's detrimental to your species if you don't. And that's a fact. And it doesn't matter how you spin that, what planet you're on, doing anything against your genetic makeup. No matter the planet, universe, dimension, wherever you are, is detrimental to your etheric body and your physical one because we're multidimensional beings.
And we know that all so-called black people throughout the entire planet can go without eating. We can all do it. Even the people that are eating, that are chemically, we can all do it. But it's the choices that you're making. It's who's making the choices in your head. And our genetics doesn't tell our body we should go eat meat.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not you saying you should go eat meat from time to time. So that's what we're saying, that if you really knew that where you came from and you know that you were sparked from quantum entanglement and you know that you're made of invisible matter and interstellar gases, why aren't you eating that? Why aren't you eating things that grow from that? Like the natural fruit, why aren't you eating just that? That's what we're saying. We're not going to tell you what to do, but the son is now. And as your son, I'm going to have to tell you this. I'm not going to keep quiet while you're eating that shit. I'm going to have to talk just like the sun is shining every day and saying y'all have to eat according to your genetic makeup. This is the wavelength I'm sending out. So I'm going to detoxify that food out of you so you can go put the real food in you. Or you could just condense the food that I'm giving you, which is hydrogen, helium, carbon, and oxygen and nitrogen. That's it. So now it's like it's not. People are getting into the I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do it. It's not. That's not what it is anymore. It's either you're thinking for the species or you're getting out of here. Mm-hmm. It's not that I'm thinking for myself. So the food that you're eating, you have to make sure you put in the right food that you're eating, the right foods, because you have starseeds around you. Do you want them to grow up and eat meat? No. So what we do affects the next generation. So that's all I'm saying.
We can't say that it's about us.
Yeah.
It got to be about the species because we're moving as a collective. That's how we get. That's the system is what got us separate right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you talking like that, because you subscribe to the system. You literally talking about his meat. That's him. That's cannibalism.
Yeah.
That's the same animals that he spliced with, and that's the literal reason why they feed it to you.
The same people you were arguing with, we were just talking with today on the panel, that's the same people that you're eating.
Absolutely, and this is the reason why they telling you without telling you that there's traces of human meat in that meat, because it's them. You got to lock in with molecular gastronomy to see the truth.
And that's
you
why
try to tell my people science.
And that's why when you start telling these people that your genetics came about like broccoli, like a cat, like a dog, that's how your genetics came about, like through spontaneous generation. Mm-hmm. That's when you start to get upset and you see how that Riz woman, that Riz sexual dimorphism woman was asking us questions. She was like, what is this? What is that? Yeah. What is this? But you saying you know though. Mm-hmm. So that's what we're saying. So we're not trying to disrespect you, mother. All positive energy to you because we want to see you grow. We want to see you in your highest state of mind because you are the highest extension of nature. We need you. We don't need the eukaryotic cell. We don't need their meat. We don't need their system. We don't need their money. We don't need their clock calendar. We need you. You are our life source. Remember that. That's the only thing you need to remember.
Facts. The masculine reminds the feminine of who she is. That's what he just did. That's why he said son, S-U-N, son of the universe. The universe and her sons. That's what we're talking about. Earth and her son. Earth has more than one son. So, you know what I'm saying? I see somebody say something about the sun is being, facts. You see somebody say something about the sun is being dimmed, okay, but do you believe that there's just one sun? Didn't they teach you about Earth's core? And what is it made of? Okay, then.
They're dimming the sun, but these people are getting summer at night. Wow. There's a whole
that's cap too.
celestial object at night that sends the same amount of radiation as the sun, or even more.
Yeah, it'd be hot at night.
So I don't want to hear the sun is dimming or the sun is amplifying, and there's more suns to be revealed. That's what's happening. Let's focus on that. So abundance to you. For real.
Abundance, Sister Shonda. Gratitude to you, sister.
That's a fact. The only thing blocking out them suns is the weak ass chemtrails. That's it. Anything else is a scientific lie. They just trying to throw you off with this sun, that sun, all that. It's multiple suns in our atmosphere now, and the only thing blocking them is chemtrails. That's it. That is it. And they not even doing a good job.
Damn. So I got a question. How long do y'all think this is gonna hold up? Like,
my bad. Is this you are you a brother? My bad, brother.
Yeah. I'm a Starseed. I've been woke for like 2023, going around like COVID year, 2020, 2023. Waking up for real.
How old are you in this Gregorian calendar?
23 right now.
You're 23?
I really
You're not a Starseed, bro.
Yeah.
You're older than me. You older than me, bro. You're not a Starseed, bro.
How old are you?
You're older than me.
I would still consider myself. So what?
Nah,
so how old are y'all? How
I
old are
mean, I
y'all?
get it. He's saying start like sun in the flesh.
Yeah.
Sun in the flesh.
Like, what you mean Starseed? Like, you're saying like you're a
I
child?
mean Starseed, as in like woken chosen one, basically, just the chosen one that comes split. That's what I mean by Starseed.
Okay, I hear you. I was confused.
But sister, we were let her. Can we allow the sister to respond?
Oh yeah, sister, do you want to respond?
No, I was just listening. Y'all good?
Oh, okay. Abundant sister.
Abundant.
What was you saying? Light Lord, go ahead.
Yeah, what's up? I was just saying that I was a Starseed. I was just saying, oh yeah, how long do y'all think the dome is gonna hold up? Because I see like when I go outside, I basically see the red sun, like it's rising. The shit on the backside of the place.
UVC already penetrating through it.
You asking a good ass question, my buddy.
I'm really wondering like how long is this? I'm tired of this shit. Like
how long are they gonna take our children? I'm tired of that. How long are they gonna keep taking our children? How long are they gonna keep teaching our children? How long are they keep gonna medically evaluate our children? The real Starseeds. That's what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about when the dome is gonna fall, when Atlantis is gonna come back, when the Egyptians were. I don't care about none of that because we've been through that. That was us living that energy. What's happening in this energy that needs to make us move? What is your motivation? My brother got it on the screen right there. Go ahead, brother. Take it over.
Now I want all so-called black men. I want y'all to take a good look at this right now. 916 children per hour, 22,000 in a day. Do y'all not realize how crazy that is? Like we all waiting for powers to be activated But we're letting children get snatched up that look just like you, though. And a lot of us really don't care about children.
I get what all the brothers are saying. Like, I get what all the brothers are saying. All three of y'all are I think is valid. Light Lord is saying about the dawn. We don't really know like the time or like the hour, right? Because it's based off of we move based off of alignments. So this is not about a time, right? It's about when we align. Right now, our species is still trying to hold on to the system. This shit could have been shut down. You see what I'm saying? Now they have to introduce tariffs. They got to start, weather anomalies got to start amping up for us to actually be able to see the big picture. Now they're going to have to introduce the eukaryotic creator. They're going to have to introduce that soon, right? Because we just don't want to give it up. They're going to have to put it in your face because you just don't want to leave it alone. So it's not really about a time. It's more so an energy. Like, look at your brothers and sisters. That's why we go live from time to time to see, damn, like I didn't go live for like 2 or 3 months. And to come back and to see that we still on the same shit, that's the time. TikTok, the timer, Corona, C-19, coronal mass ejections, like all of that is connected. You see what I'm saying? We TikToking the time away because we subscribe to time. You see what I'm saying? So we subscribing to the whole ideology. The more of us drop it and like actually stand on it, that's why I always talk about authenticity. This shit gonna go. And it will crumble instantly. You see what I'm saying? But to Zell's point, you see what I'm saying? The children. Because the whole reason why this shit exists is so that they can harness our women and children for their tortipitan stem cells.
And it's why it's shutting down.
And that's the reason why it's shutting down, because we're not going to be able to move on as a species with this shit happening. Like the mother, we can look at Earth's resonance. Her resonance is rising to where it's not up to none of us. Like, nigga, you gotta match her frequency, and if you not, you gotta get out. That's why we don't have time. The DMs about, oh, it's chicken that I can't leave it alone, or like I said, my mama, sugar is my issue. Like, nigga, we're gonna have to lock in because you don't have 2 years, you don't have 5 years. Like, we have 10 years. UVC radiation has been grandfathered for 10 years, and that's what brings me to the next point. That's what Ether is saying. So it's like, I'd rather see the brothers actually, I'd rather see him ask a question about that than to be like, what's next? What do we do? Because that should have really set us up.
But the reason why he asked that, the reason why most people ask that is because they want to know when they'll get their so-called superpowers. When is the dome falling off? Because I want to get that activation. I want to get the superpower. I'm telling you, this is just how people think. He may not have thought like that, but a majority of people who ask that question be thinking like that and saying, oh, I want to get superpowers. But you have a supercomputer. You have neuromelanin. You need to use that to figure out how to navigate here. And the thing is, the reason why Mother Earth, the sun, doesn't give you no superpowers is because you're going to use it for the eukaryotic system. The energy that we have now, we're using it for the eukaryotic system, and you want superpowers. And you think it's going to go to you before the children? No, it's not. No, it's not. Once we start doing that, focusing on the fact that that's what I was saying to the brother. He was like, "Oh, I'm talking about the supernatural. Our children are the supernatural. They are the supernatural." He's talking about, what do I mean? That's what I mean. Exactly what you're trying to say about yourself is them. We have forgotten about them. That's it. Yeah. And when we ask questions, oh, when is the dome falling? You're trying to deflect from the fact about children. You're just trying to know when this shit gonna shut down so you can move. No, you need to be moving now. We make this, the solar system moves off us. We need to make this shit shut down. The only reason why the ozone layer isn't peeled off of our radiation is because we haven't been amping up our radiation. So the sun amped up his radiation with the other sun to shut this shit down. So this is all shutting down for children. So that's all I'm saying.
That's facts. We sitting here like with the Spider-Man, like, you know what I'm saying? Like me, like who finna do? But it's like that you're the sun.
You're the sun.
But I heard the brother say he's tired of this. You got to shift your energy. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's my response to that because I understand being tired. I got tired of living in the same loop. I locked in the manifestation and I changed my life from shifting my energy once, and the whole trajectory of my life changed in 1 year. Like, that's the thing. Like, now I got my own family saying they have to so-called process me because of how drastic my change was, of how quick I locked in. Once you learn that this is happening for children, like, nigga, that should make you lock in.
Mm-hmm.
I think y'all got to actually see what's happening behind closed doors with the children for y'all to lock in, and that's actually sad. Because if it was, you got to understand, there's neuromelanated women who are dropping their children off at school because they really believe in the system, and they're never seeing them again. Because there's tunnels underneath the school. Or children walk home from school with the hopes of going home and can't. Children that never see sunlight, that never see day, that never see the shit that you tired of. The shit that you tired of, these niggas is not even getting a chance, a choice in nothing. They're being experimented on as babies. So I understand the energy that my people are in. That's why I talk so much about shift your energy, bro, because that's what's programming everything. It's not you. And there are several even like movies, TV shows that depict how the Matrix is. Like, nigga, it's something connecting you to that shit. It's not even you really in that. So you can choose to literally shift your focus. And I know that it sounds cliche, but it's about making several impressions to the subconscious mind and neuroplasticity. Like, literally, you have to rewire your brain and say no every single time. If a meat craving pops up, nigga, and I said this, and niggas the room got quiet, but I said this a few months ago. But when I used to have cravings, I used to think about children, them getting experimented on, them getting snatched. Nigga, that's enough for me to lock the fuck in. I don't ever want to taste meat when I know that it's the opposite species. It's the same nigga that's policing me. So when you do the research, that's when you'll actually draw the line. For real. That's when you'll finally be done. It's not about a system needing to shut down. You can stop subscribing to that shit today.
Exactly.
You can go off grid today.
Facts.
You can build in nature today.
Yeah.
And you don't need nobody else to do it with you. You don't need anybody else to say, oh, are we going to stop paying bills on the first? Nigga, you can stop paying your bills on your own. But are you going to stand on that? That's the thing. See, our people know that we're not going to stand in it. So I'm going to need everybody to stop calling themselves a real nigga. I'm going to need everybody to stop talking about authenticity. I'm going to need everybody to stop talking about the highest vibration is love, because nobody is clearly moving off of that. That's all I say about that. We don't really care about children, bro. We care about ourselves and our cravings and the parasites and what they want more than our own fucking children, which is the replication of us. So that's just self-hate.
That's what I'm saying. There's no way. I don't care what you're going through on this planet. There's no way you can complain while this is happening to children that never get to see sunlight. I don't want to hear that. No excuses. We've been falling in frequency for thousands of years. When the fuck are we going to wake up and think for ourselves? And that's what she was saying about neuroplasticity. Weaken out the old habits by not doing it anymore and sitting down with yourself and being real with yourself and start applying new creative abilities and habits into your life and skills into your life that can help the species move forward.
And
that's it.
And that's the superpower. Because the superpower is just neuromelanin. It's just that it's dormant. You unlock that by sitting with yourself through meditation. So I don't know why people be trying to like shit on meditation. Like, meditation is real. Y'all have issues with sitting with yourself. That's why y'all don't read. And every time when somebody asks me, well, what's the source? And I give them a book, they get upset. They want something they can just switch the app and look at quick. No, we sit down with ourselves because reading is a form of meditation. Right? Whatever we're sitting here, everybody in here is meditating, right? Because we're observing our reality. So anytime you're doing that, that's meditation. It's just, what are you observing though? Some people observe baddies. Some people observe alcohol. Some people observe rugs. Some people observe Twinkies, cookies, chips, and cakes. Yep. That's their reality.
What are your five senses getting fed on a daily basis? What are your eyes getting fed on a daily basis? What are your ears getting fed on a daily basis? What is your, like, you know what I'm saying? Everything that is an extension of your brain, what is it getting fed? Because now now that you know what's going into your body, you can make the better decisions. That's all I'm saying. And we're not trying to tell you what to do.
Yeah.
We're just trying to tell you that if you take this right, you can make better decisions of your life because we already know what you're dealing with. We've been dealing with this all this time. And we know that this is not the brothers and sisters that we knew eons ago.
You just have to
We
stop.
knew that. We
And
know
it's
that.
not, and it's not hard. You really, if you're struggling with cravings, wormwood. All right,
Cloves.
Cloves gets rid of parasites on
And their-
contact.
And their eggs.
And their eggs, yes.
Mm,
So
pumpkin seeds.
simple, pumpkin seeds, right? What else?
But we just got this
Pineapple. Oh yeah, betel leaf.
better. This is better leaf over here.
They,
Go
they
ahead,
can't
tell 'em.
see it.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, betel leaf is crazy. Like you can get that from your Chinese markets or your
And
Asian
all of this
stores
gets rid of
because
parasites.
betel leaf gets rid of parasites. It's for all
The mouth.
encompassing oral health. You see what I'm saying? And if you like to chief, roll up with that. You see what I'm saying? That's a great leaf for that. Very big, very
Sturdy.
thick. Yeah. And it has hella benefits, especially for your mouth. Now, this is an herb that I'm learning. I've been studying herbs since I was 16. Sometimes I get my stuff confused, so I'm only going to tell you what I actually know. All right. And that's all that I can comprehend or recall right now about betel because that's new to me. That's not anything that actually grows around me within this particular terrain. Because if it's something that's going outside right now, nigga, I know. I know. Every single season, every month with something coming new, I know.
Yep. And
So-
betel leaf basically helps with oral decay and like any type of cavities.
Gums.
Any
It's
gum
specific-
disease.
It's specifically for gums.
Yeah,
It can
gum
reverse
disease.
gum disease, gum ailments on contact.
Yep.
That's what it is.
So anything to do with the mouth, anything. You don't have to go to no dentist. You don't have to go to. We have to all become self-sufficient. Build our own house. Make our own clothes. Collect our own water. Build our own plumbing systems. We don't need these people.
I'm telling you.
Every day when your soul comes back in your body, you need to remember that I need only myself and my species. And how can I be better for my species today so they can be better tomorrow?
Thanks.
That's
all
it.
of that, all those different herbs, especially Pau d'Arco and marshmallow. I talk about that all the time because I was actually struggling. I was vegetarian, and I couldn't really. I was having a hard time breaking cheese and dairy. I ain't gonna lie, but for 5 days I locked in with Pau d'Arco and marshmallow root tea. My entire body changed after fasting in just those teas. I was able to actually become vegan after that week. That's how powerful herbs are. So if you're struggling with cravings, it's nothing that the earth is it's nothing that what am I trying to say? She can help. Like it's already here, is what I'm saying. Like there's an herb for everything.
Yeah,
There's a fruit for everything.
she responds to the signals that your body sends.
Yes.
Based off what you need. You see what I'm saying? If you're dealing with hypertension, diabetes, you're sending off those signals to Earth through your neuromelanin. You see what I'm saying? And then she responds to that and starts to grow that. That's why you see or kidney failure. This is why you see a lot of dandelions. You see what I'm saying? Because our people are undergoing kidney failure and heart failure a lot of the time due to the antigen.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Thanks.
like my brother has
He has wormwood and stuff on the screen. Abundance for that. You
Yeah,
see what
abundance.
I'm saying? Of course, cilantro gets rid of heavy metals.
Yep.
Basil as well. Apples feed brain neurons.
Cashews, walnuts, Brazil nuts.
All the nuts are good for the brain, and if you're pregnant, it is also good for the development of the child's brain. It directly goes to the
child's nervous system.
Hazelnuts specifically.
Yep.
Like hazelnuts specifically. But you know what I'm saying?
Mushrooms is what we can get into mushrooms too. Like mushrooms are extremely good. Well, some.
Abundance family, what's going on?
Abundance.
Man, I was listening, man. You got me, man. Shoot, man. When y'all talk about wormwood, For some reason, it's like I was like, where? What are you talking about? But yeah, how's everybody doing?
I'm doing good, brother.
All right. I want to ask I want to tell my sister on top. What's your name? I don't know your name.
Who?
Uh,
The one on the
eh,
very top?
yes.
Oh, okay.
Because what happened is, listen, when they was not trying to be mean to you, nothing like they was trying to explain. Because I've been watching you guys for a long time. You know what I mean? Especially what's the name? Skywatcher and Ether. You are really very smart, young. You are really into it, man. I've been your bigger fan. I ain't gonna lie. I've been watching your lives all the time in abundance and for your information that you are guys present and you are 100% right. You know what I mean? We need to start growing our own food. You know what I mean? It's not about us no more. It's about the children. It's about the little ones. You know what I mean? Those children. It's about the kids, man. It's about the future. It's not about us anymore. So when they was my sister when they was telling you about not eating meat, they was not trying to be mean to you. They was trying to just explain to you that in reality, it's not we not supposed to consume these animals. You know what I mean? They gonna make you sick. You know what I mean? Later on, they gonna cause you a lot of parasites and also gonna cause you a lot of cancer and a lot of diseases. You know what I mean? We not mean to consume these animals. You follow me? So y'all guys.
Do you make your own CMOS?
Oh, for
He
sure. I
got
got that
you.
CMOS on there. Let me know. Oh, I got my CMOS
Okay.
from you.
Yeah, we need some
Yeah, we're
CMOS.
gonna tap in with you, brother.
It's
And
it's
listen,
you
I
and
got
it's another brother and it's a sister that y'all all got some fire CMOS recipes that I haven't seen. And I want to try it. So
I
we're gonna
got
tap
you.
in.
I
Yeah,
be
thanks,
taking
brother. We're gonna tap in.
listen, I be taking our people off medication, man. Left and right, man. My testimonies are speaking for themselves. The videos on my page. That's
Mm-hmm.
real people in real time. Like I be taking our sisters, our mother, grandmother, you know what I'm saying? All this med, you know what I mean? It ain't nothing like the high blood pressure, cholesterol level type 2, and also the C word. It ain't like we have to just change just eat according or genetic, just like this John Science they explain to you guys right now. You feel me? They into it. You know what I mean? I've been watching you guys for a minute. You know what I mean? And you are really into it. So you know what I mean? You are 100% correct. You are 100% correct. You know. Yeah, yeah. Of course, we got. I got. We got. We got. I got all these orders about. Listen, cause or it's for the healing of the nation. You know what I mean? And all this playing out here, man, we need to start growing our own food. We need to start growing our own medicine. It's all this right here is all medicine. It's all medicine, guys. That we can do in it, man. We only you gotta do just, you know what I'm saying? Just get your seeds, man, and just plant your seeds, man. This is in a genetic. You know what I mean? We're
Mm-hmm.
supposed to doing this, man. We ain't supposed to consume all this artificial, you know what I mean, this processed food. They make you sick and make your children sick. You know what I mean? We gotta break this generation of curse because all this illness talking about this because your grandmama was got there, you know what I'm saying, they was sick and people think that's like genetics. It's not, you know what I mean? We still get sick because we continue eating the same processed food that was caused up, that was make our people sick, you know what I mean? And this all the system been designed to keep yours, you know what I'm saying, in a low vibration, you know what I mean? Hey man. I be shadow bending on TikTok, man. TikTok don't like me out here in this page, yo. It got me shadow bending, you know what I mean? Like crazy. But yeah, abundance, man. Just keep going, do what y'all doing, you know what I mean? That's all.
Yes, brother.
On
You
that
got a
abundance,
fire ass
brother.
setup.
Yeah, abundance to you, brother. Abundance to you.
Your
We
setup is
definitely, we
done.
definitely,
No,
we
me.
definitely tapping in with
Ah,
that CMOS though. We definitely gonna
yeah,
lock
for
in with
sure.
you.
I got you, man. And my, you know what I'm saying? My seed must coming straight from Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? I'm in Virginia right now, so I'll be
Oh,
shipping
bet.
all over the 52 states. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
you're in the DMV?
Huh?
You in the DMV?
You already know, man.
So, bet. Yeah, abundance.
Where you at?
We around the way, man. We around the way.
Okay, son.
Just let us know. You know what I'm
I
saying?
got you.
We're
I
gonna
got you.
send
You
you,
got a
brother.
DMV here.
You
And
can let
when I
us,
said a
yeah.
DMV, Also, you know what I'm saying? I don't get a lot of people my location. When I say the DMV, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Virginia, Baltimore, DC, or you know what I'm saying? The area of Maryland, you know what I'm saying? Just get me all
Yeah.
over the place. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
got
feel you,
you.
bro.
I got you. I got you. All right, peace, family.
Abundance.
You can drop me.
Oh yeah, Ether had mentioned something about the mushrooms. Did you want to continue that, brother?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say the mushroom that I kind of mess with is oyster mushrooms, lion's mane, and shiitake. I'm not sure about the other.
Brother. You went
Shiitake,
2 out of 3, my brother.
because shiitake is the only one, and I'm gonna come clean
Yes,
with
bro.
you. That's one of my favorite mushrooms. And I had to, and actually, the Divine Carbon talks about that. I think they, or did they put that?
They just don't add it. I don't think they.
I think they. I'm not sure, but shiitake mushrooms, like literally, Dr. Sebi, his shit will even tell you all except shiitake. But I don't follow everything Dr. Sebi, said. But when I did my own research, they are acidic in nature and they're man-made. So I had to leave them alone. But maitake, I don't really care for maitake, but that's another one. Lion's mane,
Trumpet.
yes. Trumpet Royale, yeah,
That's
trumpet. And if you stay tuned, which I know you will, like tomorrow we're going to feast, so I'm doing like I can't even tell you.
Can't tell you. Yeah, you gonna see it, bro. But like trumpet mushroom, oyster mushroom, lion's mane. You said maitake, and then
I think it's Hen of the Woods is good too.
Yeah, hen of the woods, turkey tail.
Yeah, turkey tail.
All of that is good, but shiitake is the only one we can't.
And porcini and cordyceps.
Oh yeah, cordyceps is really good for the brothers for motility and
y'all mess with enoki.
Seminal
Cordyceps,
fluid
oh, I'm ready to get
production.
some of them.
You know what I'm saying? Cordyceps is really good for seminal fluid production.
What did you say, brother?
Enoki. I tried that one time.
Enoki is our favorite.
Yeah, enoki is our favorite, bro. That junk's fire.
That shit, like
That junk's fire. I ain't gonna lie.
I ain't gonna lie. Like that's the one. But Casino, was you saying something?
Yeah, brother.
Looking at those, but I never got them before, so I'm gonna get them now that you said that. And what about Baby Bellas?
Yeah. What you say?
No, they're them man-made. Baby Bella,
oh yeah,
white mushroom. Portobello is good.
Yeah, portobello is good.
Portobello, and see the thing, you want to swap the mushroom. I mean the meat for the mushroom because the mushrooms have high amounts of neuromelanin.
Yep.
And so all foods that have high amounts of vitamin B, you will see naturally that those are also the foods with high traces of neuromelanin in them. And you can tell by how they communicate, their mycelium network, how they're connected to the grid. It's actually they're just as important as bees. Like 90% of you was gonna go.
I was just gonna say, literally nothing on this planet will work without the mycelium network.
Oh yeah, facts.
You see what I'm saying? And the mycelium network is neuromelanin.
Mm-hmm.
So the planet is running off neuromelanin. Every planet has his own mycelium network, his own mushrooms. That's why they say mushrooms give you psychedelic effects and they let you travel them because it's multi-dimensional itself.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, cordyceps, like I said, that one, oyster mushrooms and portobello mushrooms are really good for the brothers. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? All of them are really good, but those main ones.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mushroom, and then so they what was I gonna say? Neuromelanin, and then 90% of vegetation relies on mycelium.
Yep.
So all the fruit and shit, veggies, everything relies on mycelium and bees.
Yep.
And ants. All prokaryotic life work together
in unity.
and are just as important. Ants is costing them what, 50 billion, 6 billion a year?
Trillion. They say trillions.
Trillion.
They costing them trillions of dollars eating through the concrete, making way for new grass, for new trees to grow. All of those ant hills that you see, that's making way for a new tree to sprout or for a new plant to grow. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're doing. dragonflies, all of these butterflies, they're all helping pollinate the plants that you're eating, the medicine that you're eating.
Facts.
So
And and that's why we planted the trees in mound style, because that's what the ants would do anyway. Like there's
Yep.
2 big mounds. I need to post all them pictures.
the way that trees come about, they in mound style. That's how you know that when you try to plant a tree in, you don't go all the way deep. You only go halfway deep to allow the roots to catch root with the other ones.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
but
saying?
I was gonna say that there are these ant mounds that are huge, like the biggest ones I've ever seen in my life. And you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm from Texas. Like I was born in Odessa. These are the biggest ant mounds I've ever seen. What's so interesting about them is that these ants put crystals. Like there's a rock mound, like a pile of rocks, not too far. The ants went through and selected the crystals, like the actual clear quartz crystals, out of the pile and meshed them in with their mount. I can't wait to post some pictures. Them bees are huge. I seen a huge masculine monarch butterfly today, stationary. I seen an owl, like a huge owl. Like I don't even know if that was an owl. I seen a bird, like, what am I, 5'1.5". The bird had to be like 2 feet. It was huge. It was like orange and beige. There's a lot of new prokaryotic life coming online, like for real. And
Yep.
that's the reason why you're seeing scientists
Make
come out
waves.
right now saying, oh, they just discovered this, or this just came out, or we just discovered this new strain of da 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 in this ice age. Like they're saying all that because there's a lot of new or the same prokaryotic life that's coming back online. They were just in so-called hibernation because of the frequency. You gotta remember the Carboniferous era, they need interstellar gases too. And the more of those come onto the planet, you will see them pop up as well. So
Yep.
that's
And as oxygen, hydrogen, helium, all of that depleted, they have these big animals that need these interstellar compounds to breathe. Because scientists will always tell you that big animals need bigger lungs to breathe. They moved. They moved to a different place because of frequency, like you said. And now the frequency is coming back to where all the interstellar gases are coming around us. You can't escape it. You know what I'm saying? And these people trying to run from it, there's no escape. So they're coming back. You know what I'm saying? And that's why they're creating dire wolves. You're creating some animals, but a lot of the animals are just coming back because there's a lot of organisms that we haven't seen on the planet. That's why we gotta be aware.
We need to post that video of that bee, y'all.
Yeah, we
like,
seen
I
a big
seen
bee.
a bee that was like half the size of my fist. Like somebody gonna try to say that my fist small, but nah, for real. Like I seen a bee that was huge. I'm like, and I couldn't tell him. Like Zell was doing Tai Chi or some other shit. I'm like, I can't even tell him like come over here because it was a patch of wildflowers. I'm like, this is a big ass bee. Like if I say something, it's gonna like leave. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because this is how it's gonna go. But not even that, the flies too. I seen like right before that, I had tried to catch it on camera, but my camera wouldn't focus. I seen a fly like half the size of that. A huge ass fly. I'm like, is that a bee? Because I told him, I was like, damn, I think I just seen a red and a black bee. But nah, I locked in when it came a little closer. I'm like, that's a fly, a huge ass fly. Not a horsefly. This is something else. So it's a lot of stuff that's coming online. Like I said, that butterfly or even the bees, even the other honeybees are bigger. They're trying to say that 70% of them are, no. What I think is happening is one of two things. That that they made eukaryotic bees some fucking how. I don't know. I got to do the research.
Yes, you're exactly right.
Or due to different things, they classify things under different species names. And I think they're talking about, like, I think the animals, the insect's anatomy would change as more interstellar gases come back to where it's no longer considered their taxonomical version of that animal.
Yeah.
That's what I'm leaning more towards the second one because They can't splice. I don't think they can splice bees.
Yeah,
I think they can. I think there is a eukaryotic bee though because I've studied it. I think
Yeah.
there's one that didn't evolve with the. I think there's like two actually. I'm not sure, but you know what you want that.
I don't know. That's just something we gonna have to do research on. This is what it's about. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm leaning more towards that second
I
one.
know scientists are saying now that even spiders are larger, are growing in size. Each generation they're growing in size. They're becoming bigger. And when we look at the Carboniferous era, all these insects and animals was big. All of them are just returning back to their normal size, but you know what I'm saying? They could also be eukaryotic animals, but we don't know though. We gotta see.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That's the journey that we gotta see. You know what I'm saying? That's a part of the journey that we gotta expect.
And I think these animals and insects are shifting too, because I ain't gonna lie, I've seen a lot of wounded insects lately. Not specifically animals. I don't know if the insects are going through a shift or what. That's something like I gotta take a look into how all insects or a wide array of prokaryotic insects and how they're being affected, and then go from there. Because for some reason we have been seeing a lot of like wounded bees, wounded butterfly, wounded ants, but these are insects that are greater in size, like not your normal size ant. I'm talking about like 3 to 5 times the size, like, and you're seeing it vary. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff coming online too. Like I said, that bird I seen today, as soon as I pulled out my camera and flew away, I'm like, damn, look at that wingspan. Like, I was trying to see what it was.
So that's how you know where the planet is headed at.
Yeah.
Knowing what the animals doing, what the plants are doing. How is the solar reacting to the sun? How are you reacting to the sun? The highest extension of nature. How are you reacting? So, you know what I'm saying? Abundance for this live, my brother. This is a great live. Abundance for having us on, for real.
Yeah, abundance is crazy. So, what y'all finna eat today?
Abundance.
Y'all still on y'all fruit fast?
Huh?
Y'all still on y'all fruit fast?
Hell yeah.
20 more
How the
days.
hell are y'all on a fruit fast when y'all supposed to be eating fruits as y'all main thing
Y'all
for
fell for
diet?
it.
What the hell?
No, I'm on a roll.
She funny as shit.
Oh shit.
Y'all see how y'all fell for that? How are y'all? Well, so what the fuck was y'all eating? Now we gotta talk about it. Some other fruit fast.
Nah, look, I do want to talk about it because listen, man, when I first came down here to South Carolina, right before you said the shit, we was talking to the other lady. Yeah, I mean, I came down this bitch and I started eating some processed vegan food, and that's how I started getting back into my regular shit, right? And I noticed that it's harder for me to lose the weight now. Feel what I'm saying? Normally when I go on like just a raw fruit fast and shit, the weight will drop off really, really fast. But now since I fucked up those 2 weeks when I first got down here, it's moving slow as shit.
Yeah, because them chemicals are just as bad. Like that's what I be trying to tell my mama. Like she like, oh, you just act like we're just so far. She has all this vegan stuff, but I'm like, look at this. Can you read them first 3 off to me, please? And then you struggle because it's chemicals. That's the thing. And a lot of those chemicals, like I'll be talking about molecular gastronomy, still have dairy in the product. It's just not a certain, it's like a portion of the enzyme, not the full enzyme itself. So or instead of it being milk, they'll change it to cultures, right? So there's a coconut yogurt that looks good on the ingredients, but the last ingredient is vegan probiotic culture. Well, what is that? What do you, from what source?
or
So
natural flavor,
natural
which
flavor.
can mean
Yep.
3,000 things. See what I'm
Mhm.
saying? They just hide names, and that can mean that can be a thing for 3,000 an ingredient for 3,000
Facts.
things
So we stay
of
away
other
from.
unnatural ingredients.
Yeah, because
So
they natural flavors like they allow what is it up to 20% of rat feces in canned goods. That is considered natural flavoring, right?
yeah,
Citric acid is literal black mold. That can also be listed as either citric acid or under natural flavoring. You would never know, but they put it
xanthan
under
gum
that.
is mold too. Xanthan gum,
Oh yeah, xanthan gum is mold.
all of
But then
that.
if you see something like konjac culture, now that comes from a plant. If you see guar gum, that comes from the guar gum plant, right?
Yeah,
That's why I'm saying plant, right?
yeah.
That's why I'm
You said
saying
milk
like
culture?
milk culture.
Yeah,
You have to,
you said that already?
yeah.
Oh, cause yeah, they be a lot of vegan stuff be
Yeah,
saying, oh, we don't serve dairy, but they say in the front of the bag it says no dairy, and then in the back of the bag it says milk cultures.
Facts.
So where did you get that milk? Where did you cultivate that milk from, bro? Where did you get that milk from? So that's the thing. We gotta really just create.
Facts. You gotta create.
This is telling us to create.
That's what it is. That's why we can't be trying to charge each other for shit. I know that's
Yeah.
another bad, but we gotta get there quickly because why are we charging each other for money? Because his shit is finna be gone. And we should already be moving like it's not there because it was never, like, to be honest, it's not there. Like cotton or the fabric that money is made out of is not natural to the planet. So that shit is just like you consuming everything else in here that we're talking about. If you can't consume rice, if you can't eat peas and carrots, kale, the cruciferous vegetables, you can't subscribe to money either. And you need to take your child out of them schools because it's all you're the largest organ that you have is your integumentary system or your skin.
Yeah.
So everything that is absorbed through the skin automatically goes to the bloodstream. So you touch money, guess what? That's how deep and detail oriented we actually are. And that's how we actually have to be because how much are you actually willing to leave this shit alone?
Yeah.
Because niggas is talking about vegan, but I'm seeing loaded baked potatoes. Might as well say that's vegetarian. That's not even, because that's not even us. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know that white lady that that white tea lady, Miri Alkaline Living? Okay, I'm not trying to talk about her. No, very chill. I'm not trying to talk about her, but she looked kind of weird to me. But that's not even the point of why I brought that up. The thing is, that's not vegan for us. That's why we have to stop letting the opposite species tell us about what's vegan because what's vegan for their anatomy is not what's vegan for ours. Spelt has gluten in it.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? A lot of people don't know that. Quinoa, kamut, what's the other one, baby? Teff flour. What the hell? What's the rest? Barley, all of them, hell.
Buckwheat,
Buckwheat.
all of that.
All of that
And the
has
thing
gluten, which is just glue.
We can't be having seeds in the ground, putting seeds in the ground, growing fruit, and then selling it to a brother and sister. That's not how it works.
Yeah.
That's not. We can't be doing that. This is all of our planet. We have to share knowledge and share the fruit. This is
Facts.
all ours. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because the currency is the seed.
Yeah, the currency is the seed, the energy.
Yeah. I'm telling you,
You see what I'm saying?
if
It's not the money.
if you haven't planted anything, plant something. You'll be fascinated. I promise you, because those things we planted. What is that? Cantaloupe or honeydew melon? We planted that shit months ago. But it's about the soil, the temperature for seed germination. Like that's why we talk about the importance of your piece to the puzzle. You're not gonna come into your germination the same time that a pink cosmo. Pink cosmos and orange cosmos don't blossom at the same time. It's the seed. It's up to the seed itself to do what it needs to do.
Based on the heat and temperature that the sun is letting off, the wavelength.
And we know that water is a form of radiation as well. So when we got a lot of rain, our stuff was booming. Like I said, it needed a boost. I thought we were gonna have to replant the whatever it is, honeybee. I think it's honeybee melon. Thought we were gonna have to. I was literally about to replant that yesterday. Got rain and boom, woke up to I think it's like 6 sprouts.
6 sprouts.
After months.
For real.
Yeah, months. This snap. Look at that.
Months of it, there was no sprouts for months, and then now there's literally like 6 new sprouts.
Facts. The brother said exchange minerals. Absolutely.
That's energy, bro.
Salt is not. Yeah, salt is not bad. It's just you can actually use salt to create light. My bad. Go ahead.
Can I tell you guys something? I want to give you one of my secrets, right? You know what I mean? Because normally I'm going to tell a lot of people, but I like you guys already. So look, this is a technique that I create. You know what I mean? This is called sound, vibration, culture, electro culture. You feel me? So this is what y'all guys, because you know the copper. You know how copper is important, right? For your soil. You know what I mean? They keep the fungus. You feel me? The fungus and keep your soil nutrient. You know what I'm saying? The nutrients on your soil and make your plants growing like this, y'all. So when the sun is out, you feel me? So this is the sound and vibration, right? Y'all get you one of these, right? Right. Y'all see all the energy, all the vibration going through right here, connected. This is all copper, right? The copper connected to it, right? So when this heat the vibration, it's going automatically all the way down right here to the stone. You feel me? So they get the energy from the sun. You see all the copper connected everywhere. From right here, connected everywhere. You know what I mean? So they got an antenna right here, connected the energy. It's connected to everywhere, all the way around, right? Everything is connected, right? So they going under the ground, you feel me? Under the soil. Connecting to it, come back on this way, right here, metal, copper, you feel me? The pipe connected into it, go all the way into the ground, connected into it. That is crazy. What's
That's tough, bro. Wow.
Copper over here, right? Everything connected right here. This is the one rule. This right here, so late, so still. So also, guys, you can just do also, so pennies. You know what I mean? Penny, because pennies is copper too. You feel me? Because this is still connected. It's still connected on the ground. You feel me? On the ground connected. This is the metal. Feel me? Go back on the ground. It's still connected. This all over there is needle. Needle. You know what a needle is good for, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, nettle is good for the skin.
Wow, listen, you ain't got CNC, not TJ. I got pins right here. You got it. You into it. I like it. All right, so
the copper is tough. That's what Zell just did with the trees he planted. He put a metal stick. We just need to literally line it with copper. We would have never thought of pennies. That's
right. Penny is copper. So what you do, you get a drill, right? And you drill the pennies inside to the pennies, right? And you can also connect it to it. You see it, right? So look. Oh, my mama, I swear to God. Yesterday I did a lot, right? And my people see when I cut these onions from right here, just today, in 24 hours, less than 24 hours, it's growing. That's what I say. You just got, you cut it, and 2-3 days later, your onions growing right back. You feel me? So continue, right? Continue. This is the a pear tree. Right here, right? So the copper is still continue. You open it.
I'm doing it.
No. You gotta go through inside. You gotta go through inside. Follow me? Keep rolling around. Just continue going. You see what I'm saying? This right here is make sure you have screenshot. You gotta change it that one right here. This is feed blood mission.
Okay, yeah.
All right, cool. Continue, because everything is connected with the copper. Everything is connected. This right here going right here on 24 hours. They're growing so fast. Everything is connected, right? Connected. This right here is ginkgo biloba. This plant right here.
Ginkgo.
Yo, this is 190 million. This is 190 million years old.
Yeah,
absolutely. We talk about it all the time.
That John ancient. It was there since the beginning. But damn, I like how you had that instrument to trap the vibrations.
Listen,
of the sound.
No, I ain't finished yet. Hold on.
Oh, my fault, bro. Go ahead.
Right? Continue into the ginkgo, right? Continue back over here. And I got make sure also, guys, you get you some more apricot seed, apricot trees, because also this right here is for the seed world, if you know what I mean. The seed world. And not even just the seeds, the leaves, that's what the medicine is right also, right? And this is right here is grape. This is grape with seeds, right? Grape, actually grapevine, grape with seeds. Not the GMO bullcrap, you know what I mean? Because the seeds is also food for Alzheimer, dementia, and memory loss, right? So I'm finished there with the technique. Because this is I'm on the second level. So this is the tree, this is the apple, this is the grape tree. The all of the stuff. You feel me? So when the sun started getting too hot, make sure they're gonna cover. This way all this way gonna grow. You feel me? And then the end of it, is still you see another stone right here, right? Yeah. That's it, another stone, right? All the way connected, and this way going into the ground. All the way to the ground and connected, yo.
Yeah, all of his plants are connected.
Oh,
Everything.
Yeah,
The
even
grapevine is connected to
They're all
the.
connected through
Y'all
wire
ever
through,
seen,
through
bro.
copper. That's tough.
Yeah, yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
abundance to you, brother. Abundance for that, man. That's I gained a lot of insight with what you just showed me, bro. This is what it's
Facts.
about. I gained a lot of insight, abundance for that. You know what I'm saying?
I
Much
got you, I
gratitude.
got you. Like I said, man, I be
Yeah.
shadow. TikTok got me out here shadow bending, man. So look, I told you about the ginkgo. The ginkgo is really, really a real life. It's 190 million years old. Look, oh, I got it right here. You see that?
Yep, fan-like leaves shaped just like the brain. Decalcifies the pineal gland.
Oh yeah, for
Yep.
sure. Yes.
Pulls heavy toxin out of the pineal gland and your bones.
Yes.
So that means no more pew pew's gonna hurt your bones.
190 million years old. That's one of the older plants. One of the older plants, 190 million years. That's what they say. You know what I mean? But they got a lot of medicinal property, yo. It's not about got this booth, right? It's about got this booth, get the seeds, you know what I mean? Collect your seeds, because that's what I do. I collect my seeds, you feel me? And every year I do the same cycle. All over again.
Do you have any of the herbs that you have, are they annuals or do you have to replant them?
Oh hell no, hold on. Let me show it, girl. Let me show you something. Wait a minute.
Hold on now.
Yo,
Don't do that.
Hold on.
Let's hold on one second. I'm gonna show you. Hold on one second. I was trying to see how. I was trying to show you how everything was right here was all full of snow. You feel me? Nah, this plant right here, they're gonna regrow, especially the oregano. Listen, oregano, guys, oregano. You gotta get you some more oregano for a reason. You have oregano. It's in a whole nother level. Oregano. You see, everybody right now started talking about oregano oil, oregano oil, oregano oil. But why you want to eat the oil if you can just eat the whole plant? You feel me? You don't want to go to the middle, man. You want to go straight to the source. You feel me? This oregano, when they grow right here, they're going to grow all the way up, y'all. And my oregano, the one that I got it right here, is real bitter. So it's all for the C word, you know what I mean? Cancer, and you know what I mean? Parasites, candidas, fungus infection. And I miss those right here, the oregano, especially the oregano with the wormwood. This is the wormwood. This actually the wormwood. You feel me? That's the wormwood, y'all, right here. And this right here is really bitter, like for real, straight up for parasites. Parasites, the C word, scientifically fast, yo, scientifically fast. This right here, and I'm about to eat it. I eat it just like this. I eat it. I'm about to eat it. I don't have to wait. You know what I mean? I don't want to eat that oil. I'm eating it just like that.
That's lit. I gotta get back home, man.
So look. Yeah. Y'all see this right here, right? Pay attention. Watch me now. I'm gonna cut all these onions.
This onion?
And I'm gonna guarantee tomorrow or another day when you guys doing a live, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna be like, God, y'all remember I called these onions the other day, and y'all gonna see the same way. They're gonna grow less because they copper. You feel me? Because the copper, the system that I got to set up right here. That's what I'm gonna teach you. You know what I'm saying? I can teach you guys about, you know what I'm saying, how to do this. You feel me? So that's what I said. Each one teach one, each one heal one. You know what I mean? I'm not taking this one with me nowhere. So y'all see I just shot that whole onion, right? You know what I mean? I can cook, or I can frozen, you feel me? We can frozen and you keep it in the refrigerator, look. And 3 days later, she gonna grow right back. You feel me? Right back. In 6-7 days, boom. So you just call it cook and you ain't gotta worry about it. And also these onions right here, you can even in the winter when you know what I'm saying, after the winter, they're gonna regrowing back on, y'all. It's crazy. It's crazy. Also, this is another plan that I want to tell you about it, especially for you ladies. For mesocycle cream. You know what I mean? This is the mountain man. It's hard to find this right here. I'm trying to tell you, you gotta get it from the mountains. You feel me? This right here is like like the regular man, but this is 10 times more strong. You feel me? For congestion, sinus infection, respiratory issues. You know what I mean? All the C19 and all the bullshit that got people scared in 2019. Man, I will heal all my people with this right here, and I was giving all the packet for you know what I mean? That was crazy, but yeah, you know what I mean? That's man, the copper, yo, I'm telling you. I put this lady on game, right? She on Florida. She got a whole tree. They never grown not even flower on 10 years. When I teach her how to do the copper system, you feel me? 3 weeks later, the plant that was done producing anything for almost like 10 years, the flower will started coming out. Oh my mama. Yeah.
So we were gonna try it, but I'm glad that we seen this first because we were gonna do it different. Like you connected everything.
Everything gonna be connected, you feel me?
Yeah.
And I built this right here. I built a whole thing from scratch, you feel me? I built a whole thing from scratch, yo. Yo, this is yo, and this somebody give me all this material, all free material, man, and I just building it. I built the whole thing. You feel me? So all these planes, like y'all guys, listen. The three planes that everybody grandmama know: oregano, thyme, and rosemary. You know what I mean? You miss those right there. Those three. When you're not feeling good, sinus infection, congestion, or whatever, you boiling it with water. You know what I mean? Put lime and ginger, especially lime and ginger. Just 2 lime and ginger. Do not boil your herb. Boil the water, and then you add it the herb because you don't want to get it evaporate when you know what I mean. Just make sure you cover it up. You feel me? You let it sit for like, you know what I'm saying? You let it sit for like 20 minutes and then you drink that, yo. Whatever is bothering you inside on your body, they're going to go just like that. Also, this right here also is good too also for you ladies right here, you know what I'm saying? Especially this lavender, you feel me? When you gotta, you know what I'm saying? When you cannot sleep, you feel me? They right here to make you relax, you know what I mean? They make, this right here is the lavender. Look like the rosemary, but it's different. This is oregano, you feel me? I got plants right here, yo, that I really like. Y'all be like, wow, yeah, for real. It's not even. And also, this is another plants too. Also, the you guys are recommending a lot too. Also, you know what I'm saying? The chamomile. Feel me? Yeah, that one right here too.
Oh, yeah, that's fire, buddy. My chamomile, actually, I need to replant that, I think, because.
Right, and also for a lot of people, they like the eating, you know what I'm saying, French fry and all that stuff. This is nopal, right? You get a nopal, right? Right. And you can cut it the nopal, right? And you put them into the ground and they're gonna regrow, they're gonna grow back, right? And you can just cut it on piece, you know what I mean? And you can cook it and they taste just like potatoes, but they got a lot of medicinal property. This all natural, you know what I mean? Yes, that one right there. Feel me?
Yeah, we're familiar with that. We have them in the south here. So.
Yeah. Also the berries, blackberries, blueberries. I got a blueberries over there, blueberries, elderberries, you know what I mean? And blackberries, you know what I mean? Especially those blackberries, you feel me? The blackberries and blueberries and raspberries. And you know, lady, Sky, you know about the raspberry leaves, right? It's good for you.
Absolutely. I consume raspberry leaf almost every day. All right.
So you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Also for your cramp menstrual cycle, you know what I mean? They can go smooth, you know what I mean? And you ain't gotta be bleeding. Cause a lot of women, they don't know that you ain't supposed to be bleeding like that 7 days. So look, I got a real testimony, right? That was one of my buddies, right? He reached out to me because his wife was bleeding for like 2 weeks, yo. That was like a crying scene every night. They has to put some blankets, some towels in the bed every time when he, you know what I'm saying, when she got her menstrual. Like 2 weeks straight, she was bleeding for 2 weeks, yo. He reached out to me, we talked about it, and I sent in some herb, yo. 2 days, that's it. That's it. It's massive, 2 days, you feel me? And now they living a happy life. Because this herb, man, this plant, man, this is what our ancestors used to do. You feel me? They was healing themselves with plants, with natural plants, natural herb. We are natural beings. We organic beings, man. You follow me? You know that. Y'all know that. So we need to eat. We need to eat according to our genetic. You follow me?
For real, man. Facts.
Yeah,
Abundance,
but I
my
just
brother. I
yeah, that's what I
definitely
be.
gained a lot of insight, for
Yeah,
sure.
that's what I be preaching. That's what I be teaching my people out here, man. They say like, yo, man, y'all gotta save your seeds. You know what I mean? Because what happens is, when bell peppers or tomatoes, you know what I mean, you get the seeds, like, you know what I mean, and you just like dehydrate those seeds and you plant them, and for one seed you gonna have what, a whole tree, and a whole tree gonna give you what about what, about 10, 15, 20 tomatoes, and then from each tomato, you know what I mean, you're gonna recycle. That's what I'm doing right here every year. This all these seeds right here, that's for every year I recycle the same seeds and I replant them. Abundance. So look, everything right here, you ain't see nothing yet. Everything right here gonna grow like crazy, yo. Y'all gonna be like, wow. And then you know what I'm saying? And we're not even in the summer yet. You feel me? So yeah, everything gonna be. And I be teaching my son. My son been growing this right here. He's 7 years old now, but he been doing it with me since he was 1 years old, yo. Because they not gonna teach our children this in the school. Education is starting at home. You follow me? Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? I got ugly too, you know what I'm
abundance,
saying?
brother.
Huh? You know what I mean? So yeah, also guys, also eucalyptus. Y'all familiar with eucalyptus too also, right?
I'm not.
Yeah, eucalyptus.
Yeah, eucalyptus. Yeah, man. This right here is good also for arthritis, sinus infection, congestion, you know what I mean? Cold, flu, all that. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody need no we ain't gotta you know what I'm saying? We ain't gotta put no damn what you call it, man-made, you know what I'm saying, basi. I mean the beat. I don't wanna, you know what I'm saying, I don't wanna trigger the lives and shit, you know what I'm saying? Cause Tita be watching me all the time. So you feel me? They got me in shadow bending, yo. So just because I'm trying to teach our people how to eat better, how to heal ourselves natural, you know what I mean, how to start growing our own, you feel me? You know, I ain't got time for all those lies that be over there arguing with people, you know what I'm saying? Our people need to, you know what I'm saying, that's educational purpose, man. That's what we're doing over here, educational purpose.
Most definitely.
All right. You feel me? Yeah. Yeah, but I'm gonna let somebody else talk and feel me, because you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'll be running my mouth a lot.
You good, brother.
All right,
Nah,
you see
abundance.
that? All right, no problem.
I'm gonna definitely put this live on YouTube. Abundance.
All right, that's what's up.
Lala, did you have anything you wanted to say?
All right, peace, family. You can draw me.
All right, peace.
I'm just enjoying it. A lot of the stuff he's shown, I see a lot of that grow on my property, and the fact that I recognized a lot of it when he was showing it. And the copper thing I love, because I just started doing the copper thing maybe like 2 years ago. So yes, just want to say I enjoyed it.
Most definitely. Did you want to add anything on the topic?
You say, do I want to add anything on the topic?
Yeah.
Are we the same species? I agree that we're not. I just agree that we're not the same species. I mean, there's many signs that show that we are not. So, and I listen to a lot of you guys when you guys are on live. I listen. So I'm not the one to get out and teach, but I do listen and I do share with others of what I've learned. So, and
Okay,
research
abundance.
and reading. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying abundance.
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 Thank you, abundance.
All right. Well, before I end this live, is there anybody in here that wants to come up and share their frequency on the topic?
We don't got really much to add. Do you have anything to add?
Not added.
Yeah, but the only thing we can tell our people is to know thyself. And every rising that you wake up, what are you giving your energy to? The system to stay afloat, or your species? That's all we can say. You know what I'm saying? So abundance, ether for having us on the live. Abundance to all the brothers and sisters I got to speak and share frequency with. This is what it's about, and this is how we grow. So I hope we all keep elevating. You see what I'm saying?
Abundance, y'all. Abundance, abundance,
Definitely abundance.
abundance.
Appreciate y'all for coming up.
Abundance, yo.
Rico, you want to say something?
Nah, that's it. They ended it well, bro. Abundance to everybody, man. Abundance to you, brother. You already know. I'm gonna give me some cordyceps, man.
Most definitely abundance. Lala, you want to say anything before I close this?
Oh yeah, we still lit too. We still fruiting up, man.
No, I don't have anything else to say. I'm actually outside watering my plants.
Okay, abundance.
All
And
right.
I just I just want to say the same thing. We should be learning thyself. That's the thing. We shouldn't be working to keep this eukaryotic system up. We should be working to get back to our children. So I just say abundance and gratitude to everybody who came up, shared their frequency. Abundance and gratitude to my brothers and sisters. Appreciate y'all. And I'll catch y'all on the next live.
Abundance. Yeah.